I wonder how Lin Ming will face this dilemma. Let's have a good look at the coming show. I think Lin Ming will just endure this insult. The last time at the 10,000 killing array, he was only ranked 6th. The gap between the 6th and 3rd place is just too wide. It's not just a rank. To reach that level in half a month, even if it were Lin Ming, it would be impossible to achieve. Not only that, but Zhang Guanyu has also cultivated the divine acacia power. How could his strength not have progressed also? I think so too. Those present discussed this matter privately. Lin Ming faintly smiled and covered the teacup in his hand. He said, "Within a half month? The truth is, I do not need half a month. Today is better than tomorrow. So let's make it today. How about we go to the military field now?" Zhang Guanyu was suddenly surprised. Was Lin Ming insane? He wanted to duel with him now. As Lin Ming said this, all the guests present were shocked. This included Yang Lin, Wang Yuhan, Qin Xingxuan, and everyone else. This was simply too unexpected. Lin Ming had just participated in the 10,000 killing array assessment not too long ago, and his result had been the 6th rank. Although this result was already legendary, his was still far from being Zhang Guanyu's match. It was impossible for Lin Ming to have caught up in only a few days' worth of time. What is Lin Ming doing? He is simply just courting death. Today is better than tomorrow? This Lin Ming does not even put Zhang Guanyu in his sight. Lin Ming is too arrogant. Although he has some ability, he is just too young, and his personality isn't mature enough. All the auras and halos wrapped around this child's body have already blinded him and inflated his self-esteem. Now he thinks he is already invincible within the younger generation. This time he will fall. Once he falls, he might not be able to get back up. Zhang Guanyu will absolutely use some ruthless method. Perhaps he will keep an eye on an opportunity and disable Lin Ming so that he will never stand up from this failure in his entire life. Lin Ming probably doesn't know that the first 3 ranks on the ranking stone have an insurmountable gap from the 4th. He thinks that the 6th rank is near the 3rd rank. This 4-month period before the challenge had been personally laid down by the 7 profound martial house master. What sort or judgment does he have? He would not irresponsibly set a time. Now, it's only been 2.5 months. For Lin Ming to challenge Zhang Guanyu now, he is just too rash. The last one to speak was the 4th-ranked disciple on the ranking stone. He knew that in the future he would be inferior to Lin Ming, but in the present, Lin Ming had just taken the assessment several days ago, and it had shown that Lin Ming's strength hadn't yet overtaken his, much less Zhang Guanyu. Among the people discussing, there were those that were the young, handsome, and outstanding heroes of Sky Fortune City. There were many among them that were jealous of Lin Ming and looked forward to seeing Lin Ming severely wounded by Zhang Guanyu so that he could not pass the 7 profound martial house core disciple test. If his meridians were damaged or he was physically disabled, then his cultivation in the future would be severely affected, and he would fall from the altar of geniuses and be unable to recover. Brother Lin, please rethink this. The crown prince held down onto Lin Ming's arm and passed him a message through true essence. Do not act on impulse. If you really fight now, then Zhang Guanyu will inevitably use a heavy hand to viciously hurt you. He now has the support of Ouyang Dihua. Even if he cripples you, he will not receive too severe a punishment. Because of this, he will be even more unscrupulous and reckless. He might even have some possibility of killing you using some extreme method. When masters exchange blows, especially when it was a situation where they were close in strength, each move would be at full force and very dangerous. If one was not careful, then they could easily be disabled, and even the 7 profound martial house would not punish them. Even if they caused a death, the worst that would happen would be a dismissal by the martial house to the frontier where they would have to work there, or other such punishments. But for Zhang Guanyu, these did not mean anything. Lin Ming said, "Your Highness, I know. These past few days, my strength has progressed, Even if I cannot win against Zhang Guanyu, I have confidence I can safely retreat. Lin Ming had just finished his sentence when his ears rang with sound transmissions one after another. They were from Wang Yuhan by Jing Yun and Qin Xingxuan, all having a similar meaning. They were unanimously urging Lin Ming to not be emotional. Lin Ming stood up and smiled at the three girls, indicating that he was fine. Those present were not ordinary people. Their vision and judgment were very accurate. If Lin Ming had only reached the 6th rank on the 10,000 killing array, then it would simply be impossible for him to surpass Zhang Guanyu in half a month. But Lin Ming had only strove for the top 10 rankings of the 10,000 killing array. After obtaining enough points, Lin Ming had looked for the post-condensation period master to hone his own formidable strength. If he had used his full force to rush up the rankings, he would not necessarily be worse than Zhang Guanyu. Much less, in recent days Lin Ming had cultivated the heretical god force to the large success stage, and the strife-sealed body inscription symbol had been successful. Even his flow like silk and true primal chaos formula had made breakthroughs. Now his strength was no longer like it was several days ago, drawing back 10,000 steps, even if he could not defeat Zhang Guanyu. As long as his arms and legs weren't broken, he could easily retreat unscathed. Zhang Guanyu contemptibly smiled, and in his heart he thought, "Since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish." Becoming so famous at a young age isn't necessarily a good thing. The disposition is too uncertain, and the young act with childish conduct that is easy to understand. I had wanted a way to shock you into challenging me in half a month, but now it looks like I never needed it. You are so stupid that you can't wait even half a month, and so wish to live in my pigsty. Such being the case, I will certainly tell the servants to fill the pigsty with pig urine and manure, as a gesture of hospitality towards you. Thinking this, Zhang Guanyu was no longer able to conceal the murderous intention in his eyes. His face revealed a grim and fierce smile. Today is better than tomorrow? Young heroes have always come from the youth. You seem to think that you have already won. We may as well go now. I would like to experience Mr. Lin's moves. I also have this meaning, Lin Ming said with a smile. Right, Sir Zhang, the sword and spear have no eyes. Since we are fighting such a decisive battle with all our efforts, it is inevitable that we will accidentally hurt each other. Zhang Guanyu giggled, and then smiled, saying, Mr. Lin is afraid of being hurt. Rest assured, I will watch my strength. Of course I will watch my strength. Otherwise, if I'm not careful, I might suddenly kill you by accident. What fun would there be in that? Lin Ming smiled and said, No, I am not afraid of being hurt. I am just afraid of hurting Sir Zhang. I would not know how to explain that to the Allied Trade Association. My Lin family is a small family. We cannot afford to offend such a major power like the Allied Trade Association. As Lin Ming said this, the facial expressions of those present were quite wonderful. What did he say? He's afraid of hurting Zhang Guanyu and not being able to deal with the Allied Trade Association? This Lin Ming, simply madness. He does now know how to spell the word dead. He wants to anger Zhang Guanyu at such a time. It would not be strange if Zhang Guanyu were to use some insidious move on him. I heard that the Acacia faction's moves were famous for being ruthless and sinister. Those in the audience had seen many things and had many experiences. They had a certain understanding about the Acacia faction's cultivation methods and skills. Zhang Guanyu laughed. Lin Ming, since you say this, then I also have a little fear that you might accidentally hurt me. Then how you think we should proceed? Zhang Guanyu's ironic tone was obvious, but Lin Ming was unaware. He thought for a moment, smiled, and said, How about we sign a life-death contract? This way, if one of us is wounded or crippled, we cannot be held responsible. How about it? Chapter 149 Life-Death Contract. Chapter 149 Life-Death Contract. Chapter 149, Life-Death Contract. How about we sign a life-death contract? This way, if one of us is wounded or crippled, we cannot be held responsible. How about it? Lin Ming's smile was very bright. The effect that the pulse-cutting palm created was a little too excessive, so it was a good idea to establish a life-death contract in advance. When Zhang Guanyu heard Lin Ming say such a thing, he was over the moon. This Lin Ming was simply stretching out his neck waiting for him to chip it off. He was so stupid. He had never seen someone do anything so stupid. Lin Ming, what are you doing? Wang Yuhan anxiously said. She did not use a true essence sound transmission but had run over instead. To sign a life-death contract? That was simply digging his own grave. Lin Ming, you cannot sign this. Zhang Guanyu laughed and said with a smile, Miss Wang, may I ask who you are to Lin Ming? Wang Yuhan's words caught in her throat. There was nothing she could directly say. Her relationship with Lin Ming was only as an inscription master and assistant. Besides that, there wasn't anything else. What qualifications did she have to interfere in Lin Ming's decision? Lin Ming said, Miss Wang is a friend of mine. Zhang Guanyu, since I said that I will sign the life-death contract, I will not renege on a promise I made. Bring me a pen. Good. Wonderful. Servants, bring the writing set. Zhang Guanyu chuckled. A servant quickly brought over a set of writing utensils. A clerk came over and quickly wrote down line after line on the paper in small print. These were the words of the life-death contract between Lin Ming and Zhang Guanyu. Zhang Guanyu pressed down a fingerprint, and then taking up a red pen, made a big waving motion as if he were clawing, and the words Zhang Guanyu appeared on the life-death contract. The ink was bright red like blood and looked incomparably fierce. Lin Ming received the ink and red pen and quietly signed his name. His strokes were not obvious, but it was similar to a long spear and faintly exuded a sharp, imposing momentum. Standing on the side, Wang Yuhan could clearly see that the intersecting strokes of Lin Ming had already penetrated the back of the paper and were flowing outwards. As the life-death contract was signed, Zhang Guanyu chortled and sent Ouyang Dihua a true essence sound transmission. Mr. Ouyang, before we had agreed that you would give me the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead, Ouyang Dihua smiled and replied with a true essence sound transmission. Why, Lin Ming has challenged you so early, and you still want to use the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. Aren't you overestimating him? Zhang Guanyu quietly replied, Caution is best. I must ruin Lin Ming to the point that he cannot recover from the failure. I do not want to allow even a little mistake to occur. Ha! This Lin Ming has offended you. He truly does have bad luck. Ouyang Dihua flicked his finger, and a gray spatial ring suddenly flew into Zhang Guanyu's waiting hand. At this time it was getting late, and Ouyang Dihua's action was very subtle. This scene was so minor that almost nobody noticed. But after Lin Ming had cultivated the true primal chaos formula, his senses were much keener, and he had actually noticed that small movement near Zhang Guanyu. What is in that ring? Lin Ming's mind went cold, suddenly and secretly on alert. The ring that Ouyang Dihua had thrown was certainly not something minor. I don't know what card this Zhang Guanyu has in his hand. I must be careful this fight. The Imperial Palace's military field was just outside the gates. It was large, had a paved floor of blue stone, and it had several dozen acres of space. It was even larger than a horse field. Because of this duel, all the participants at the grand banquet had come out to watch. Even Morongzi, who had been hiding, had found an obscure corner to watch together with Bai Jingyun. Zhang Guanyu had replaced the long silk gown that he had been wearing with simpler clothing and ran onto the military field. In his hand, he held an impressive high-grade human step treasure sword that shined with a dense coldness. This sword was the one that Lin Ming had helped Zhang Guanyu engrave just a month ago. Seeing this sword, Wang Yuhan sighed. This day, Lin Ming would face the top quality treasure sword that he had personally helped make. Zhang Guanyu casually flourished the sword in his hand. He smiled and with a happy expression said, "Mr. Lin, do you remember this sword? I must thank you. I did not imagine that this sword would be so perfect. I wonder what it's like to lose under a sword that you helped to create. How would you feel?" "The feeling should be the same as yours." Lin Ming pulled out the heavy, profound, soft spear. Above his right hand, the symbol began to glow with a hint of dark red light, as if the blood vessels underneath were congealing. Zhang Guanyu naturally did not understand Lin Ming's words. He did not know that the fifth-level vicious beast blood that he had personally handed over was one of the primary materials for the inscription symbol on Lin Ming's right hand. Otherwise, his feelings would be much more intense than Lin Ming's. Lin Ming's spear. It doesn't have an inscription symbol. Wang Yuhan could not believe this as she looked at Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear. She had never thought that Lin Ming, an inscription grand master, would not have given his own spear an inscription symbol. Just what exactly was his mind thinking? As Wang Yuhan said this, everyone turned to look at Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear. This spear did not have an inscription. Usually, a normal martial artist would have no way to judge from a distance whether a weapon had an inscription symbol or not. But Wang Yuhan was an inscription master, so what she said shouldn't be wrong. Lin Ming obtained the weapon and hadn't placed an inscription symbol on it as soon as possible, and now he was planning on using an inscriptionless weapon against Zhang Guanyu. Why would he do such a foolish thing? They were not optimistic about Lin Ming's strength to begin with, but now even his weapon was an order lower than Zhang Guanyu's, and it also lacked an inscription symbol. How could he still fight this battle? Far away, Qin Xingxuan also watched this, and her delicate eyebrows pressed together. She was clear. Lin Ming was young, but by no means an immature child, since he dared to challenge Zhang Guanyu at this time. What sort of cards did he have up his sleeve? "Hee, I didn't think that you would be stupid to this degree. You obtained such a fine weapon and hadn't placed an inscription symbol upon it as soon as you could, yet you still want to cope with me today with it." Zhang Guanyu greedily licked his lips and smiled. Lin Ming looked at the heavy, profound, soft spear. These days he had been occupied with cultivating the heretical god force and drawing up the strife seal. He hadn't been able to set aside any time to give the heavy, profound, soft spear the inscription symbol that it deserved. The main reason was that Lin Ming wanted to collect some top-quality materials to make the most formidable inscription symbol that he could with his current technique and cultivation. To find the materials that were worthy of this heavy, profound, soft spear would take some time. After all, he planned to use this spear for a long time. However, missing an inscription symbol didn't affect him too much. Lin Ming's dark purple, elastic iron, penetrating rainbow spear didn't have an inscription symbol either. Lin Ming stepped forward, his right hand holding the end of the heavy, profound, soft spear as he stretched it out. He could feel that his right hand was full of an explosive force. This was power that the strife seal had given him. After he had successfully drawn up the strife seal, Lin Ming's strength had already reached 7,200 genes. This strength was even stronger than early post-condensation period martial artists, motionless like a mountain. With the flare of Lin Ming's imposing aura, his body began to release a formidable pressure. Some of the young elites of Sky Fortune City with weaker cultivations could not bear it and backed away. This was just like what an average person would feel when they confronted a wild and ferocious tiger. Even if they knew this tiger would not injure them, they could not help but back away. Good. What a commanding aura. Lin Ming's strong point is his strength and towering manner, and his speed is not so good. But Zhang Guanyu's strong point lies in his speed, and his strength is slightly lower. This could be said to be a duel between a peak strength powerhouse and a peak speed powerhouse. It really makes one look forward to it. A distinguished disciple of the Seven Profound Marital House said, "A duel of peak powerhouses? Hee. The strongest disciple within the 7 profound martial house is Ta Ku. Not only is his cultivation at the early bone forging stage, but he also has inborn divine strength. Zhang Guanyu is the fastest, Ta Ku is the strongest. When these two fight, that will truly be the match of peak powerhouses. As for Lin Ming, although he is a heaven-warping genius, he is still tender and inexperienced. Motionless like a mountain, I bet that the agile Zhang Guanyu will lead Lin Ming to dance around in circles. With Lin Ming's speed, I'm afraid that he might not even be able to touch the hem of Zhang Guanyu's clothes. And since Zhang Guanyu also cultivates the divine acacia power, his true essence and strength might not be lower than Lin Ming's. The result of this duel is already undeniable. A young aristocratic junior in silk robes sneered as he said this. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, there were enough young people that idolized Lin Ming that they were like an endless river of carp, but correspondingly, there were no small number of those young martial artists that were jealous of Lin Ming and hoped that he would suffer a loss and henceforth never be able to recover. This young man in a silk gown was also one of them. He believed that Lin Ming would one day be able to surpass Zhang Guanyu, but that was not today. Since Lin Ming had challenged Zhang Guanyu now, he would truly die miserably. Zhang Guanyu sneered and mockingly said, "Your imposing aura is good, but what a pity that it is useless against me. I am not Zhu Yan, and I have already seen through your body-tearing, bone-shattering fist." As he said this, the entire audience was startled, particularly Wang Yuhan. Her heart suddenly felt as if it was hanging by strings. The body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was Lin Ming's strongest ability. If Zhang Guanyu had already seen through Lin Ming's body-tearing, bone-shattering fist, then how could Lin Ming possibly win? However, Lin Ming completely did not care for Zhang Guanyu's words and disregarded them. He brightly smiled and said, "You're just playing mind games. With your garbage perception, you had cultivated the divine acacia power for more than half a year and harmed so many women, and yet you still haven't reached the second layer? You think that you could see through my body-tearing, bone-shattering fist with your garbage perception? Too laughable." As Lin Ming said this, Zhang Guanyu felt deeply aggrieved, and he was very angry. It was true that he had continually cultivated the divine acacia power and still hadn't reached the second layer. Therefore, he had worried that he would never reach large success of the divine acacia power's 7th layer in his entire life and attain the realm where he would have inexhaustible young essence. Lin Ming's words had stamped on his sore spot. A person shouldn't be so unrestrained. Now go die. As soon as Zhang Guanyu yelled out, his figure flashed, and even his shadow was lost. Those present could only hear a series of ta-ta footsteps and a sharp, piercing sound coming out from nowhere. This was the sound of a high-speed sword cutting through the wind. So fast. Heavens! Even my eyes cannot catch up to his speed. Is this really a speed that a human can hope to achieve? The young heroes and outstanding talents present all had a good ability to judge others' power, although they knew that there would be a disparity between Lin Ming and Zhang Guanyu. They hadn't thought that this difference would be like an endless gulf between them. This speed was so fast that not even the eye could follow. How would Lin Ming deal with this? One simply did not know where his sword would come from. Zhang Guanyu's speed was just like a rushing wind. Lin Ming gripped the heavy, profound, soft spear and stood motionless in the same place. One was an indistinct figure with rapid movements, and the other was standing completely still. Just looking at this momentum, Lin Ming was weaker. Zhang Guanyu flashed around to arrive at Lin Ming's back. He grinned fiendishly and aimed his sword to lop off Lin Ming's head. His sword reached an extreme of speed. Even sound was swallowed within it. Chapter 150 Pinnacle Movement Ability. Chapter 150 Pinnacle Movement Ability. Chapter 150 Pinnacle Movement Ability. Those present couldn't even clearly see the sword light. If this sword struck, then Lin Ming's head would be split in half. It was too late to even cry out in alarm, but Zhang Guanyu's sword actually hit nothing. It was as if Lin Ming had eyes on the back of his head. In that brief flash, as the sword fell, he took a strange half-step forwards, and it was as if he were a wisp of flame that had been blown away by a breeze, and he evaded Zhang Guanyu's sword by a hair's width. Zhang Guanyu was frustrated that his sword strike had failed. He did not believe that there was some evil force at hand, and he raised his sword to strike again. Chi, 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 chi. In that moment, not even Zhang Guanyu knew how many sword stabs he had made. His sword had completely integrated into the wind. There was only a blurry mirage of sword light. The sword blade had already completely vanished from sight. Seeing only sword light, and not the sword blade, was already a very high boundary of swordsmanship. But one could actually not clearly see the sword light from Zhang Guanyu's sword. Such a terrifyingly quick sword light enveloped Lin Ming from all sides. But in this moment, Lin Ming's figure also blurred, and a thick stack of afterimages appeared around his body. In the midst of these afterimages, Lin Ming looked like he moved, but also like he didn't move. But what was without a doubt was that Zhang Guanyu's sword stabs had all missed. This is what's going on. Murongzi had turned silly as she hid in that corner watching this decisive battle. Lin Ming had obviously been shrouded in so many sword lights, and yet not even a single hair of his had been touched. He was completely unscathed. What's going on? He's dodged everything. Bai Jingyan deeply inhaled, trying to keep her trembling voice as calm as possible. Lin Ming's movements were just too terrifying. Those martial artists familiar with movement abilities knew that this sword light was impossible to dodge with speed when it showered down like sword rain. The faster one sword drew to the limit of speed, the less time there would be to dodge, and the shorter gap between each sheen of sword light. Not only that, but the sword light was chaotic without almost any dead angle. To escape such sword light, one had to be at least as fast as that sword light. To accomplish this task of dodging the sword light, one also had to have extremely accurate eyesight, near instantaneous keen judgment, and the ability to control one's movement at the microscopic level, where one had exquisite control over every part of the body. They would have to make numerous short and quick movements in a split second in order to dodge that sword light. Lin Ming's thick stack of fuzzy afterimages were because he had made so many brief and rapid movements that it left behind a visual afterimage in that 1/10 of a second in a person's iris. This was simply the pinnacle of movement. But Lin Ming, why would he have such ghostly movement speed? Those young elites present were knowledgeable. If Bai Jingyan could think of this, then so could they. They knew how difficult a task this would be to dodge such a crowded sea of sword light. Who said that Lin Ming is weak? He needs to open his damn eyes to see. Could this really be called a weak point? The one speaking was the heavenly abode, disciple ranked 4th on the ranking stone. He knew that Lin Ming's previous assessment on the ranking stone had been 6th place. He didn't think that after several days, Lin Ming's strength would overtake his own. But now, looking at the present, his idea was simply a joke. How can this be? I remember that in the past, Lin Ming rarely moved on the battlefield. His basic fighting method was to meet an opponent's toughness head-on. Moreover, what he cultivates is the foundation movement technique. How can it possibly be that quick? An aristocratic junior said. He was the one that had spoken out loud that Lin Ming's weakness was his low speed. You're too stupid. Would you dare to say that Lin Ming's foundation spear technique is also weak? As for him not moving on the battlefield, that is obviously because of how weak his previous opponents were. There was no need for Lin Ming to display his terrifying movement skills. A prominent Lin maniac plausibly responded. He had an ominous aura that was motionless like a mountain, amazing strength, incomparably thick true essence, and simultaneously a peerless speed. He simply did not have a single weakness. Facing such an abnormal beast, How could one fight him? The fight on the military field was becoming increasingly intense. It was top movements against top movements. Zhang Guanyu's sword speed was accelerating, becoming more and more swift and violent, and the sword lights interweaved to a point where not even raindrops could enter. The countless sword lights had already split the military field into broken pieces. The stones under Lin Ming's feet were already broken to the point they could not be broken anymore. The largest fragment was the size of a fingernail. However, even under the aggression of such a violent blade storm, Lin Ming was casually strolling like he was taking a walk through a park. His steps had completely integrated into the concept of wind, and it was impossible to catch his exact location. Zhang Guanyu's sword light seemed to create a dense crisscross net, but there was always a first and a last sword stroke. Lin Ming was able to exploit this small difference in time, and his movements were like passing clouds and flowing water, acutely smooth and incomparably gentle. It was as if he wasn't even dodging the sword, but instead the approaching sword wind would blow him away. Murongzi stared with a vacant expression, eyes growing wide. She murmured, "It's impossible. No matter how fierce that farm animal is, the movement ability he chose is only the foundation movement technique. How can the foundation movement technique possibly have such speed?" Murongzi's question was also Bai Jingyun's question. She also thought it was strange. Since when had Lin Ming learnt such an extremely formidable movement ability? But at this moment, a fresh and pleasant voice said, "Lin Ming is using the foundation movement technique." Murongzi turned her head to see that the one speaking was Qin Xingxuan. At this time, Qin Xingxuan was looking towards the center of the field, and her eyes were filled with admiration and praise. The foundation movement technique? No way. Murongzi would rather be beaten to death than believe such propaganda. She also had some understanding of the foundation movement technique. Lin Ming's movements were completely different from the foundation movement technique. And moreover, would the foundation movement technique have such strangely abnormal speed? But as Bai Jingyun followed this point mentioned by Qin Xingxuan, she felt a faint hint of discovery. She looked again at Lin Ming's movements, and her complexion rapidly began to devolve into inexplicable horror. It really is the foundation movement technique. Lin Ming's movements are all steps from the foundation movement technique. But each step has been reduced to the lowest possible limit, and the speed of each step approaches the ultimate boundary. Yes, that's it. Qin Xingxuan nodded. What Lin Ming was displaying really was the foundation movement technique. What Golden Rock, shattering the void, stressed was comprehension of the concept and revolution of true essence. There were no requirements as to the required movements. To put it plainly, movement abilities that required certain steps were all mediocre garbage that belonged to offshoot branches. The truly formidable movement abilities all relied on comprehending the concept. As for the order of steps, it was arbitrary, and one could move as they pleased. If a movement ability was defined by how a martial artist's steps were, then it would inevitably become a shackle to that martial artist. How could it possibly display movement like passing clouds and flowing waters, where one's movement was like leisurely strolling through the yard? Lin Ming had already comprehended the concept of wind. Thus, every step he took was filled with the same lofty grace. He had chosen the foundation movement technique only to conceal the golden rock shattering the void. Under such an intense battle of speed, both persons consumed a large amount of energy, especially Zhang Guanyu. His movements were larger and flashier than Lin Ming's, and he was also the one attacking. His consumption of true essence and physical strength was higher. After several dozen breaths, Zhang Guanyu's true essence began to show signs of exhaustion. At that moment, Lin Ming took one step forward and thrust out his spear. Clang! There was a harsh grating sound of metal colliding with metal, and Zhang Guanyu suddenly froze. His sword was set in front of his body, blocking Lin Ming's spear. Zhang Guanyu was startled and uncertain as he looked at Lin Ming. He had just been about to revolve more true essence and release a new round of offensive attacks, but Lin Ming had suddenly struck out at his heart with his spear. In the throes of such fast movements, Zhang Guanyu's ability to dodge should have been very strong. He should have been able to easily avoid the spear like Lin Ming had avoided his sword. He did not know why, but Lin Ming's spear seemed to follow his movements and rush toward his heart. So Zhang Guanyu had no choice but to lift his sword to fend it. But how could a soft sword block a heavy spear? Zhang Guanyu could only pour a vast amount of true essence into the sword blade, and the result was that his blood was sent tumbling in his effort to block the spear, and his bodily flow was sent into a maddening disorder. He saw through my movements? Impossible! The movement ability I study comes from the 7 Profound Valleys top-tier movement technique, Shadowless Acacia. Not only that, but my movements were all erratic, and yet his spear that he sent found me. How could a thrust be so accurate? Zhang Guanyu had a great sense of humiliating frustration in his heart. His strongest point was his speed, but in terms of speed, he had been completely suppressed by Lin Ming. He only felt that the dazzling movement abilities he displayed were like a clown in a play. It was all useless work that had been ruined by a single thrust from Lin Ming. How did you do this? Your sword cut open the wind. So the wind simply betrayed you, Lin Ming said with a slight smile. After having comprehended the concept of wind, Lin Ming did not even need to use his eyes to look at Zhang Guanyu's movements. As long as he perceived the sensations of the wind, he was able to instantly judge Zhang Guanyu's position and path of movement. Zhang Guanyu certainly could not understand the meaning behind Lin Ming's words. His cheeks twitched, and he coldly said, "Just some misleading tricks. You truly let me be startled very much. Good, very good. I will put forth my complete strength to kill you." Zhang Guanyu extended his left hand's index and middle finger. He cut it with his long sword, and a wisp of fresh blood left his body and entered into the blade. At the same time, Zhang Guanyu's face began to turn a rosy red, and from that rosy red, he turned to the color of jade. His arms began to turn translucent, as if there were lights in body. Divine Acacia power. This is the divine Acacia power. Those present that had a wide range of knowledge immediately recognized what cultivation method it was that Zhang Guanyu had displayed at this time. The 7 Profound Valleys, divine Acacia power. This is a cultivation method that is only passed down to core disciples. Not even the heavenly abode disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House may learn it. Lin Ming is in danger. The divine Acacia power had deep true essence, and its moves were all sinister and ruthless. After Zhang Guanyu displayed the divine Acacia power, it immediately brought a strange aura. This aura was not formidable, yet there was an alternating bizarre coldness of the loins and burning of the breath. It made one experience countless illusions, almost causing the mind to fall. So formidable. The young elites present were not some average people of low ability, but still, facing this kind of weird, imposing aura from Zhang Guanyu, they were actually forced to stimulate true essence within their entire bodies to barely resist the attack of this aura. Just seeing this aura caused them to revolve true essence throughout their entire bodies to just barely resist. If one were to face Zhang Guanyu's attack head-on, how would they be able to fight back? This is the divine Acacia power. Facing Zhang Guanyu's bizarre aura, Lin Ming began to revolve the true essence within the tiny units in his body. True essence filaments emerged from his body and easily tore apart this strange aura, shattering it into nihility. Chapter 151 Measure for Measure. Chapter 151 Measure for Measure. Chapter 151 Measure for Measure. Divine Acacia power? Is this it? How mediocre. Lin Ming slightly shook his head. To think that this cultivation method would actually dare to call itself divine. This mystic power was truly worthless. Zhang Guanyu was formidable. This was not wrong. But all of his suppressing strength originated from his bone-forging stage cultivation. As for this divine acacia power, this cultivation brought forth a thick true essence, but it was impure. Perhaps it was because he had cultivated his carnal power with so many others, but whatever it was had caused impure true essence to mix into his body that hadn't yet been fully refined. So it had become like this: big but not firm, flashy but lacking all substance. Lin Ming quickly made a judgment. He could break through all of this with his flow-like-silk technique. Lin Ming, you ridiculed me that I could not break through to the second layer of the divine acacia power, and you're not wrong. Right now, I am only at the large success stage of the divine acacia power's first layer. For now, let's see just how long you can even deal with the divine acacia power's large success of the first layer. More useless words. Make your move. Lin Ming held his spear in one hand and pointed it straight at Zhang Guanyu. The silvery white 1200 gene heavy profound soft spear began to tremble from Lin Ming's striking aura. The air around them began to shudder as ripples appeared that were visible to the naked eye, seeming as if they could tear anything they touched to shreds. This effect was caused by the advancement of flow like silk when that terrifying vibrating true essence was poured into the heavy profound soft spear. This power clashed against Zhang Guanyu's aura, and the imaginary sounds of weapons striking each other reverberated in the air. In this moment, as Lin Ming stood up tall and commanding, the grandiose aura that he emitted caused the hearts of the young noble girls to madly jump. "Receive my sword, ecstasy cut," as Zhang Guanyu cried out. An illusionary sword appeared in the air, shrouded with a jade light, as if it was being bathed in red-hot flames. It turned into a series of phantasmal images that pierced towards Lin Ming. This sword move was not too fast, but that move emitted an aura that caused one to feel as if there was a disorder in space. The sword light was incomparably sharp, and it had simultaneously fused the strange aura of the divine acacia power with Zhang Guanyu's proud speed. POF. Zhang Guanyu pierced through Lin Ming's chest. Before the audience even had time to cry out in alarm, Lin Ming, who had been stabbed, began to slowly vanish. After image, Lin Ming's body had already unified with the wind, and his movements were erratic, drifting from place to place. This time, he did not use that nuanced microscopic level of movement, but instead he had opened distance between them and increased the sphere of his range. After Zhang Guanyu had used the divine acacia power, every move of his began to contain powerful true essence fluctuations. It would be easy to be injured if he tried to fend off that power in such a small area. Let's see just who is faster. Zhang Guanyu coldly snorted. His form rushed forward like a blinding tornado. Because he had already revolved the divine acacia power, his speed had accelerated, and his shadow seemed to have integrated into nothingness. Every sword move he made was swifter and fiercer, like bolts of lightning during a thunderstorm. Even a sword light was difficult to see. Pung, 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 pung. The sound of metal and true essence colliding in the air continuously sounded. Sword light and spear light glittered in the night sky. The formidable auras and shock waves were as if a tremendous wind had swept up the entire audience. The stone ground of the military field was broken apart like tofu, and a hail of stone chips flew into the air, scattering in all directions like a rain of arrows. Watch out! Although the military field was wide, the battle between these two young men was too crazily fierce in intensity. Raging true essence had been fired into the ground. Retreat! Step back! The young elites present frantically revolved their true essence to protect their bodies. Some young aristocrats who had low cultivations were protected by their bodyguards. Under their protection, they immediately retreated to a safe distance. This is simply too fearful. These flying rocks can put holes in the body. An aristocratic junior watched with his own wide eyes as a crushed stone was sent shooting out by the collision of true essence. It struck a stone column near the military field, and the result was that it had created an inch-deep hole before crumbling inside. This is only the aftermath of their true essence colliding. If I were to face these two, even if I were protecting myself with true essence, I fear I would already be turned into a hornet's nest. The one speaking was a martial artist at the early altering muscle stage. He was only an ordinary altering muscle martial artist, equivalent to a peak viscera training stage martial artist of the Seven Profound Martial House. He had heard the rumors about Lin Ming, but couldn't imagine that he could be as powerful as they said. Now he had finally witnessed the power of Lin Ming, who was also only at the altering muscle stage. Why is Lin Ming's speed so high? Is it the movement skill? He chose the foundation movement technique. Was he taught some top-tier movement technique after he began his 7 Profound Valleys core disciple test? The person speaking thought that only a top-tier movement technique of the 7 Profound Valleys could have such terrifying velocity. By now, an aristocratic junior, more familiar with movement techniques, spoke. She hesitated as she said, I think that what Lin Ming is using is the foundation movement technique. What kind of joke are you playing? I'm not lying. Look at Lin Ming's steps. Those are the slide step, fly on grass, mouse crossing street, carp diving through Dragon Gate. These are all the basic steps of the foundation movement technique. Because Lin Ming had opened the distance between himself and Zhang Guanyu, there were some aristocratic juniors with high enough cultivations that they could just barely keep up with his movements, but they had never thought that these ghostly movements were from the foundation movement technique. As soon as this point was raised, everyone began looking at Lin Ming's footsteps. The foundation movement technique was one of the common and looked down upon movement skills. Those present had some insight to this. As they looked, they were all completely startled into mindless shock. This truly was the foundation movement technique. How was this possible? Maybe this Lin Ming relied upon his monstrous perception and rewrote the foundation movement technique to improve it. And that's why he has this present speed. You say that's just going too far. Boom, boom, boom. Spear light surged, sword light chaotically danced, rocks broke, and endless true essence fluttered in the wind. Although Lin Ming was a full stage below Zhang Guanyu, he did not seem to be suppressed by him at all. Cool breeze cut, bright moonlight soared. In this protracted battle, Zhang Guanyu's offense became even more savage. In every few moves, he would swipe out with a martial skill because Zhang Guanyu's attack speed was so fast. In just one breath of time, he was able to release 2 martial skills at once. Damn, this is just too abnormal. He can also use martial skills like this, and with such thick true essence, if it were me, I would have already overdrawn my true essence after a few martial skills. No, what's more amazing is Lin Ming. Under the attacks of so many intense martial skills, can he still block them all? How is this possible? I heard that the manuals he chose were the foundation spear technique and the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. Not only that, but his cultivation is also inferior to Zhang Guanyu's. So how is he managing to stop all these martial skills? Some aristocratic juniors thought that was completely inconceivable. In their view, how could normal moves stop a martial skill, especially so many of them? True essence manifestation. A slightly cold voice suddenly sounded out. As soon as everyone turned to look, they were immediately surprised. The one speaking was Ling's son. Since the young elites of Sky Fortune City were invited to this grand banquet, of course Ling's son, who was the elder senior apprentice brother of the 7 Profound Martial House's heavenly abode, had also been invited. It was only that he had arrived very late. True essence manifestation could be used during any normal attack. The released true essence was able to condense and substantialize into a true form. so that every normal strike one made would be comparable to an ordinary martial artist's martial skill. Ling Sun knew as soon as Lin Ming had attained the 6th rank on the ranking stone that he had been able to manifest his true essence. Lin Ming was only at the early altering muscle stage, while Ling Sun himself had just reached a half step into the bone-forging stage several months ago. Even now, he was only barely able to touch the threshold of true essence manifestation. Moreover, what Ling Sun was most spooked by was not this true essence manifestation, but Lin Ming's movement. Ling Sun's appearance had caught the attention of many people. After all, Ling Sun's eyesight was far beyond all of them. Senior apprentice brother Ling, isn't true essence manifestation a level that only a pulse condensation martial artist can achieve? Isn't Lin Ming only at the altering muscle stage? Isn't this just too abnormal? Senior apprentice brother Ling, is Lin Ming displaying the foundation movement technique? How come his speed is so quick? Ling Sun took a deep breath and slowly said, what Lin Ming is displaying is truly the foundation movement technique. After Ling Sun confirmed their suspicions, everyone gasped as if the air had been sucked out of them. Naturally, none of them doubted Ling Sun's words. Senior apprentice brother Ling, how can the foundation movement technique be so fast? Ling Sun stayed silent. Even though Lin Ming was using the foundation movement technique, it seemed as if there was some profound mystery contained within his steps, something that he couldn't grasp. If there was anything different about the foundation movement technique that he knew about, then it would seem as if this version of the foundation movement technique contained some kind of soul and charm. This set of movements was alive. Zhang Guanyu's martial skills that he used began to grow swifter and more violent, because martial skills required some time to activate. Zhang Guanyu had also mixed in the skill of inscription from the inscription symbol that Lin Ming had drawn. With Zhang Guanyu's status, he did not lack any high-level martial skills. The power of this skill of inscription was not too great, but the speed with which he could use it was quicker. Thus Zhang Guanyu repeatedly used it. Haha, how does it feel being struck by the very skill of inscription that you created? Isn't it a wonderful feeling? You are just a person who digs his own grave. Zhang Guanyu insolently laughed. You really do speak so much nonsense. Your movements are so fast, and the wind coming from you is so fierce. You should be afraid of that wind cutting your blithe tongue. Humph, you court death. These two people began to increase their fighting tempo, and each strike was more brutal than the last. This level of battle, even a pulse condensation period martial artist would have their heart tremble if they saw this. Ecstasy cut. Zhang Guanyu's sword filled with true essence, and he took a forceful step forwards. The sword began to emit a keen wail, and the sword thrust out like a bolt of lightning. This was a martial skill that had been enhanced by the divine acacia power. Even sound seemed to be swallowed by it. Flow like silk. Lin Ming turned and thrust his spear out. Vibrating true essence scattered from him in all directions and surged towards Zhang Guanyu like a raging tide. With the medium-grade human step treasure, the heavy, profound, soft spear, Lin Ming's flow like silk had become even more powerful. However, as Zhang Guanyu faced this vibrating true essence, he only grinned like a madman. The true essence in his sword suddenly contracted and congealed into a sharp shape just like needle stabbed out at Lin Ming. Po, 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 po. The layer upon layer of wave-like vibrating true essence was punctured by Zhang Guanyu's sword, as if it were a strip of cloth, and he instantly arrived in front of Lin Ming. Clang! Zhang Guanyu's sword stabbed at Lin Ming's spear shaft. The straight, heavy, profound, soft spear was immediately impacted by a formidable strength and turned into a silver crescent. Chapter 152, Thunderbolt, Devil Fire Bead. Chapter 152, Thunderbolt Devilfire Bead. Chapter 152, Thunderbolt Devilfire Bead. Yeah, that sword in Zhang Guanyu's hands was a high-grade human step treasure. If Lin Ming had been holding the dark purple elastic iron spear, then this sword would have already pierced straight through the spear shaft. Lin Ming only felt an unrivaled sharp strength vigorously transmit through him, and his body flew back in the air. He tumbled backwards for several dozens of feet before using his own strength to hold himself down, but the blood in his chest was still roiling from the impact. So strong. Lin Ming could not help but acknowledge that even though Zhang Guanyu's true essence was impure, his strength was utterly dreadful. That slender sword bent a heavy spear. His sword was flooded with true essence. And with that irresistible strength, that sword forced me back so much. Zhang Guanyu is truly fierce. Zhang Guanyu was grinning like demon. He said, "Lin Ming, I told you that I already saw through you body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. As long as I concentrate my true essence into a thin shape, I can use it to pierce through your vibrating true essence and expose your weakness." Expose my weakness? Lin Ming smiled. This move might be somewhat useful to deal with the original body-tearing, bone-shattering fist, but against flow like silk, it was pointless. The total wisdom of the realm of the gods had accumulated for countless millennia and repeatedly tempered into the chaotic virtues combat meridians. How could it be something that someone as insignificant like Zhang Guanyu could break? Lin Ming, resign yourself to fate. Today, I will end the myth of your genius. Zhang Guanyu howled like a depraved beast. The sword in his hand began to emit a keening wail, as if there were countless ghosts circling around the blade. With a loud explosion, the stones under Zhang Guanyu's feet began to crack apart. He just die. Life-severing dead bone blade. Life-severing dead bone blade. Qin Xingxuan frowned. This was an incomparably vicious and evil move, and it was also the most powerful maneuver within the first layer of the divine Acacia power. The divine Acacia power was a unification of martial skills and heart mantras. It was a demonic art that belonged to the path of evil. This so-called demonic art was one that was filled with heretical and diabolical ways. For instance, using women, devouring, going berserk. These were all methods in order to increase one's strength and cultivation in a short time. It was easy for this cultivation method to cause one to be taken over by their darkest obsessions, as if they were possessed by the devil. The sword would become slanted, and the style was insidious beyond measure. It could even cause damage to oneself. The life-severing dead bone blade was a sword move that released countless wronged spirits. Once this blade stabbed into its enemy, their true essence would be reversed, and it could absorb their flesh and blood life essence. If one's cultivation was poor, then with a stab of the sword, it could even turn an enemy into bleached bones. Even a martial artist at a high cultivation who had thick true essence would suffer a miserable fate if they were stabbed by this sword. Their body would lose much of their inner vitality, and it would cause the body to atrophy and wither away. The meridians, muscles, and tendons would all be wasted away until they were finally turned into a disabled vegetable. This kind of disability could only be cured by the rare material human life-death bone flesh. Otherwise, it was simply impossible to cure. And this kind of rare material treasure was actually not something that a large sect like the Seven Profound Valleys could even make. If one were to be struck by this life-severing dead bone blade, then their entire life's martial arts cultivation would be half wiped out, or even completely ruined. However, although this life-severing dead bone blade was a perverse and malefic move, one could not freely use it. This sword move would cause whoever used it to have their mind and soul eroded by the unjust ghosts, and it would cause their personality to turn to chaos until they finally became a mind-touched devil. This Zhang Guanyu is truly black-hearted. He would actually dare to use this move. He is determined to destroy Lin Ming. Qin Xingxuan was a core disciple of the Seven Profound Valleys, so she understood what effect the life-severing dead bone blade had. When she said this, Wang Yuhan's heart suddenly painfully clenched. Lin Ming's body-tearing, bone-shattering fist had already been suppressed. How would he confront this life-severing dead bone blade? Zhang Guanyu's sword had not even thrust out, yet Lin Ming could already feel a chilly wind blowing at him. This icy wind seemed to turn into a mass of aggrieved souls that wrapped around his hands and feet, suddenly slowing down Lin Ming's movements. Lin Ming frowned. This sword move can actually affect my movements? Ha! This is my strongest move. It is impossible for you to hide. Zhang Guanyu let loose a demented cackle. His handsome face had already been completely twisted from before, and now it was just a mockery of a human. Countless ghosts emerged from Zhang Guanyu's body. His hair was completely loose and blown up by the chilling breeze. Like this, he seemed to have wholly become a demon. Don't worry. I will let you keep your life. Zhang Guanyu cried out like an evil monster, and his sword thrust towards Lin Ming. Those myriad ghosts condensed onto Zhang Guanyu's sword, and the sword blade completely turned white like bleached bones. It was as if Zhang Guanyu was not holding a sword in his hand, but a white bone. Seeing this sword thrust reflected in his eyes, Lin Ming let loose a roar. True essence began to rapidly circulate throughout his body, and the heretical god seed in Lin Ming's heart began to issue forth a blazing light. The highly compressed true essence scattered outwards and rushed into Lin Ming's body and blood. Heretical god force. Open. The first layer of the heretical god force could instantly increase one's strength and true essence by 50%. In addition to the increased power from the strife seal, Lin Ming only felt his entire body blazing with fighting spirit. Not only that, but all the accumulated momentum from his previous collisions with Zhang Guanyu instantly erupted at once. His spear thrust out and swept away the world. As his unstoppable momentum burst forth, all the haunting ghosts that had affected his speed were blown away without a trace. Lin Ming was instantly restored to his peak speed. However, he did not intend to hide. His body contained a raging warlike thirst. He was like a volcano that had reached the critical point. He must erupt. I'll let you see the true flow like silk. Ooh. Flood dragon goes to sea. Lin Ming's spear flew forwards. With a loud explosion, the ground underneath his feet completely ruptured. The cracks spread like an ever-widening spider web. For a time, it was as if a true flood dragon had rushed out from Lin Ming's silver spear. True essence rioted, and space seemed to be compressed as a terrible strength formed visible ripples in the air. It swept through the broken tiles on the floor and scattered them like a hurricane. Bang! Lin Ming's spear, which contained the peak of his strength, struck Zhang Guanyu's life-severing dead bone blade. In that moment, all the tiny units within Lin Ming's body began to vibrate together and instantly turned into 5,000 filaments of true essence. These 5,000 true essence filaments were just like 5,000 ominous, little, and ferocious flood dragons that rushed at Zhang Guanyu. Cha, 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 cha. The life-severing dead bone blade that held so many ghosts was similar to waste paper as the small flood dragons lunged in and bit through. This was a completely one-sided crushing. The 5,000 true essence filaments broke through the life-severing dead bone blade and immediately rushed into Zhang Guanyu just like a rampaging pack of wild beasts. Zhang Guanyu had already reached the bone-forging stage, and true essence had sunk into his bones. His inner body's defensive capabilities were simply amazing. But how could this keep off 5,000 true essence threads of vibrating true essence enhanced by the heretical god force? Ah, 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 ah. Zhang Guanyu issued a piercing scream that turned into pitiful wails. Many of his organs had been torn, countless blood vessels had ruptured, and fresh blood spurted out from his body. Zhang Guanyu dropped his sword. It was as if his entire body had been turned inside out, and his body was like a broken bag of blood that crumpled to the ground. There was total silence among the audience. Zhang Guanyu's strongest move, the most brutal and savage finishing blow of the divine Acacia Power's first layer, life-severing deadbone blade, had actually been sent flying with one thrust of Lin Ming's spear. Looking at the arena under Lin Ming's feet, and the ring of cracks that were like a giant spider web that spread for dozens of feet, this was the utterly cataclysmic power which was created by the overwhelming true essence and strength of a monstrous genius. The seven profound martial house master had given Lin Ming a test to defeat Zhang Guanyu in 4 months. Now he had finished in only 2.5 months. And not only that, but he defeated Zhang Guanyu in his strongest state with the might of a single spear. Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear did not even have an inscription symbol placed on it. This was just too terrifying. With Lin Ming, no matter how impossible things seemed, it would become a likely possibility. Zhang Guanyu's 5 organs had been broken, and he had lost a massive amount of blood. But still, his facial muscles contorted as if they were about to break, and his heart was filled to the brim with agonizing hatred. Lin Ming, I will kill you. Zhang Guanyu bit his tongue and reached out a hand to the gray spatial ring he had. This scene immediately aroused Lin Ming's vigilance. He clearly remembered that before this fight began, Ouyang Dihua had quietly given Zhang Guanyu a spatial ring that was the same one he was now reaching for. With Ouyang Dihua's background in the 7 profound valleys, anything he gave was certainly not some commonplace object. Lin Ming's heart was filled with a great sense of crisis. Without a word, he aimed his spear at Zhang Guanyu's hand and shot out the heavy, profound, soft spear. Whoosh! The 1200 gene heavy, profound, soft spear broke free with a shrill sound as it flew out. The inherent power within it was extremely horrifying. Zhang Guanyu had just taken out the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead when that heavy, profound, soft spear pierced the palm of his hand. With mere flesh and blood that had already lost its true essence protection facing such a relentless strength, the results could be imagined. Po! Zhang Guanyu's pale and slender hand was like a block of tofu that was smashed apart by a heavy hammer. Zhang Guanyu held on to his broken wrist and screamed in pain. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly rushed forwards and aimed a palm at Zhang Guanyu's back. Pulse-cutting palm. Stop! Lin Ming's ears rang with the sound of Ouyang Dihua's shout. But Lin Ming did not listen to him and still struck his palm towards Zhang Guanyu. Ouyang Dihua coldly coughed, and his body that had been relaxed and sitting suddenly and violent rushed out. The chair he was sitting in was broken apart by the explosive strength and scattered everywhere. Ouyang Dihua had wanted to wait for Zhang Guanyu to throw the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead and severely wound, or even kill Lin Ming. The Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead was made by an array master of the 7 profound valleys. It could kill even an early pulse condensation period martial artist. This sort of treasure could only be produced by a large sect, and it was an absolutely forbidden item within the mortal world. Ouyang Dihua believed that if Lin Ming were to be directly struck by the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead, then he would meet certain death. Even if it only partially touched him, he would still be seriously injured or disabled. But he had never expected that Lin Ming would be so decisive. Just at the moment when Zhang Guanyu had taken out the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead, Lin Ming had already thrown the heavy, profound, soft spear and turned Zhang Guanyu's hand into ground meat. Now Zhang Guanyu had already lost all of his strength to resist, and yet Lin Ming still wanted to use a heavy hand to injure him. How could Ouyang Dihua idly sit by and do nothing? After all, Zhang Guanyu was intimately involved with the acquisition of the 12 pure Yin girls. If Zhang Guanyu died, then the entire reason that he came to the Sky Fortune Kingdom would be for naught. Impudence. Seeing Lin Ming simply ignore his orders and still rush at Zhang Guanyu, Ouyang Dihua felt a rising rage in his heart. He raised his true essence and struck out a palm towards Lin Ming. In this palm strike, Ouyang Dihua had mercilessly used his full strength. It was meant to seriously injure or even kill Lin Ming. Just when he thought he had reached Lin Ming's path and was prepared to kill Lin Ming's speed suddenly shot up, golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming used the powered state of the heretical god force to display the golden rock shattering the void. In that instant, his speed had reached an extreme velocity. Compared to when he had faced Zhang Guanyu a moment ago, he was over 50% faster. This phantom-like speed had already far exceeded Ouyang Dihua's maximum speed. Ouyang Dihua's palm hit nothing but air. Chapter 153, Oppressing Aura. Chapter 153, Oppressing Aura. Chapter 153, Oppressing Aura. Peng. Ouyang Dihua's palm wind struck a stone column that was at the edge of the military field and instantly split it apart. Meanwhile, Lin Ming had already flickered like a ray of light to Zhang Guanyu's side. His palm struck down, and a merciless handprint appeared on Zhang Guanyu's back. Pulse-cutting palm. Lin Ming's true essence infiltrated into Zhang Guanyu's body. At this time, Zhang Guanyu had already completely lost any means of resistance, so the true essence rapidly spread out, unobstructed, across all of Zhang Guanyu's meridians. His meridians were smashed apart by the rushing true essence, including many key points, pores, and all else. Everything was utterly ravaged. Zhang Guanyu stiffly groaned and fainted. This sudden change in events caused everyone to gasp. Lin Ming had ignored Ouyang Dihua's command, and moreover he had abruptly broken through Ouyang Dihua's interference to strike a palm upon Zhang Guanyu. Did this not mean that Lin Ming's speed was quicker than Ouyang Dihua's? Ouyang Dihua actually could not stop Lin Ming. Lin Ming is too terrifying. Ouyang Dihua is the direct disciple of an elder. He's definitely not some ordinary pulse condensation period martial artist. And Lin Ming is only at the altering muscle stage. These people discussed in a low voice with each other through true essence sound transmission. The looks upon their faces as they gazed at Lin Ming were filled with reverence and even fear. After he used a single palm to cut off the root of so many future troubles, Lin Ming deliberately picked up the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead that was by Zhang Guanyu. Although it was the first time that he had seen something like this, Lin Ming could approximately guess what it did. It must be some kind of destructive concealed weapon. As he examined the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead, Lin Ming could feel a tingling sensation akin to arrows piercing his back. He calmly turned around to see Ouyang Dihua balefully gazing at him. Ouyang had never been as angry as he was today. He was already mad enough that Lin Ming had ignored his order, but what he could not accept the most was that his attack, in which he had invested his full strength to stop Lin Ming, had actually been evaded by him, and thus failed. This caused him to lose a great amount of face. He was a martial artist at the pulse condensation period. He was 24 years old, and was also a direct disciple of a 7 Profound Valleys elder. Lin Ming was only a quasi-core disciple, 15 years old, and his cultivation was at the early altering muscle stage. He had actually been beaten by Lin Ming, and his palm had struck nothing but empty air. He could only helplessly look on as this little brat struck Zhang Guanyu with a heavy hand. He was older than Lin Ming by 9 years. His life had just been all in vain. Now where had all his dignity gone? His martial talent was not anything too outstanding. The reason he was able to become a direct disciple of an elder was because his uncle was the 3rd elder of the Acacia faction. What he hated the most was those that spoke behind his back and said, "This Ouyang Dihua only relied on his relations to become a core disciple. He has no skill at all." Good. Very good. you did not listen to my orders and still maliciously attacked Zhang Guanyu when he had lost all ability to resist. Just by this alone, I can cripple you." Ouyang Dihua clenched his fists, his eyes glazed over with hate, as he wished he could just eat Lin Ming alive. Lin Ming did not have a change of expression. He flashed the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead in his hand, and confidently said, "Sir Seven Profound Envoy, I think that you should recognize this. Zhang Guanyu wanted to use this against me. I don't believe this is allowed in the rules of this duel. This is probably something that can only be refined by a large sect. Its power can be imagined. How can you say he had lost the ability to resist? Is Sir Seven Profound Envoys meaning that I should hold out my neck and let him cut off my head? Should I have waited until Zhang Guanyu severely injured me before I dealt with him? I'm sorry, I'm simply not someone so noble. Also, there are many important people present. Since this thing's power is so great, wouldn't it be horrible if he threw this out and injured everybody? It doesn't take much true essence to throw this. As long as Zhang Guanyu has even a breath of life left in himself, he can readily throw this out. That's why I had to stop him. I only put him to sleep. The palm I used was a bit heavy a moment ago, but I made sure not to remove Sir Zhang's hand. I'm sorry, I truly do feel regret, but I was helplessly forced to act." Taking 10,000 steps back, I say that even if I was to be cruel, Sir Zhang and I have already signed a life-death contract before this, and we have even pressed our thumbs as proof, so that any life-threatening wounds cannot be investigated. Mr. Ouyang, don't you remember? Lin Ming's reasoning caused Ouyang Dihua to tremble with rage. That palm was not too heavy. Although Ouyang Dihua did not understand what profound mysteries were contained within that palm strike, what he certainly knew was that with Lin Ming's decisive and vicious movement, that palm absolutely had done some great harm to Zhang Guanyu. Coupled with the fact that before he had already ruined Zhang Guanyu's right hand and turned it into nothing more than ravaged meat and broken bones. Without rare and valuable medicine that could regrow limbs, it would simply not heal well. It seemed that from here on out, Zhang Guanyu's martial path had come to a full stop. This Zhang Guanyu was a person whose heart was simply too proud. He could not tolerate even a small failure, much less a failure of this level. Perhaps his heart of martial arts had been totally defeated, and he would never be able to recover. Zhang Guanyu's entire life could now be considered over. It just so happened that Lin Ming's vicious move was actually not wrong, nor against the rules. Just before, Zhang Guanyu had wanted to kill Lin Ming, and this Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead was the evidence. According to the regulations of the Seven Profound Martial House, one could not kill an opponent in battle or deliberately disable them when they had lost the ability to resist counterattacks, or else they would be subject to certain punishments. But now Lin Ming hadn't actually killed his opponent, nor had he disabled his opponent once they had lost any means to resist. What he did was a legitimate defense, so there was simply no violation of any rules. This caused Ouyang Dihua to almost go crazy with vexation. Not only that, but they had also signed the life-death contract before the duel, so Ouyang Dihua could not find fault with Lin Ming. Therefore, he had no means to deal with Lin Ming. He was a 24-year-old man, while Lin Ming was only a 15-year-old youth. If he relied on his cultivation to intimidate, it would be seen as an elder bullying the younger generation. If he had no appropriate reason to deal with Lin Ming, then any actions could not be justified. Moreover, Ouyang Dihua thought back to Lin Ming's elusive speed, and he began to lack self-confidence. If he was able to suppress Lin Ming with his absolute power, then that would be good. However, if he still could not defeat Lin Ming in several moves, then he would really want to hit his head on a wall and die. This 9-year gap would simply be too laughable a matter. But today he could not forget this matter or let it go, or else his dignity would be gone. The atmosphere was very solemn and grim. Anybody could see that the sparks between Lin Ming and Ouyang Dihua were about to burst. These two were a future 7 profound envoy and a current 7 profound envoy that were in opposition to each other. Of course, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Ming was the weaker party. Lin Ming is in danger. Ouyang Dihua is not someone to be trifled with. Even the 7 profound Martial House master has to treat him with a bit of respect. The youth has courage. Now that Lin Ming has provoked Ouyang Dihua before he has grown, I'm afraid that Lin Ming will have dark days from here on out. Don't look down on Lin Ming. Just look at all the enemies Lin Ming has made. Zhang Tsang, Zhu Yan, Zhang Guanyu all have been defeated by Lin Ming. Zhang Tsang and Zhu Yan are too weak, but leaving them aside, isn't Zhang Guanyu at the peak, whether it is cultivation or individual strength? The truth was that there was an enemy that no one dared to name out loud. This was the 10th Prince Yang Zhen. Yang Zhen had been tightly and significantly suppressed by Lin Ming. He could only smile at front of Lin Ming, not caring about keeping any face. He only needed to look at those who cared about face, such as Zhang Tsang, Zhu Yan, and Zhang Guanyu, to see that they were all finished. The 10th Prince Yang Zhen was wise. Every day he could play ball with Lin Ming was an extra day. Many of those present shared a different view. Some worried over Lin Ming, and some, who liked to gloat over others' misfortunes, looked forward to seeing Lin Ming be played to death by Ouyang Dihua. Lin Ming was powerful, but behind Ouyang Dihua was an elder of the 7 profound valleys. Such a character could easily send down a 7 profound decree that could even cause a nation to switch rulers and change the name of the land. Even if Lin Ming reached the pulse condensation period, he would not dare to move against Ouyang Dihua. Otherwise, that would simply be courting death. In all the controversy, Bai Jingyun was silently biting her lips as she looked at Lin Ming with a very complex expression. She still had half a year. The day on which her filial obligations to mourn the death of her father for 3 years would end was in half a year. After the mourning period had ended, that was the day Ouyang Dihua would propose marriage. Bai Jingyun did not expect that her grandfather, who had to worry about the family interests, would have the courage to refuse this marriage. She also didn't expect that Ouyang Dihua would simply forget about her. Although Ouyang Dihua hadn't even spoken a few words to her at the banquet today, that was only because the timing was not suitable. Bai Jingyun had clearly seen Ouyang Dihua's eyes when he looked at her, and those eyes were filled with greed and immorality. Bai Jingyun had already resigned herself to her fate, but now she saw that Lin Ming and Ouyang Dihua were enemies. This caused her heart to clench. Maybe, just maybe, there was a 1% possibility that Lin Ming could rescue her from the fiery pit. On the military field, Ouyang Dihua took 1 step at a time towards Lin Ming. Every time he took 1 step, his horrible aura would become 1 point stronger. His footsteps caused the hearts of those who looked to beat, as if they were resonating with them. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Since I cannot move against you, then I will force you to submit. As Ouyang Dihua, fiercely though this, the aura of his body suddenly erupted. He wanted to rely on the virtue of his grand presence to oppress Lin Ming until he could not persist any longer and had to yield. Ouyang Dihua had already cultivated his divine acacia power to the peak of the 3rd layer. He was just missing 1 step before he could break through to the 4th layer. His imposing aura was much more perilous than Zhang Guanyu's. With every step, all sorts of chaotic illusions and demons seemed to rush upwards like a swelling tide that covered Lin Ming. Those standing around Ouyang Dihua were forced to retreat. This aura was extremely weird and ghastly. As soon as it spread to them, they immediately felt illusory nightmares appear before them, and their minds almost failed. "My lord, be careful." A guard saw that his master already gone stupid, and saliva was dribbling from the corners of his mouth. He wanted to shake him up and wake him from this nightmare, but he knew it was useless. he could only throw him over his back and carry him beyond the range which Ouyang Dihua's terrifying aura covered. Many of the elite present had martial artist cultivation that was too low to resist the nature of Ouyang Dihua's perplexing aura. Even those martial artists at the flesh training and viscera training stages did not feel good, and were forced to revolve the true essence within their entire bodies to resist Ouyang Dihua's oppressive presence. There were those whose cultivations were simply too weak, and, not giving any thought to face, simply ran away. A post-condensation period martial artist from the 7 profound valleys was truly formidable. These elite nobles in the audience had only been brushed by this aura, and yet they had suffered so miserably. Lin Ming was actually bearing the full brunt of the pressure on the field. How difficult it was could only be imagined. But when everyone finally, with a great deal of effort, stabilized their own minds and consciousnesses against the chaotic illusions, they were stunned as they looked towards Lin Ming. They also saw Lin Ming standing idly by, looking unconcerned. Both of his hands were held against his chest, and he was freely standing in the center of the military field. The heavy, profound, soft spear was hugged in his arms, up against his chest. And as they turned to his expression, they saw that Lin Ming was looking towards Ouyang Dihua, as if he were just some playful monkey. Chapter 154 Qinzia. Chapter 154 Qinzia. Chapter 154 Qinzia. The divine acacia power was ultimately a deviant and perverse cultivation method. After one cultivated the divine acacia power, their aura would be filled with a twisted and immoral momentum. If a martial artist was enveloped in this, their minds would be unable to cope with the endlessly aberrant illusions, and they would expose the ugliness of their hearts. But Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was especially pure and true. Not only that, but Lin Ming cultivated the extreme, yang, chaotic virtues combat meridians, so his true essence was incomparably thick. His martial arts aura was like an unyielding bridge, motionless like a mountain. Because of this, these endless illusory phantoms were simply a joke to Lin Ming. Ouyang Dihua's cultivation was only at the pulse condensation period. Even if he was at the Hotian realm, Lin Ming would still be able to resist his aura. That's why the current scene was like such. Despite how Ouyang Dihua exerted his aura, Lin Ming remained unimpressed and unmoved. This caused Ouyang Dihua to look like nothing more than a stage clown. As everyone present saw this scene, they were shocked silly. While facing Ouyang Dihua's oppressive aura, Lin Ming did not appear to be the least bit affected by it. This was just too ridiculous. It was simply a slap to the face. Within the crowd, Bai Jingyun was blankly looking towards Lin Ming's figure. She hadn't thought that under such a terrible pressure, Lin Ming could remain calm and tranquil, as if he possessed a worthy arrogance that looked down upon all others. To Lin Ming, Ouyang Dihua's oppressive aura was like a meager spider web that was easily shaken off. Regardless of whether it was a moment ago when he was facing Zhang Guanyu, or now, Lin Ming's aura was peerlessly sharp. It was able to destroy even unbreakable defenses. It was like a long spear that cut through all. At that moment, Bai Jingyun's heartbeat sped up with bewilderment. He was calm and restrained like an immutable mountain, but when combat broke out, he was like a limitless edge, stunning the world. Maybe, just maybe, he could win. Thinking this, Bai Jingyun grasped the collar of her dress, short of breath. In the tiny, desolate corner where she was standing, no one had noticed her expression. This included Murongzi, who was quietly standing with her head, C***KED. On the military field, the longer Lin Ming remained calm, the more Ouyang Dihua was discredited and thoroughly embarrassed. Some people could not bear to continue watching. Just how would Ouyang Dihua end this play today? To those of a lofty status, what they regarded as the most important was face, and Lin Ming was simply not giving him any face. Lin Ming is just too abnormal. Still, I don't think it's wise for him to be so resistant to Ouyang Dihua's aura. He should yield a little bit and give Ouyang Dihua an opportunity to step down. Some people murmured, "Yield." Morongzi happened to hear. She sneered and coldly said, if Lin Ming really did yield even a little, then he would not be able to resist Ouyang Dihua's aura. Ouyang Dihua will not let Lin Ming go so easily. He will have Lin Ming be just like those idiots a moment ago with their drooling mouths, dull eyes, and acting like some buffoons. That's simply no better than a pig. The atmosphere became increasingly intense. Since things had already come to this point, it had long passed any chance of peaceful resolution. But at this moment, a boisterous laughter suddenly sounded in the air. This laughter was particularly rich. When one first heard it, it was still very far away, and in the next second it rang in everyone's ears. Before anyone could react, a man in flowing white robes appeared in front of the crowd, holding a long zither in his arms. The man was tall and slender, with thick, bushy eyebrows. Standing there, he was cloaked in a timeless grace. Those who saw him could not help but feel a sense of palpable awe emerging from their hearts. As this person appeared, the suppressing pressure that Ouyang Dihua was emitting suddenly scattered into the wind. Without a doubt, this person's strength was far more formidable than Ouyang Dihua. Martial House Master? Qin Xingxuan was shocked. She rarely saw the mysterious seven profound Martial House Master. His movements were erratic, and he drifted from place to place. His strength was incomparably deep. He had already stalled at the peak Hotian boundary for a very long time, and it was said that he had already taken a half-step into the Xiantian realm. Ouyang Dihua's mouth twitched as soon as he saw this man, who was holding a long zither, appear, and he took advantage of this moment to withdraw his aura. This zither-holding man was the seven profound Martial House Master, Qin Zia. Before Qin Zia joined the seven profound valleys, he was only a mere wandering musician. Afterwards, he had done his obeisance and entered into the seven profound valleys zither faction. At that time, he was already 20 years old. Since Qin Zia had started cultivating martial arts at 20 years of age, he had already missed the golden period for a martial artist to cultivate. Still, as things were, he managed to unexpectedly enter into the pulse condensation period at 31 years, and then stepped into the Hotian realm at 36 years of age. When he was 45 years old, he had reached the peak Hotian realm. Such a talented genius of cultivation had shocked even the elders of the seven profound valleys. However, it was a great loss that he had missed the golden age for a martial artist to cultivate. So even though Qin Zia was reborn, he had encountered an enormous bottleneck as he tried to enter the Xiantian realm. Now, he toured the world at his mercy of his own whim, and also held the post of Sky Fortune Kingdom's seven profound Martial House Master. This was because he wished to travel and find a breakthrough in his mind, and also in his zither skill. Sir Ouyang, can you consider giving me face and consider this matter ended today? How about it? Qin Zia said this, smiling. His voice had a very strange fondness, as though one were listening to a spring breeze. After a silence, Ouyang Dihua quietly said, since Martial House Master Qin says so, I naturally will not pursue this matter. Since Qin Zia had personally showed up, Ouyang Dihua would certainly take this opportunity and show him respect. Ouyang Dihua was also a bit in awe of Qin Zia. Once Qin Zia entered the Xiantian realm, he would also be an elder. With his talent in the zither arts, his status would not necessarily be lower than his uncle's. Little brother Lin, this is for you. Qin Zia flicked his wrist. It wasn't clear how he moved, but a crimson-colored lingji the size of a baby's palm appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the blood lingji flew towards Lin Ming as if it had some sort of intelligence. 500-year-old blood lingji. After Lin Ming caught the blood lingji, he could feel the rich essence begin to flow into his hand. His heart couldn't help but rapidly beat with excitement. A 500-year-old bloodlingji was extremely rare. Only a large sect would know the secret methods with which to cultivate it, and their survival rate were also very low. Most bloodlingji reached the end of their lifespan at 300 years of age. If the plant was not picked, then it would simply be wasted. A 300-year-old bloodlingji grew to the size of a washbowl and was considered an incomparably wondrous miracle medicine in the world of mortal men. This sort of bloodlingji was already very precious. A bloodlingji that was older would be much harder to find in the mortal world. There were only some sacred mountains that were rich in spiritual essence that the largest sects could look through. When a bloodlingji reached 300 years of age, its essence would begin to compress, and it would gradually decrease in size. A 400-year-old bloodlingji was the size of a scoop, but a 500-year-old bloodlingji was only the size of a baby's palm. Although the bloodlingji was smaller, what was concentrated was actually its enriching essence. This bloodlingji was able to supplement one's flesh and body, causing a martial artist's vitality to be especially buoyant, and also increase one's strength. A 500-year-old bloodlingji was a wondrous medicine that martial artists who seeked strength yearned for in their every waking dream. As those present saw this faint aroma that was emitted by the crimson bloodlingji, their hearts moved. Some people even took a deep gulp. This sort of miracle medicine simply could not be bought by money. Before, Elder Wang had passed down a decree to Lin Ming. There were 4 promised rewards. They were the heavy, profound soft spear, the 500-year-old bloodlingji, the blue miracle pill, and the body's spiritual ichor. Although these rewards were staggeringly impressive, no one actually believed that Lin Ming could possibly obtain them. But now Lin Ming had obtained more than one. As for the rest, it was not an extreme impossibility that he could take those 2. This made those present feel jealous, yet helpless. Lin Ming's strength had already been displayed before their eyes. There were no words they could say. Lin Ming held the bloodlingji in both hands and respectfully bowed to Qin Zia. He said, "Thank you, Martial House Master." "Ha, do not thank me. This lingji is not mine, but from the 7 profound valleys to be a reward given to gifted disciples. Since you passed the test that I set for you, then you have earned this bloodlingji." Lin Ming placed the bloodlingji inside his spatial ring, and he also put away the thunderbolt devil fire bead that he had picked up. He had no intentions of giving this bead back to Ouyang Dihua. He guessed that Ouyang Dihua would not confront him over this, and moreover, Ouyang Dihua would not want to admit that he gave this bead to Zhang Guanyu. As Ouyang Dihua saw Lin Ming's movement, his complexion became increasingly gloomy. Lin Ming, since you covet the thunderbolt devil fire bead so much, then you should use it well. I will wait for the day that you casually experiment with it, and then kill yourself in the explosion. Because of the duel between Zhang Guanyu and Lin Ming, the original act of the grand banquet had already completely lost any meaning. And now, with the appearance of the 7 profound Martial House Master, Qin Zia, the atmosphere had reached its climax. As far as martial artists were concerned, to meet the 7 profound Martial House Master was similar to a commoner meeting the emperor. He had supreme authority, and his strength far exceeded anyone else in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if it were a famous Hotian master like Muyi or Wang Xuanji, in the presence of Qin Zia, they weren't even worth mentioning. Ouyang Dihua had no interest in staying any longer. He patiently controlled his temper and said a few polite words to Qin Zia, and then flicked his sleeve and stormed away. Qin Zia had no intention to stay either. After all, he was a figure that liked to flit around with the wind. After he drank a few cups of tea, he also departed of this grand banquet. Although the original purpose had been completely washed away, most of the guests were still in high spirits. They had witnessed all kinds of battles. It could be said that the night had reached climax after climax, and they were fully satisfied. Of course, there were also those that were in a grim mood, such as the 10th Prince Yongzhen. He had never imagined that Zhang Guanyu would suffer a crushing defeat by Lin Ming and even have his hand turned into mush. Zhang Guanyu had wanted to cripple Lin Ming, and the result was that he became partially disabled. The 10th prince had just found an ally, but now that ally was already finished. Also, Zhang Guanyu was the one that linked him to Ouyang Dihua. Without Zhang Guanyu, it wasn't certain that Ouyang Dihua would continue supporting him. Thinking this, Yang Zhen felt nothing but bitterness. Lin Ming was simply his life's darkest nemesis. Certainly, there was one present who was in a much grimmer mood. This was the Allied Trade Association's head of the Zhang family, Zhang Fengxian. When Zhang Guanyu was taken away, Zhang Fengxian felt as if the raging blood in his heart was rolling. He was immediately filled with a monstrous killing intent and wanted to tear Lin Ming to shreds. But his personality was different to Zhang Guanyu's. He was at the helm of the Allied Trade Association, so he had to maintain his reasoning and calm. He knew that at this moment he could not deal with Lin Ming. If he was too hasty, then it would absolutely be his Allied Trade Association that would suffer. Chapter 155 Miniature Thunderfire Killing Array. Chapter 155 Miniature Thunderfire Killing Array. Chapter 155 Miniature Thunderfire Killing Array. Yeah, since I've offended them, what's done is done. It's no big deal. Ouyang Dihua might be a little tricky to deal with, but I am not afraid of the Allied Trade Association at all. After all, the Allied Trade Association was only a civilian organization. It was true that they had a very deep pockets of resources and a long history, but they still had to comply with the rules of the 7 profound martial house. But Ouyang Dihua was different. Even if he followed the rules of the 7 profound martial house on the surface, he might secretly try to murder him. If the Allied Trade Association wanted to assassinate him, then that would provoke the utter outrage of the 7 profound martial house. Qinzia would never let this happen. The only result would be that the Allied Trade Association would meet with an apocalyptic disaster. But if Ouyang Dihua wanted to assassinate him, then that was a different story. Ouyang Dihua had the backing of a 7 profound valleys elder. As long as he didn't leave any evidence, not even Qinzia could touch him, and he would finally have to drop the matter. I must be careful of Ouyang Dihua. Before I have the strength to resist him, I must go out as little as possible. My top priority right now should be to increase my strength. As Lin Ming thought this, he took out 2 items from his spatial ring, the Thunderbolt Devilfire Bead and the Blood Lingji. He was not in a hurry to consume the Blood Lingji. Before, when he had taken the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill and the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill, there had been some pill toxins that were left in his body. He needed to cultivate for a longer period of time and completely refine the impurities out of his body and wait for his true essence to stabilize before he could consume the Blood Lingji and fully absorb its effects. As for the Thunderbolt Devilfire Bead, although it was a one-time use item, its power didn't seem small, and it was obviously valuable. Lin Ming looked at this bead. He wanted to search for any clues that would indicate how to use it. The bead was the side of a longan and was an icy blue color. It had an extremely cold surface, and it was chillingly cold in his hand. He couldn't discern anything special about it. Lin Ming cautiously investigated the bead with his soul force. As soon as he began to probe, his mind moved. A ray formation? In the Thunderbolt Devilfire Bead was a myriad of dense runes. These were array symbols. The inscription symbols seem to have not unified into a complete array formation. It seems to belong to I see, I understand. In Lin Ming's memories about array formations, there was more than the one kind that involved inscription symbols. The second time that Lin Ming had entered into the infinite space of the magic cube, he had absorbed the soul fragment of a mighty elder array master. Lin Ming had completely sealed away this array master's array formation memories and had not studied them. The main reason for this was simply that his cultivation was at too low a realm and he didn't have the ability or money to create those large arrays. The original plan was to wait until he reached the Xiantian realm to begin studying the formation array memories again. But now, after having seen the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead, Lin Ming found something that surprised him. So an array formation can also be used like this. Lin Ming muttered as he looked at the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. He understood that this Thunderbolt Devilfire bead was, in essence, a highly compressed Thunderfire killing array. Lin Ming had originally thought that an array formation had to be arranged in a large manner, and it could only be used passively. A person had to step inside the array formation before it could display its surpassing might. Even the memories of array formation from the mighty elder from the realm of the gods were also like this. That mighty elder knew many different varieties of complex array formations. If they had to be classified, they would be imprisoning arrays, killing arrays, illusory arrays, sealing arrays, and so forth. The function of an imprisoning array was to trap the enemy within, a killing array was to kill an enemy, an illusory magic array was to let an enemy be lost in an endless dreamland so they could never awaken or to ruin their mental state, and a sealing array was to make seals. Lin Ming never knew that an array formation could be condensed into such a small bead and then thrown at others to attack them. If the bead contained a killing array, it could kill people. If it contained an illusory array, it would cause the other party to be swarmed by countless phantasmal illusions. During a battle, even if there was a great disparity in strength between two parties, if the weaker one were to throw a powerful bead like this, then they would likely change the tide of battle. What an imaginative idea! As Lin Ming studied the array formations within the bead, he couldn't help but praise the 7 profound valleys. The 7 profound valleys had a legacy that dated back 600 years. The sect was founded by 7 individuals, each with various abilities and strengths, including one that especially studied array formations. Of course, it was not necessarily only the 7 profound valleys that had invented this ingenious method. It was likely that this was spread throughout the entire Sky Spill continent. This was the first time that Lin Ming had discovered something that was not found within the realm of the gods. Any plane cannot be underestimated, even if they have a short history. After all, in these tens of thousands of years, who knows how many geniuses have emerged. But of course, this bead is not necessarily something that cannot be found in the realm of the gods. It was very possible that the mighty elder array master hadn't learned it yet. The realm of the gods was incomparably vast, and its legacies and inheritances were countless. Not learning some things was inevitable. Because of this bead, Lin Ming began to carefully fuse with the array formation memories from that elder array master. This integration took the entire evening and even lasted until late into the next morning. It was only then that Lin Ming finally sorted out all the detailed information. So that's how it is. In this bead, fire and thunder are kept apart from each other. If they were primed with a bit of true essence, the fire and thunder would intersect and it would explode. If someone doesn't understand how to use this, it is very likely they would just blow themselves up. The energy contained in this tiny bead is extremely potent. If it were to explode next to an early pulse condensation period martial artist, they would die. No wonder Ouyang Dihua gave me a strange look when I picked up this bead. He was looking forward to me killing myself in the explosion. With the fusion of the memories, Lin Ming had become completely clear on the roles and functions of the different symbols in the bead's array formation. He even had a degree of certainty that he could produce a replica Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. Of course, the one he produced would have a much weaker effect. At most, it could deal with a viscera training stage martial artist. The complexity of an array formation is much higher than that of inscription symbols. If I want to reach some achievements in array formation and produce a bead that has attack power higher than my own, then I will have to put in an extensive amount of time and energy. Right now, I'm low on time, so I'll have to leave this array formation for later. Although he was envious of the power of the different possible beads, these things still could not directly increase his strength. Since he needed to spend an overwhelming amount of time to study the intricacies, Lin Ming had delayed this for now. After a long period of research, Lin Ming even found some ways to improve the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead, and could even enhance the power of the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead by several tenths. Of course, to complete this sort of improvement required that he had a foundation array formation technique that was high enough. At present, Lin Ming was unable to complete this task. He used an entire night to study the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. Although he didn't have any substantial gains, the bead had given Lin Ming a great inspiration and let him see another way to enhance his combat effectiveness. Of course, the most fundamental way to enhance one's own combat prowess was to look at oneself. The first thing Lin Ming had to do now was to consolidate his altering muscle cultivation. Also, he had to create an inscription symbol for the heavy, profound, soft spear. Early on, Lin Ming had already selected a suitable inscription symbol. This inscription symbol technique had one character, astral. The astral inscription symbol did not have any attribute, but it was able to increase the efficiency of true essence by a mind-boggling 50%, while simultaneously have a special skill of inscription, astral spear. The reason this skill of inscription was special was because it did not increase the combat strength of a weapon. Instead, it extended a weapon's range of attack. After one activated astral spear, true essence would enter and become part of the spear. Theoretically, as long as a martial artist's true essence was powerful enough, the spear could be infinitely extended. The value of the rare materials required for this inscription symbol was steep, although it was much easier than looking for those needed in the body inscription symbols. It was not so easy to collect them in a short time. Lin Ming prepared a list of required materials and sent them to the Inscription Association. He would use his usual method and trade rare materials for an inscription symbol. Those who wanted one of his inscription symbols would have to bring a rare and precious material that he needed. Sky Fortune City, Allied Trade Association. Zhang Guanyu had been lying comatose on the bed for an entire day and night. His face was pale, white like funeral paper, and his right hand had been amputated from the wrist down. Unless he managed to find a miracle treasure that could regenerate a limb, he was destined to be forever crippled. At Zhang Guanyu's side were 6 maids carefully taking care of him. Suddenly, Zhang Guanyu's eyelids moved. The young master has awakened. The maids saw Zhang Guanyu wake up and immediately went to inform the masters. Soon, a very well-maintained lady was heard trotting into the room. As she saw Zhang Guanyu's miserable appearance, she broke down, and her tears were like a line of beads that rolled down her cheeks. This lady was Zhang Guanyu's mother, and also Zhang Fengxin's wife. As the first lady of the Allied Trade Association, she was an extremely cruel and vicious individual. As the saying went, like mother, like son. Zhang Guanyu's perverse and demented personality was largely inherited from his mother. "My son," the lady tearfully wailed. It seemed as if Zhang Guanyu had not even heard his mother's mournful cries. He looked at his right arm's amputated hand, and his lips sorrowfully trembled. His hand was gone. "My hand," Zhang Guanyu's anger filled every fiber of his being, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. As an extremely arrogant person, if he suffered such a major blow, it was easy for him to fly into a rage from the psychological damage. It was possible he might even go mad. Or berserk. No, there is still hope. I can cultivate the divine acacia power to the 8th layer or find some medicine that can regenerate limbs. There is still hope. Zhang Guanyu madly clenched his teeth together and began to revolve the divine acacia power. The legend said that if one cultivated the divine acacia power to the fabled 8th layer, it was even possible for dismembered limbs to be reborn. But as he began to exercise his power, he only felt as if there were countless needles stabbing through his body. As soon as he looked within himself, he found his meridians had all been torn to shreds. No! Zhang Guanyu let out a roar, his vision went dark, and he immediately fainted. As Zhang Guanyu fell into a coma again, his mother and the several maids were all thrown into immediate confusion. Ouyang Dihua was standing outside, and his look was gloomy throughout all of this. He understood. Zhang Guanyu was now crippled for life. Now that Zhang Guanyu was crippled trash, half the plans that he came to the Sky Fortune Kingdom for were ruined. It was now impossible to collect the 12 pure Yin girls. It was the Allied Trade Association that handled the purchasing and selling of maids throughout the various countries. They were the only ones who could cobble together 12 pure Yin girls with the correct horoscope. Ouyang Dihua clenched his fist. All of this was thanks to Lin Ming. Not only did Lin Ming wreck his own good plans, but he had also ruined what face he had in front of everyone, ignored his commands, and had severely wounded Zhang Guanyu. And what was most shameful was that he had not been able to strike Lin Ming, and his oppressive aura had no effect on him. There was no way he could endure this insult. Lin Ming, I will definitely kill you. Chapter 156, Devouring Lava Fire. Chapter 156, Devouring Lava Fire. Chapter 156, Devouring Lava Fire. The news of Lin Ming crippling Zhang Guanyu quickly spread throughout Sky Fortune City. Prior to this, Zhang Guanyu was a martial artist whose talent was only inferior to Qin Xingxuan throughout the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. He was simply a favored child of the heavens. Now, in just a single night, he had been completely wasted. This was an astonishing matter. Moreover, when Lin Ming had crippled Zhang Guanyu, it was in the presence of Ouyang Dihua. Ouyang Dihua, whose cultivation was already at the post-condensation period, had personally moved, but he still had not been able to stop Lin Ming. Afterwards, when Lin Ming faced Ouyang Dihua, he was not even forced back a tiny step by his oppressive aura. If it were not for the timely arrival of the 7 profound martial house master, there would have been no end to that night. This chain of events caused Lin Ming's public image to suddenly become decisive and ruthless. In just 2.5 months of time, he had defeated Zhang Guanyu. There was no longer any doubt that Lin Ming would surpass Ling Sun and Ta Ku in the future. He was only 15 years old. His future achievements could only be imagined. If such a fierce person was also so decisively ruthless. Thinking this, everyone could not help but grow a thought in their mind. They absolutely could not provoke Lin Ming. 7 profound martial house, Sky Rage Mountain. This volcano was located 700 miles west of Zhou Mountain. This was Sky Fortune Kingdom's most active group of volcanoes. If one walked around the craters, the thick, pervasive sulfuric gas would choke their nose. These heated rocks underfoot could be used to fry eggs, and in the rivers of flowing lava, one could see dark red magma bubbles with molten iron chunks floating within. Even if the ground didn't appear to have any problems, one could not hastily step on it, because the ground could be a shell of cooled magma. If a foot stepped on it, it was possible to crush that layer of cooled magma, and lava would spew out and immediately devour whoever stood there. This was the fire array of the 7 profound martial house's 7 major killing arrays, lava cave. As soon as Lin Ming arrived via the 7 profound martial house's transmission array, he immediately felt a sweltering heat wave crash into him. The rocks underneath were red like garnet crystals. A normal person would simply not be able to put a single foot down. Good lava cave. Lin Ming highly praised. The lava cave and icy pond waterfall were just like their names. One was extremely hot, the other was extremely cold. Both had a similar function but were slightly different. The icy pond waterfall focused on tempering the body. A martial artist would resist the cold, and the true essence would thoroughly penetrate through to every inch of skin, flesh, and blood. But the lava cave tempered true essence. For any number of reasons, when a martial artist cultivated martial arts, their true essence would always contain some impurities and would not be pure. The function of the lava cave was to force a martial artist to use their true essence to resist the scorching heat, and the burning heat would smelt away the impurities within the true essence. What Lin Ming cultivated was the chaotic virtues combat meridians. The true essence within him was already thick and extremely pure, so there was simply no need for him to enter the lava cave. However, Lin Ming had eaten the crimson gold dragon marrow pill and the golden snake scarlet pill. These two pills had directly increased his cultivation, and even further increased the rate of his cultivation for a period. But they had still left behind some impurities and pill toxins in Lin Ming's true essence. Through these recent days of cultivation, Lin Ming had constantly been refining out these impurities from his body, but there were always some left behind, and they were not completely removed. Now that Lin Ming needed to take the 500-year-old blood Lingji, he had to ensure that the true essence within his body was as pure as possible. Otherwise, the impurities would accumulate, and it would become ever more difficult to eliminate them. Junior apprentice brother Lin, you came. The deacon's senior apprentice brother responsible for the lava cave said with a laugh. Guarding the lava cave was a chore. Although they did not fear the blistering heat waves, that didn't mean that they liked to stay in a steamer all day long. 11th level of difficulty, 2 hours. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. Since this was the first time Lin Ming had come to the lava cave, he planned to choose a difficulty in accordance with his own abilities. As for the 12th level of difficulty, that was a setting that not even Ling Sun could persist in, so he had no interest in trying it yet. And I'm okay. The deacon did not believe that Lin Ming would have any difficulties in the 11th level of difficulty. In the 7 major killing arrays, the array formation was usually placed there to increase the natural forces within. For instance, the array formation in the icy pond waterfall would cause the force of the waterfall to be stronger and the icy pond to be colder. The violent wind tunnel would have more violent wind, and all sorts of various vortices and turbulent tornadoes. But the lava cave was the exception to this. The main role of the array formation was actually to weaken the natural force so that the temperature of the lava would fall. The temperature of ordinary lava was at least 10 times hotter than boiling water, and Skyrage Mountain's lava was even hotter than that because Skyrage Mountain also produced dark steel. The lava had mixed with dark steel ore. The temperature of it was higher. It was about 20 times hotter than boiling water. Not to mention a mere body transformation martial artist, but even if a Hotian realm martial artist were to jump in, their bones would be fried to a crisp. Lin Ming had chosen the 11th level of difficulty. The temperature of the lava was a full 8 times hotter than boiling water. Still, this temperature could already melt many different metals. As he arrived inside the lava cave at the 11th level of difficulty, Lin Ming stripped himself of all his clothes. If he stepped into the lava pond with his clothes on, they would all be immediately burnt to cinders. Naturally, he had to be naked for this. Barefoot, he walked on the blistering hot rocks towards the lava pond. The red-hot lava was just like boiling molten iron, and it reflected on Lin Ming's face, giving him a tomato-like appearance. Occasionally, a huge bubble emerged from the lava, burst open, and sprayed hot and toxic gases as it issued a dull sound. To jump into this pool of lava required great courage and a firm heart. A martial artist whose mind was not tenacious would not even dare to cultivate within the lava cave. Lin Ming revolved his true essence to the limit, took a deep breath, and jumped into the lava pond. Splash! Lin Ming's feet had just fallen into the lava. However, his body was sinking at a very slow rate. The lava had an unusually viscous texture. If a martial artist were quick enough, they might even be able to run atop the lava. So hot. Lin Ming felt as if his legs had stepped into a blazing brazier. Although he was protected by his true essence, the burning ache was like a blazing knife was cutting through him, almost unbearable. The resistance of the lava began to decline. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming's entire body immediately plunged into the fiery lava pond. In the world of lava, scalding hot, glowing red light was everywhere. Visibility was zero. Lin Ming couldn't even see his hands. He revolved his true essence to condense into a sort of true essence clothing that covered his body. Even with this, though, Lin Ming could still feel pain like sizzling needles as the flow of heat traveled through his true essence clothing. In the icy pond waterfall, once a martial artist physically contacted the icy cold water, they could direct the frosty energy to enter their body and temper their organs, blood, and skin. But in the lava cave, no matter how fierce a martial artist, they were not dumb enough to let their body directly touch the hot lava. Inside the lava, there was also a toxic heat. If one breathed in a few mouthfuls of this smoke, it was possible that they would immediately die. Therefore, one had to form true essence clothing and isolate themselves from the lava. Then, meticulously, they would slowly introduce the fire of the lava into their bodies and burn away the impurities contained within their true essence. This was an exceptionally perilous method of cultivation. If one didn't have a sufficient level of cultivation and jumped in, they could easily burn their meridians and cause irreparable damage. Even if one had a high enough level of cultivation, it was easy to leave hidden injuries after long-term use of tempering true essence with fire. Because of these reasons of the 7 major killing arrays, the lava cave was the loneliest. One didn't even need to make an appointment. They just had to come and momentarily wait to have a position. Chi, 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 chi. Lin Ming could even hear the sound of true essence burning against the hot, flaming lava. But Lin Ming was in a hurry to introduce the lava's fire into his body. He shut his eyes in meditation and adjusted his mental state for half an incense stick of time. He let his mind completely relax and entered into a deep ethereal state before he began to gingerly introduce the fire of lava into his body. As soon as a small flame entered Lin Ming's body, it was like a fierce crimson fire flood dragon that tried to rush left and right. However, Lin Ming's true essence was incomparably thick, and no matter where it rushed, it was unable to create any damage. Lin Ming quickly subdued the wisp of lava fire, and it obediently circulated through the meridians in his body, burning away the impurities. Lava fire not only burned away impurities, but it also burned away pure true essence. However, true essence was able to quickly regenerate. The accumulated impurities could not. Lin Ming introduced wisp after wisp of lava fire into his body. Gradually, there were dozens of fire wisps inside of Lin Ming's body. A small flame did not count for much. However, there were so many flame wisps that were rushing about that even though Lin Ming's true essence was so thick and pure, he still felt that it was difficult to control. His face was very red, and the blue veins of his forehead were bulging from the intense pressure he was feeling. He continuously exuded large beads of sweat, but as soon as these beads met the sizzling heat, they immediately evaporated before they could even fall. Because of the atrophy of the true essence clothing, Lin Ming's hair had been singed by the heat. It broke upon a light touch. Lin Ming withdrew a true essence stone from his spatial ring and placed it in his hands. He began to absorb the true essence from the true essence stone as he grinded his teeth together and forcefully revolved the true primal chaos formula. Under such a difficult state, the impurities in Lin Ming's body began to melt away at a very slow rate. Again and again, the impurities continued to decrease, and true essence stones were completely used up one after another. In half an hour, he had used a pure true essence stone. This kind of excessive method of burning away money was something that not even the juniors of large aristocratic families could do. A pure true essence stone costed 1,000 gold taels. It could be considered half a treasure. The lava fire in his body began to grow more and more wild. The countless tiny units in Lin Ming's body began to breathe at the same frequency, suppressing the restless wisps of fire. But even so, Lin Ming was finding it more and more difficult to persist. At this point, Lin Ming was considering temporarily leaving the lava pond. Otherwise, if he stayed down any longer, it was possible that he would damage his meridians or even be burned to death. But if he left the lava pond halfway, the amount of impurities that would be burned away would truly be reduced by a great deal. Lin Ming struggled with his hesitation when at this moment a wisp of fire lava burst into the aorta near Lin Ming's heart. This is bad. Lin Ming was shocked. The heart was the center of the blood. If it was damaged, he would suffer a life-threatening injury. He began to move true essence to stop the flame, but it was already too late. The violet lava fire broke through the ventricle and rushed around, as if it were trying to create a hole in Lin Ming's heart. But at this moment, the sleeping heretical god seed in Lin Ming's heart suddenly burst out. A surge of highly compressed, fierce, and brutal true essence instantly surrounded that wisp of lava fire. With a light puff sound, that wisp of lava fire had been directly devoured by the heretical god seed. Lin Ming's mind blanked for a moment. The heretical god seed could actually devour the fire of lava. Lin Ming probed with his soul force and was utterly shocked to find that the lava fire had already fully integrated into the heretical god seed and had become a part of the heretical god seed. Chapter 157, Flame Essence. Chapter 157, Flame Essence. Could this be? Lin Ming tried to introduce another wisp of lava fire into his heart, and coincidentally, the result was that the second wisp of lava fire was also devoured by the heretical god seed. This time, Lin Ming had a vague understanding of the principle. The function of the heretical god seed was to gather energy and to compress true essence. Lava fire was also one kind of energy. Thus, it was directly eaten up by the heretical god seed. Lin Ming cautiously probed with his soul force and found that after swallowing the two wisps of lava fire, the heretical god seed seemed to breathe. This breath was very weak, almost imperceptible, but it seemed as if, because of this breath, the heretical god seed had grown a little bit. With this, Lin Ming was pleasantly surprised. He didn't think that he would inadvertently find a way to cultivate the heretical god seed. However, if this growth was sustained, what kind of changes would occur? This question caused Lin Ming to feel somewhat worried. According to the memories of the mighty elder, he had found the heretical god force skill manual within a long-lost ancient ruin in the realm of the gods. There was a very high possibility that this secret skill was the last vestige left behind by an evil god. When the mighty elder had discovered the heretical god force, it had already been sealed away for tens of thousands of years. After the mighty elder has obtained this mystical technique, he had scrupulously hidden it away and had not even revealed the slightest hint of this secret. The heretical god force was absolutely unique within the entirety of the realm of the gods. Only that mighty elder had knowledge of it. That was why that mighty elder had believed that the heretical god force was the most precious amongst all of the arcane and mystical skills within the realm of the gods. Even the golden rock shattering the void was less precious. However, that mighty elder had merely cultivated the heretical god force to the third layer, and then he had followed Tianmingzi to the verdant feather sacred lands to steal the divine crystal magic cube. Ultimately, not only did he not manage to obtain the magic cube, but he had lost his life in the process, and his soul was twisted and broken into pieces, then sealed into the magic cube. From the time that the mighty elder had found the heretical god force to the time that he died, it had only been a dozen or so years. In those years, that mighty elder had been cultivating the heretical god force as some sort of supplementary secret skill. He hadn't discerned the vast mysteries of the heretical god seed. He didn't know that the heretical god seed could do something like swallow lava fire, nor was that something he had ever thought of. If it wasn't for a lucky break, it would have been impossible for even Lin Ming to imagine that the heretical god seed had such a mysterious function like this. The heretical god seed continuously devoured the lava fire. At the start, Lin Ming only introduced a small amount of lava fire into his heart, and then he began to send a colossal amount. The heretical god seed didn't reject any. It welcomed the burning flames with open arms. The lava fire was oppressive and tyrannical, but the heretical god seed was even more domineering. However much the fire lava tried to struggle, it could not escape the true essence shackles of the heretical god seed. The heretical god seed fused with the lava fire for 5 to 6 hours. Lin Ming didn't know how much lava fire had been devoured, but he had a faint feeling that the surrounding magma temperature had dropped. As the heretical god seed engulfed the lava fire, it began to slowly grow. At the start, it had been the size of a grain of rice, but now it became the size of a mung bean. Gradually, a deep crimson wisp of a flame began to float around the heretical god seed. The heretical god seed bathed in the flame and was suffused with a ruby-red light. A small spark emerged from the side of the heretical god seed. It began to circle around it. If Lin Ming hadn't been looking carefully, it would simply have gone unnoticed. This is flame essence? Lin Ming was shocked. The fires of the world had a soul. As long as this fire was able to exist for a long time in a remote place, it was possible that it would give birth to flame essence. For instance, in the deepest pits of an underground magma pool, flame essence could be born. Or in a location where yin and yang intersected, frost fire essence could be born. The difference between normal fire and flame essence was that normal fire had to have materials to combust, or else it would be extinguished. However, flame essence was eternal. It could even be used as kindling to create storms of flame that could burn down a forest. No matter how much fire was created, the flame essence would not weaken. This was why some alchemists and refiners would travel the world to the most remote, savage, and dangerous dungeons in order to seek out a flame essence. They would devote all of their efforts to subdue it for their own use. Lin Ming had never thought that a flame essence would actually be born from his own heart. Of course, this flame essence seemed to the weakest flame essence in the entire world. It was only the size of a spark, and it had been bred from low-level fire lava. He had no idea where he would need to go to find higher-grade flames. But Lin Ming did not underestimate it. If the heretical god seed could unendingly devour more and more exotic flames, would the fire essence change along with it? Lin Ming continued to stimulate wisps of lava fire into his body to see if the heretical god seed would absorb them. But this time Lin Ming found that any new lava fire was only compressed around the heretical god seed and no longer fused into the flame essence. It seemed as if the heretical god seed had already achieved a state of saturation. It might have been because this lava fire was simply too weak, so it couldn't meet the needs of the heretical god seed's growth. This lava fire that had been compressed was just like the true essence that had been compressed within the heretical god seed. Now, the heretical god seed contained not only a massive amount of compressed true essence, but also compressed fire lava. It was just like a powder keg that contained a truly terrifying amount of explosive energy. What rich flame energy! But if this energy was released, then Lin Ming had a bit of an apprehensive and jumpy feeling. The heretical god seed could condense energy. Not only did it condense true essence, but it also condensed flames. With so much compressed energy within Lin Ming's heart, he inevitably felt very wary. Lin Ming consoled himself. Since this was an ancient secret technique that was left behind in some ancient ruins within the realm of the gods, it was very unlikely to suddenly explode, right? By now, Lin Ming had perked up. If the heretical god seed can swallow lava fire, can it also swallow other forms of energy, like lightning? Now, aware of this possibility, Lin Ming had a very odd look on his face. Of the 7 major killing arrays, there was also a thunder array. It was Thunder Valley. If he wanted to absorb the power of lightning, then he would have to go there. But he had already compressed so much fire energy. If he also absorbed the power of lightning, then Lin Ming couldn't help but gulp. Lightning and fire were both relatively violent and wild energies. If both were combined, then it might even explode. Since the heretical god seed was in Lin Ming's heart, if there was an accident, it wouldn't even be a joke. Lin Ming was a bit afraid of this possibility, but he could not resist the temptation of this idea. This formidable and mysterious secret technique was unique within the entirety of the realm of the gods. Moreover, this secret skill seemed to have unlimited potential. If he could absorb lava fire and condense that into a flame essence, then what would happen if he were to absorb lightning? With such a powerful force placed in front of Lin Ming and within his grasp, how could he not be tempted? The heretical god force is a secret skill that was left behind by an ancient evil god, and it has far more functions than the mighty elder from the realm of the gods was aware of. It's a pity that the mighty elder died so quickly, so he hadn't been able to study it further. Now, I have only myself to analyze it. I'll just try to absorb the energy of lightning while observing with my soul force. If I find that any accident might happen, then I will immediately force out the thunder energy. Although the potential power of the heretical god force was tempting, if Lin Ming didn't have his life, then any power would simply be worthless. Thinking this, Lin Ming decided to give Thunder Valley a try. Zhou Mountain was several hundreds of miles long. It had numerous canyons and dangerously steep peaks. At a distance not too far away from the 7 profound martial house, there was a palace made of glazed tiles that was located above such a peak. The palace was not overly large, but it was magnificently built and gilded in pure gold and the finest jade. This was where the current 7 profound envoy lived, 7 profound palace. At this time, in a secret room within the 7 profound palace, Ouyang Dihua was sitting gloomily in a chair. In front of him was a very feminine-looking man. This feminine-looking man was the other deputy house master of the 7 profound martial house, Bai Luo. Bai Luo had long ago once taken Ouyang Boyan as his master, and was considered Ouyang Dihua's senior apprentice brother. However, Bai Luo's outwardly feminine appearance was simply too strong. The underlying concepts behind the Acacia faction's cultivation methods were to complement their yang energy with the yin energy of others. It was most suited for virile and exuberant young men to cultivate. Bai Luo had cultivated this for several years with low results and had only become increasingly like a woman. As for his cultivation, he hadn't made many great gains in it. Afterwards, with no other path left, Bai Luo had withdrawn from the Acacia faction and joined the Mirage faction. The Mirage faction was a strange and mysterious sect of the 7 profound valleys. Their founder was a woman, and almost all of their faction disciples were women. They were proficient in all sorts of illusionary powers. The Mirage faction's cultivation was most suitable for women to cultivate. It was simply impossible for others. Bai Luo had practiced this women's cultivation method, and it was actually within his element. Now, Bai Luo had reached the Middle Hotian realm, and also the 4th layer of the Dream Heart Magic cultivation method. Every illusion that he created was without the slightest flaw. Even a peak Hotian stage master would be hard-pressed to see through it. For what matter did junior apprentice brother call me today? And you also chose to talk in a secret room? Not only did Bai Luo have the looks of a woman, but he also spoke with the gentle voice of a woman. Listening to it caused Ouyang Dihua to feel quite uncomfortable. Ouyang Dihua unconsciously pushed his chair back and opened up some distance between him and Bai Luo. He said, "I called Senior Apprentice Brother here today because I want Senior Apprentice Brother to help me kill a man." "Oh, is it Lin Ming?" Bai Luo asked with a faint smile. Although he hadn't attended the banquet, he knew of the scene in which Ouyang Dihua had admitted defeat to Lin Ming and had lost face. This Lin Ming was not a simple boy. "Yes, him." Ouyang Dihua did not hide anything in front of Bai Luo. After that duel at the banquet, Zhang Guanyu had fallen into a coma for 1 day and 1 night. When he awoke, all of the meridians throughout his body had been wasted, and he had lost all of his martial arts cultivation. Now, he was nothing more than a bumbling invalid that had lost his mind. Zhang Guanyu had been wasted, and Ouyang Dihua's hopes of attaining the 12 Puring girls had been wasted along with him. Ouyang Dihua could not forgive Lin Ming because of this. This might be tricky. After all, I am a deputy house master of the 7 profound martial house. If news that I killed my own disciple were to leak out, that would just be hard to hear. Not only that, but Lin Ming will soon become a 7 profound martial house core disciple. He has status and influence, and Qin Zia thinks highly of him. If I was to deal with him, and this became known, it would be a very serious matter. Although Bai Luo had a certain friendship with Ouyang Dihua, it wasn't to the point where he would bring a disaster upon himself. He had a poor relationship with Qin Zia. If Qin Zia found a chance, he would definitely seize that opportunity to finish him. Chapter 158, Thunder Valley. Chapter 158, Thunder Valley. Chapter 158, Thunder Valley. This doesn't matter. I do not need you to kill him. I only need a favor from you. I have already sent for someone to kill him. If this is successful, then I will have my uncle speak a few good words to your master, so that he'll pass on some cultivation methods to you. In the 7 profound valleys, a deputy house master was considered a disciple of relatively low status, and thus was less valued. This was the reason Ouyang Dihua had used his uncle as a lure. Bai Luo cheerfully said, "Ha, then I will first apologize to Junior Apprentice Brother. But why did you ask someone to assassinate Lin Ming? Can you not do it yourself?" Ouyang Dihua said, "Killing Lin Ming isn't a trivial matter. Even if I have my uncle supporting me, and I do not leave any evidence that could be used against me, it's still better to not be public and arouse suspicious. When I send someone to kill Lin Ming, I'll attend some banquets and stay out of sight. As long as the matter is cleanly executed, no one will dare to question me." Bai Luo licked his lips. "Who did you prepare to go? If their strength is too weak, it will just be like meat dumplings attacking a dog. Once they go, they won't return." "Don't worry. I've already asked a nearby Senior Apprentice Brother in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. He used to be in the Refiner faction, but he violated the sect rules and was expelled from the 7 profound valleys. I have some friendship with him, and his cultivation has already reached the peak pulse condensation period, and his battle strength is not underneath mine. As long as I promise him some benefits, and he does this, then that would be for the best. What's even better is that he is someone who was originally a loner and likes to wander around aimlessly. At that time, even if they find him, they won't be able to discover anything from him." In terms of cultivation, Ouyang Dihua was at the middle pulse condensation period, but the cultivation methods that he studied in the Acacia faction were mostly to fight and kill others. His Senior Apprentice Brother was from the Refiner faction, and he was best at refining. His fighting technique was a bit lacking. So because of this, their combat efficiency was similar. Peak pulse condensation period. Haha, you actually want to use a peak pulse condensation period master to deal with a little child who has just entered the altering muscle stage. You must think very highly of Lin Ming. Ouyang Dihua said, Lin Ming is not a normal boy at the altering muscle stage. Not only that, but he also has the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead in his possession. That weapon can kill an early pulse condensation period martial artist. Although it isn't easy to use the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead to strike a pulse condensation period martial artist, I still have to be careful. So I'm using my full force against him. If it wasn't for the fact that it was difficult to find a Hotian realm martial artist on such short notice, I would have already asked a Hotian realm martial artist to deal with him. It seems that as long as you can get Lin Ming alone, then he will die. But how do you plan on creating the opportunity to kill Lin Ming? Don't worry about that. I have my ways. Let me ask you first, what relation does Qin Zia have with Lin Ming? What kind of relation? Well, Qin Zia thinks highly of Lin Ming and has high hopes for his future achievements. He thinks that he will be able to find a new friend and helper for the future. Soon, the 7 profound valleys will send down someone to take in the core disciples of the nearby martial houses. Qin Zia is anxiously in a hurry to raise up Lin Ming. I believe he thinks that Lin Ming will be able to give a good performance at the grand tournament, so that it will pave his way when he wants to be promoted to an elder in the future. Although Qin Zia highly regards Lin Ming, his movements are erratic and he likes to travel. He might not even come back to the 7 profound martial house once a year. In these past 10 years, he has been walking through the deep valleys to cultivate his Sither heart. It's impossible for him to be constantly protecting Lin Ming. Their relation is not that deep. Good. As long as Qin Zia is not at the 7 profound martial house, then I have complete confidence. Ouyang Dihua evilly grinned. It was as if Lin Ming's life was already within his grasp. It was early in the morning, and the sun had just risen up beyond the horizon and covered Zhou Mountain in a thin layer of morning dew. The withered fall leaves on the ground were already glazed with a bit of night frost. Lin Ming held the heavy, profound soft spear in his hand, quietly feeling the power of the flame essence within the heretical god seed. After a period of time, his body suddenly moved, and his fist struck the trunk of a large tree. There was a dull thumping sound, as the sky began to rain withered leaves as they rustled like a whirlwind. Lin Ming shook the heavy, profound soft spear. Flowers in the storm. There was only the sound of a spear piercing through the air. The heavy, profound soft spear seemed to turn into a ghostly illusion and pierced all of the swirling leaves. After every leaf was pierced, a small amount of fire would be emitted, and it would instantly burn the leaf into ash. Ever since the heretical god seed had undergone a minor transformation, Lin Ming hadn't found any difference when he had revolved the heretical god force. It was only that there was a small fire attribute imbued into his true essence. There were a portion of martial artists whose true essence had a special attribute. For instance, Bai Jingyun's true essence was of the water attribute. This was the reason she had paid a steep price to request Lin Ming draw up a water attribute inscription symbol for herself. The flame essence within the heretical god seed allowed Lin Ming to freely use the power of fire. Lin Ming had already expected this. After all, there were some refiners and alchemists who had subdued a flame essence and then were able to freely use the flame. These days, Lin Ming had been tempering his body's true essence and ridding it of impurities. Every day he would stay in the lava cave for 5 to 6 hours. Today, the impurities within his body had finally been burned away. With the suppressive power of the heretical god seed, the seemingly violent and dangerous lava fire became very docile. Otherwise, there was no way he could have refined out the impurities in his body so quickly. The heretical god seed was now the size of a mung bean. It was impossible for the lava fire to meet the needs of the heretical god seed. Lin Ming put away the heavy, profound soft spear in his spatial ring and prepared to go to Thunder Valley. This idea had already been floating in his mind for several days. Thunder Valley was located in a valley at the back of a distant mountain. The entire mountain valley was filled with magnetic dark steel, or had a positive and a negative pole, so it was able to attract lightning from the sky and even store the power of lightning. It was a commonly used material in refining. Because of this, at every thunderstorm, there would be roaring sounds of rolling thunder, and then countless lightning bolts would fall into Thunder Valley. Looking from afar, it was just like purple snakes chaotically dancing. It was very spectacular. After the 7 Profound Martial House was established, a Sciention master had created the array formation of Thunder Valley. Now, thunder and lightning would rain down unceasingly, and the array formation had enclosed the power of the thunder and lightning inside special chambers so that one could use it for cultivation. Thus, it had become one of the 7 major killing arrays, the Thunder Array. The Thunder Array was the most mysterious of the 7 major killing arrays. Only those disciples in the top 20 rankings would dare enter. It was also quite different from the other 6 major killing arrays. Thunder Valley only had 2 difficulties, the 11th and 12th. In the 7 major killing arrays, the 12th level of difficulty was basically useless. Not even Ling Sun could persist inside. This was especially true of Thunder Valley. The 12th level of difficulty was completely abnormal. Not even a veteran pulse condensation period martial artist would be able to stay inside for too long. This was the reason that she had initially asked new disciples to not choose Thunder Valley. There was no need to mention the 12th level of difficulty. Even the 11th level of difficulty had thunder and lightning that would be able to instantly char a martial artist at the flesh training stage. When Lin Ming arrived at the entrance of Thunder Valley, he could already hear the rumbling of thunder from within. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin. The Thunder Valley Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother stepped out from afar to greet Lin Ming. Senior Apprentice Brother. This is the first time that Junior Apprentice Brother Lin has come to Thunder Valley. This Thunder Valley has a total 6 magnetic chambers. The first 5 are at the 11th level of difficulty, and the last is at the 12th level of difficulty. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin may choose as he likes, but I recommend that you choose the 11th level of difficulty. As for that last magnetic chamber, even a pulse condensation period martial artist may not be able to withstand it. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother. Lin Ming had already decided that he would select the 11th level of difficulty. He had even hoped for a lower degree of difficulty. A softer thunder would be easier to control, so as to avoid any random happenings like the heretical god seed exploding within him. Every magnetic chamber was 10 feet by 10 feet. The ground and walls of the magnetic chamber were completely formed from magnetic dark steel, and they shined with a deep blue light. Because the magnetic chamber was a completely enclosed space, the sound of the terrifying thunderclaps echoed in the room. If an ordinary person was to enter the room and be struck by these sound waves, their ears would bleed, and their eardrums would rupture. It was even possible for low-frequency waves to shatter their organs, so they died a violent death right where they stood. The sound of this thunder had specific names. It was called tiger leopard thunder. This name was because when a tiger or leopard would growl or purr, if one placed a hand on their body, they could feel their arms vibrating. It was possible for one to borrow the power of this tiger leopard thunder to penetrate into the body and exercise the bones. This was why the bones of tigers were so formidable, and tiger bone wine was the most nourishing. A sign of a martial artist reaching the bone-forging stage was tiger leopard thunder. When they raised their head, they could roar like a tiger, and when they lowered their head, they could purr like a leopard. Before Lin Ming entered the magnetic chamber, he had already used true essence to seal off his ears. Purple lighting crazily danced through the air, and on the walls of the magnetic chamber, the rumbling sounds of the thunderclaps were able to manifest into shock waves. If one stood in such a shock wave, they would have a clear feeling of their heartbeat rising and the organs of their body being driven into motion by the low and deep sound waves. This kind of feeling was very uncomfortable. Even if one's organs were protected by true essence, they would feel tightness in their chest and have difficulty breathing. This sort of low and deep sound wave was able to silently and invisibly kill people. This was because the frequency was too low for a person to hear it, but it would still dangerously resonate within the organs of a human body. Finally, a human could be split apart by this sound. Dash. A beam of electricity rushed towards Lin Ming like some sort of poisonous snake. The bolt of electricity moved at lightning speed. And before Lin Ming could react to this electric light, he already felt his entire body go numb. Like this, the energy of thunder had already entered into Lin Ming's meridians. Lin Ming's spirits immediately lifted. He carefully manipulated this electric light to flow towards his heart. Watching with his soul force, the electric light entered into the heretical god seed. Lin Ming immediately became tense. His soul force was linked to the heretical god seed, and he was carefully aware of every slight change of energy within the heretical god seed. If anything seemed amiss, Lin Ming was prepared to immediately extinguish this wisp of thunder with all of his strength. However, what really happened was that this wisp of electric thunder submerged into the heretical god seed like a heavy rock into the ocean, and there was simply no change. Nothing happened. When the power of lightning entered into the heretical god seed, it did not result in any change. So Lin Ming began to introduce more and more threads of thunder and lightning into his body, and the result was that all of it was absorbed by the heretical god seed. This had freed Lin Ming's courage. He directly walked into a dancing electric snake. Lin Ming immediately felt his entire body go numb, and the power of the lightning was like a gush of water that poured into his body. The power of lightning was a very mysterious power. Rumor said that lightning itself was the source of all life. In the ancient texts, during ancient times when the heavens and earth had just opened and the land began to stabilize, the sky would shine with countless shimmering clouds of thunder. This thundercloud had sent out lightning that had split apart the ancient oceans and resulted in the first life. It can be said that the only reason there was the flesh and blood of today was because of the lightning of the past. This was why the power of thunder and lightning was best to train the strength of one's own body. Chapter 159. Thunder Soul. Chapter 159. Thunder Soul. Not only that, but Lin Ming also knew that within the body's countless tiny units, there was an extremely complex and mystical electric current that ran through. These electric currents were very weak, but they were a vital intermediary for the countless small units to contact each other and the body. If one did not have these tiny and weak electric currents, then the many activities of the human body would simply cease to function. Therefore, there were some mighty elders who studied unusual methods of cultivation that would fly into thunder clouds and direct the thunder and lightning to temper their body. They would cross the calamity of thunder and use it to enhance their own strength. However, while thunder was a force that gave birth to life, it was also a destructive force that destroyed life. It was able to turn flesh and blood to ashes and burn down vast forests. The way to control this power all rested in a martial artist's own hands. The 7 profound valleys, thunder valleys, simultaneously had the tiger-leopard thunderclap and also lightning to temper the body. An ordinary disciple simply could not practice in such a maniacal and deranged way. That was why only the disciples that were in the top 20 ranks of the ranking stone would dare to enter. But not even the top 10 ranking disciples would dare to cultivate in Thunder Valley like Lin Ming did. He walked into that mass of chaotically twisting electric snakes and let the power of lightning penetrate into his body. Lin Ming began to feel the extremely uncomfortable feeling of having his entire body go numb. But soon, this numbness evolved into a thrilling and exciting feeling that caused Lin Ming to wish that a more violent thunder would descend upon him. Like this, the heretical god seed in Lin Ming's body devoured the lightning like a sponge, absorbing water. The mung bean-sized heretical god seed began to slowly grow, and a faint violet light began to reflect upon its surface. Lin Ming stayed in the magnetic dark steel chamber for most of an hour. Slowly, he began to feel the surrounding power of thunder weaken, and also the roaring tiger-leopard thunderclaps weaken. They were no longer as deafening as they were at the start. Was the power of thunder in this magnetic dark steel chamber absorbed cleanly by me? Lin Ming opened his eyes and discovered that there were only 2 or 3 of the spasmodically dancing electric purple snakes along the walls. And not only that, but they had a rather dim and fading appearance. If Lin Ming stayed here for another quarter hour, then those 2 to 3 electricity snakes would probably be finished. Thunder Valley was different from the lava cave. The lava cave's lava pool was directly connected to a deep semi-active volcano below the mountain, so the lava fire was able to flow with a nearly inexhaustible supply. No matter how much was consumed, it would immediately be replaced by more. But Thunder Valley's magnetic dark steel room was sealed by a massive amount of magnetic dark steel, so that it was able to steer the thunder from a thunderstorm into the array and store the power of thunder and lightning. The amount of lightning that was stored was limited, so how could it withstand such a sweeping absorption by Lin Ming? I guess I'm done here. I should move to the 12th level of difficulty. Thinking this, Lin Ming left the magnetic dark steel chamber. Although Lin Ming had sucked dry most of the thunder power within the magnetic dark steel room, as long as there was another thunderstorm, then the power of thunder within the magnetic dark steel room would be replenished. Because of this, Lin Ming had no plans to be conservative with how much of the thunder power he absorbed or to mention it. Junior apprentice brother came out so quickly. It's only been less than an hour. Would you like to take a rest? The Thunder Valley deacon saw Lin Ming exit from the magnetic chamber and greeted him with a smile. Lin Ming would become a core disciple sooner or later, so naturally he wanted to curry some favor with him. Junior apprentice brother, I have some Clarion Mind pills here. If you take them, it may clear up some of the numbness within your body. The deacon pulled out a small jar from a pocket as he said this and attentively handed it to Lin Ming. He believed that Lin Ming was unable to withstand the intense stimulation from the tempering of thunder and lightning upon his body and had left the chamber. In fact, even if it were the top 10 ranked disciples, or even someone in the class of Zhang Guanyu, they would not be able to persist for too long within the magnetic dark steel chamber. Even they would need to absorb true essence stones and also take a Clarion Mind pill in order to barely hold on inside. The 11th level of difficulty in Thunder Valley far outstripped the difficulty of the other 6 major killing arrays. Lin Ming smiled and waved. He said, I thank Senior Apprentice Brother for his kindness, but I do not need the Clarion Mind pills. I want to change the difficulty level. Does Junior Apprentice Brother Lin not know that Thunder Valley only has 2 difficulties? They are the 11th and 12th levels, because the nature of the power of thunder and lightning is simply too rebellious. The original array master who set this array formation did not have any way to force this power into obeying, so there are only 2 levels of difficulty. The deacon managed to awkwardly say he thought that Lin Ming wanted to switch to a lower level of difficulty. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, with your cultivation, as long as you take a Clarion Mind pill and true essence stones, it is absolutely no problem for you to be able to withstand the 11th level of difficulty. Lin Ming laughed and said, I know. I was going to ask to change to the 12th level of difficulty. What? The deacon was stunned. You want to enter the 12th level of difficulty? Lin Ming nodded. The deacon remained silent. He simply couldn't find the language to say anything. He knew that Lin Ming was very formidable and had even defeated Zhang Guanyu, but the power of Thunder Valley's 12th level of difficulty was simply incomparably abnormal. Even a veteran pulse condensation period martial artist wouldn't be able to hold on inside. In fact, ever since the deacon had begun managing Thunder Valley, he had only opened the 12th level of difficulty a handful of times. Ling's son had tried one time, but not even half an incense stick of time had passed before he scurried back out, his entire body scorched black. Besides him, there were also several core disciples who had tried. Although their natural talent was superior to Ling Sen's, their combat prowess was much lower, so their result was even worse, and the electric strength had burned off all their hair. The power of thunder within the 12th level of difficulty combined with the tiger leopard thunderclap was not a joke. Lin Ming was fierce, but could he be fiercer than Ling's son? Junior apprentice brother Lin. The 12th level of difficulty in the magnetic dark steel chamber is something that not even a senior pulse condensation period martial artist can persist in. Not only that, but the array formation does not reduce the power of thunder inside. If Junior apprentice Lin is injured then, the Thunder Valley deacon laid it out mildly. He was quite scared that Lin Ming would be electrocuted within and experience a tragedy. Of the 7 major killings arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, all of them besides the lightning killing array had a certain capacity to independently judge a situation. If a martial artist were on the verge of death, the killing array would promptly stop. This was why there were only a few disciples that had died so far. But Thunder Valley was different. The snaking electricity flew in all directions. It simply wasn't something that could be stopped or fettered by the array formation. If one blacked out from the overwhelming electrical energy, then they would die. If the genius of the 7 profound martial house that was only seen once a century was to tragically die in Thunder Valley, then that would simply be too hilarious. Lin Ming sheepishly grinned. Well, I just want to give it a try. If I have any problems inside, then I will immediately come out. How about that? Well, all right. The Thunder Valley deacon could only agree to let Lin Ming try and give up afterwards. Ling's son had been able to last half an incense stick of time. Since Lin Ming was inferior to Ling's son, then he would probably be able to persist for a few dozen breaths without any problems. After all, junior apprentice brother Lin wasn't some silly little child. If he had problems, then he would definitely come out. Thinking this, the Thunder Valley deacon opened the last magnetic dark steel chamber gate. Lin Ming entered the 12th level difficulty magnetic dark steel chamber. This magnetic chamber was a full 300 by 300 feet square. This was also the first time that he had ever stepped into the 12th level difficulty of a major killing array. The 12th level difficulty truly was extraordinary. After Lin Ming stepped into the magnetic chamber, even though he was using true essence to protect his ears, the rumbling sound of thunder was enough to shock his ears with a deeply stinging pain. Long, thick, electric snakes several dozens of feet long waves back and forth like living lightning. Chi, 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 the detonating sounds of the electricity in the room made one's scalp tingle. Seeing such a thick electric snake, even Lin Ming felt a little jumpy. It was no wonder a pulse condensation period martial artist could not last in here. If such a thick electrical snake flowed through the human body, its powerful effects could be imagined. Lin Ming let out a light breath and began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. Then he walked into that mass of electricity. Boom. As the electric current entered Lin Ming's body, he began to violently shake, nearly fainting. However, at the same time, the heretical god seed his heart began to become active again. As the heretical god seed bathed in the power of thunder, it began to emit a faint whimper of excitement. Countless flows of electrical current began to converge at his heart and flow into the heretical god seed, as if it was a parched man gulping down water. What a strong power of thunder! Lin Ming thought with amazement. Along with the influx of electricity into his heart, the heretical god seed began to riotously vibrate. Lin Ming locked onto it with his soul force to prevent any accidents, but it seemed that his concern was unnecessary. In the heretical god seed, the three compressed forces of true essence, flame, and thunder were able to peacefully coexist with each other. Lin Ming was simply amazed by the mystery of the heretical God force. At this moment, outside of the door leading to the magnetic dark steel chamber, the deacon's voice sounded out. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, are you all right?" Lin Ming found this funny. He replied with a laugh, "I'm fine." In any case, the heretical God seed was able to spontaneously absorb the power of thunder. He wasn't worried about being distracted by responding. After another while, the senior apprentice brother deacon came up again and asked junior apprentice brother Lin, "Are you still all right?" "I'm okay." Lin Ming responded again. After another quarter hour crossed, the deacon's voice sounded behind the door again. "Junior apprentice brother Lin, if you cannot withstand it, you should come out first. Don't force yourself." Lin Ming was speechless. This deacon's senior apprentice brother was long-winded enough. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. Soon, 2 hours had quietly gone. In the 12th level difficulty magnetic dark steel chamber, that mass of windingly thick electric snakes had already been evaporated, and what was left over were only a few weak electric currents that were still sparking as they passed along the walls. In Lin Ming's heart, the heretical God seed had grown to the size of a soybean, and the surface was covered with a layer of crystal-clear violet light. It had combined together with that garnet from the compressed flame essence, and was incomparably beautiful as it glimmered with a translucent sheen. Around the heretical God seed, a faint electric spark appeared. In the midst of the dim electric spark, there seemed to be a thin purple snake made from lightning flittering about as it traveled around the heretical God seed. From time to time, it would circle around the flame essence, playing with it, as if it had some deep spiritual intelligence. Thunder Soul, the power of thunder and lightning inside of the magnetic chamber, had finally condensed into a Thunder Soul. Lin Ming was extremely joyful. A Thunder Soul was much more precious than flame essence. There were only a few martial artists who had a thunder attribute. Moreover, inside of the heretical God seed, the Thunder Soul had unlimited possibilities for growth. The magnetic dark steel chamber contained the power of lightning and thunder. However, this power was only the most ordinary and natural of thunder forces which came from a thundercloud. It was only able to create a Thunder Soul. It could not help one grow. Looking at the small snake-like spark in the electric light, Lin Ming had a deep sense of achievement that soaked through him. Flame essence, Thunder Soul, the heretical God seed, was truly marvelous. If the flame essence and Thunder Soul continued evolving, what other changes would occur inside of the heretical God seed? At this moment, outside of the magnetic dark steel chamber, the Thunder Valley deacon was anxiously watching the hourglass with a very scared and bewildered expression. Did I make a mistake? 2 hours? The Thunder Valley deacon was unable to believe such an unthinkable fact. Even a peak pulse condensation period martial artist would not be able to last inside for so long. Chapter 160, The Power of Thunder and Fire. Chapter 160, The Power of Thunder and Fire. Chapter 160, The Power of Thunder and Fire. The Thunder Valley deacon was unable to believe such an unthinkable fact. Even a peak pulse condensation period martial artist would not be able to last inside for so long. Lin Ming truly was a frighteningly fierce individual. However, there had to be a limit. You had just entered the altering muscle stage, and yet you can already favorably compare to a peak pulse condensation period martial artist, or even reach a Hotian realm martial artist. Isn't this just a bit too ridiculous? The deacon had been waiting for Lin Ming to realize that the difficulty was too hard, and then to leave the magnetic chamber. But now the moon had already come out, and yet there still wasn't any disturbance in the magnetic chamber. The deacon even went knocking on the door at regular intervals to ask if Lin Ming was all right. He really suspected that Lin Ming had been shocked silly inside and was in urgent need of care. Then, after a while, when the sand in the hourglass had cleanly leaked through to the bottom, he had to flip the hourglass over again. What the hell? This is just too preposterous. Did the force of thunder inside the magnetic chamber leak out? The deacon kept imagining different scenarios of what could have occurred, but at this moment, the door to the magnetic chamber was pushed open, and Lin Ming hopped out, a cheerful smile plastered on his face. After he had successfully cultivated the Thunder Soul, he was in a very excellent mood. Seeing Lin Ming come out, the Thunder Valley deacon stared at him with round eyes, looking Lin Ming up and down. Even his clothes had all been burned off. The Thunder Valley deacon gulped. What had this daring fellow done inside? He had actually stayed in the 12th level of difficulty for so long, yet he didn't seem perturbed, or even the least bit concerned. Was this Lin Ming struck by thunder as a child, gaining some mystic ability, and thus did not fear lightning anymore? Junior apprentice brother Lin, are you all right? I'm great. Sorry for troubling you, senior apprentice brother. I will go back first. Yeah, you go back first. The deacon no longer knew what to say. After seeing Lin Ming out, the Thunder Valley deacon immediately dashed into the magnetic chamber. He took a deep breath, revolved his true essence to its limit just in case he was hurt by the heavy hail of lightning, and then pulled open the door to the magnetic chamber. In a moment, his eyes had gone perfectly round. In the magnetic chamber, he only saw a few wisps of tiny electric currents running around, as if they were just barely able to maintain their existence. The other usual lightning snakes had already disappeared into thin air. The deacon rubbed his eyes, making sure he hadn't gone blind or daft. This wasn't right. Where was the thunder inside of the magnetic chamber? As he left the entrance to Thunder Valley, seeing no one around, Lin Ming was impatient and wanted to immediately try out the power of the Thunder Soul. Although the inherent nature of lightning was filled with a terrifying energy, it was only a fleeting moment and couldn't last long. However, the Thunder Soul was actually an immortal spirit. It would never be extinguished. As long as he had enough true essence or heaven-earth yuan qi, then he could release an unlimited amount of lightning that would never weaken. The Thunder Soul was similar to the flame essence. It would only have an extremely low chance to be birthed in an area where thunder and lightning had existed for time immemorial. A Thunder Soul was scarcer than a flame essence. That was because in this world, finding lands of thunder was much rarer than finding lands of flame. With a shake of his long spear, tiny wisps of violet lightning appeared on the silver-white spear shaft. It was really quite beautiful. If I trigger the flame true essence and the thunder true essence at the same time while revolving the heretical god force, so the power of true essence increases by 50%, what would happen? As Lin Ming thought this, he began to stimulate the Thunder Soul and the flame essence within the heretical god seed at the same time. Immediately, the highly compressed heretical god seed erupted like an active volcano. Flame on one hand, thunder on the other. The flame and thunder intersected. Each were as fierce as the other and as violent as the other. The two kinds of energies began to circle and intertwine around each other. Coupling with the increased power from the heretical god force, the rising energy caused a turbulent vibration in the air, as if the atmosphere itself was being torn apart by these powerful energies. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he could not control these two energies. If it continued, then something dangerous would occur. As he was about to forcefully withdraw the true essence, a memory suddenly flashed in Lin Ming's mind. He suddenly recalled the principle of thunder and flame behind the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. This idea gave him pause. If I let the two different energies in my hands follow the same concept as the Devilfire Thunderbolt bead, would it have the same might as the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead? To rashly test such a hypothesis was dangerous. Not only that, but he was barely in control of these two energies and was already stretched to the limit of what he could handle. Still, Lin Ming could not suppress this intensely tempting thought in his heart. Flame becomes an eddy, thunder becomes a snake. Lin Ming recalled how the thunder and flame inside of the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead would revolve. As he did this, he also desperately urged all his true essence out and revolved the wild flame and thunder according to this method. The heavy, profound, soft spear began to shine with light from an electric bolt that twisted around it. Snakes of fire wound around the shaft, and the crackling sounds of lightning and churning flames filled the air with a sound that was absolutely frightening. Lin Ming's face flushed red, and blue veins began to jut out from his forehead. Just as the potent power was about to break free of its shackles, Lin Ming let out a roar and fiercely thrust out the spear. The power of thunder and the power of flame interweaved into a ball of light that shot outwards with incredible speed, almost straight upwards at a 100-foot high cliff. Bang! There were only the deafening sounds of loud explosions and countless rocks scattering in all directions, and dust filled the air. There was a rumbling sound that lingered, and then the 100-foot high cliff collapsed in an avalanche of stone. Seeing this power, Lin Ming was stunned silly. What terrifying strength! This explosion could instantly kill an early pulse condensation period martial artist, or even a middle pulse condensation period martial artist. His cultivation was only at the early altering muscle stage, yet relying on the power of the heretical god seed, he could actually produce such a horrifying killing move. This heretical god force secret technique simply went against the will of the heavens. Lin Ming had thought that the chaotic virtues combat meridians which he cultivated was already heaven-defying. After all, contained inside were the true primal chaos formula: flow like silk, the tempering marrow realm, 8 inner hidden gates, 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and all sorts of other strange and miraculous cultivation methods. He had only cultivated it a bit, and yet he was able to cross a whole stage and a half to fight with enemies at the peak bone forging stage. But now, when he compared that to the heretical god force, Lin Ming felt that the chaotic virtues combat meridians was just some commonplace cultivation technique. It seemed so. After all, while the chaotic virtues combat meridians is a top-tier body transformation cultivation method manual within the realm of the gods, this cultivation method manual cannot be considered a forbidden technique that cannot be passed down. There must be many people who are familiar with the chaotic virtues combat meridians. For instance, in the sect of the mighty elder who had learnt the chaotic virtues combat meridians, as long as you were a core disciple at the sect, you would be able to study this cultivation method. But this heretical god force is actually unique within the entire realm of the gods. That second mighty elder, who died, had only discovered this secret technique within an ancient ruin in the realm of the gods. It has a very high possibility that it was left behind by an ancient evil god. It is not a cultivation method or martial skill or movement ability. It can only be called a mystical secret technique. Such an amazing ability is naturally not something that the chaotic virtues combat meridians can compare with. With this martial skill that I created by accident, and with luck, although I can guarantee it can kill an early pulse condensation period opponent, the consumption of energy is simply too large. The true essence within me has lowered by 40 or 50%. It's impossible to use this ability in succession. As Lin Ming was lost in his thoughts, the Thunder Valley deacon frantically ran out of the entrance. He had been standing in a daze inside that last magnetic chamber, looking at the few small electric snakes that were remaining. Then he had heard a tremendously loud explosion that had scared him awake. He had thought that the array formation had exploded. As he was running out of the entranceway, he happened to see Lin Ming in front of all the falling debris, looking a bit confused. This was originally a 100-foot high cliff. The deacon had already protected Thunder Valley for many years. He was now well acquainted with the terrain around Thunder Valley. He could only look at Lin Ming incredulously. Could it be that this 100-foot-high cliff was collapsed by Lin Ming? He glimpsed the heavy, profound soft spear that Lin Ming was casually holding in his hands. There was a faint flash of true essence on the spear point. Did he just make a move with his spear a moment ago that caused a 100-foot cliff to collapse? Heavens! The Thunder Valley deacon already thought that his timid heart had experienced enough excitement for today. This was just too terrifying. If he experienced a third shock, then he just might have a heart attack. The rocks of the cliff had magnetic dark steel mixed in it. Who knows how many times harder it was than ordinary rock? How could this be possible? Junior apprentice brother Lin, what is all this? What happened here? Oh. Lin Ming slowly shrugged and said, I'm sorry, I was not careful, and the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead that I was examining exploded. Lin Ming had used the power of thunder and flame to release this move. Moreover, the concept behind this skill was the same as the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. Perhaps even the man who created the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead would have difficulty discerning the difference between the effects of the bead and Lin Ming's new ability. Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. The Thunder Valley deacon was surprised for a moment, and then he remembered what had happened recently. After Zhang Guanyu had been crippled by Lin Ming, news of the event had spread throughout the entire Sky Fortunate City. At that time, when Zhang Guanyu was dueling Lin Ming, he found that his own strength was inferior, and he was already in a situation where he was defeated. Because of this, he tried to ambush Lin Ming with the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead, so Lin Ming had wasted him in response. So that's what happened. The Thunder Valley deacon exhaled. So this explosion was caused by the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. If Lin Ming had thrown it, then it would have collapsed the cliff. However, this Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead was simply too perverse. If a 100-foot-high cliff could explode and end up looking like this, what would happen if it was thrown at a person? Would that person explode too? Thinking this, the Thunder Valley deacon recalled the magnetic chamber and the thunder inside that had disappeared. His curiosity was piqued again, but Lin Ming had already made the first step and said, Senior apprentice brother, it's getting late, I should head back first. Thunder Valley should shut down about now. If there's a chance, we will meet again. Lin Ming didn't wait for the Thunder Valley deacon to respond. He had already started moving after he finished his sentence. Since he had comprehended the concept of wind, Lin Ming's speed was extremely swift. Oh, junior apprentice brother Lin, hang on about the matter of the thunder inside the magnetic chamber. The Thunder Valley deacon's words trailed off halfway. Lin Ming had already disappeared beyond sight. This left him speechless. He had wanted to understand just what had happened inside that magnetic chamber in Thunder Valley. Fortunately, there was always thunder and lightning in Thunder Valley throughout the entire year. It just so happened that there had also been a thunderstorm that evening, and Lin Ming had managed to absorb almost half of the thunder energy from there. Since the Thunder Valley deacon could not find a reasonable explanation, he dropped the matter. But by the second day, the news of the explosion that occurred outside of Thunder Valley had already been passed on to Ouyang Dihua. Your luck is quite good. The explosion from the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead actually didn't kill you. However, you have now used up the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. What else can you do to resist? Now, when I kill you, it will be as easy as slaughtering a dog or chicken. Ouyang Dihua had already contacted the disciple of the refiner faction who had been expelled from the 7 profound valleys for violating sect rules. To Ouyang Dihua's delight, that disciple had already taken a half step into the Hotian realm and had now surpassed even himself in strength. It would be a breeze for a martial artist to half step into the Hotian realm to deal with Lin Ming, who was only at the early altering muscle stage. Lin Ming, your death has already been decided. Chapter 161, Swallowing the Blood Lingji. Chapter 161, Swallowing the Blood Lingji. Chapter 161, Swallowing the Blood Lingji. For several days, Lin Ming had been carefully researching and studying the heretical god force and had purified the true essence within his body. Although his cultivation hadn't risen by much, his total strength had actually experienced a dramatic climb. Before, Lin Ming had been lacking a true martial skill, although his true essence was amazingly thick, and he also had ghostly speed. His attack power was less than ideal. But now that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a method to fuse together the power of thunder and fire from borrowing the concepts behind the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead, he had created his own unique martial skill. Lin Ming named this move of his Thunderfire Annihilation. The power of Thunderfire Annihilation is no less than that of the Thunderbolt Devilfire bead. Now, as long as I don't face a peak pulse condensation period master, I have faith that I will be able to put up a worthwhile struggle. However, it wouldn't be good if this move were known to others. No one would believe that this ability was something I created myself. If I'm not being pressured to the edge of death, then I shouldn't use this move so easily. Although Thunder Annihilation had an overwhelming offensive power, just using it once would consume 40 to 50% of the true essence within his body. The consumption of resources was simply too great. If he used it, he would have to be able to guarantee that the strike would kill the enemy in one move. Otherwise, he would be in an extremely critical situation. As Lin Ming was planning on how to best utilize this new ability of his, a sound-transmitting talisman lit in front of him. As the purple-red flames flashed and dissipated, Lin Ming was surprised to hear the voice. It was Qin Zia, the Seven Profound Martial House Master. The message of the sound-transmitting talisman was very simple. He wanted to see Lin Ming at the Sword Bamboo Grove in the back mountains. Lin Ming put away the heavy, profound, soft spear and immediately trekked to the Sword Bamboo Grove. It was already nightfall. The dim night sky was like an iridescent curtain that fell over the world. Stars sparkled in the sky, and in the Sword Bamboo Grove there was a chilling wind that rustled the fallen leaves. As Lin Ming arrived at the edge of the Sword Bamboo Grove, he saw Qin Zia standing there, carrying a long zither. He was standing straight, and his long beard and blue robe danced in the bustling wind. He had an extraordinary and timeless demeanor. Martial House Master. Lin Ming respectfully bowed. I called you here today because there are a few matters. Qin Zia slowly turned. His voice had the same strangely calming quality that it had before, and was very comfortable to listen to. He flicked his fingers, and a golden light fell into Lin Ming's hands. Lin Ming received the golden token and glanced over it. 2 words were written on it: Seven Profound. Could this be a 7 Profound decree? Lin Ming remembered that when Elder Wang had passed down the 7 Profound decree to him, he had also held a token similar to this in his hand. Qin Zia said, "I'm very satisfied with your current ability. You shall take this 7 Profound decree and head to Seraphic Pond Mountain within Huoluo Nation. There is a pool of holy water there that is called the Seraphic Pond. The Seraphic Pond contains an extremely pure true essence. It is very beneficial to anyone under the Hotian realm. As long as you can find it, it will help you break through to the pulse condensation period. However, the power of true essence within the Seraphic Pond is limited. Only 3 or 4 people can use it every year. I had a very hard time getting this opportunity for you. You should cherish it and strive towards greater realms of cultivation. After some time, the main sect will send down some people to conduct a tournament between the 7 Profound Martial House of Sky Fortune Kingdom and the several surrounding countries. When that time comes, I want you to enter into that tournament and fight for a little face for my Sky Fortune Kingdom's Martial House. Seraphic Pond Mountain." As Lin Ming heard this, he was instantly attentive. He already had some knowledge about Huoluo Nation's Seraphic Pond. Seraphic Pond Mountain was a rare, holy spiritual ground, and the summit where the Seraphic Pond was located was the center of all the spiritual essence there. Who knew how many people were aiming for this holy water every year? Hulua Nation was much larger than Sky Fortune Kingdom, and they also had many more martial artists. If there was a limit of 3 or 4 people that could go to Seraphic Pond Mountain, then how could he have possibly been selected? Hulua Nation's 7 Profound Martial House would undoubtedly be very unwilling to surrender such a precious cultivation resource to the Sky Fortune Kingdom. What sort of method had the Martial House master used to obtain a spot for him? Lin Ming bowed with some thanks and silently thought in his heart that this Qin Zia was neither his relative or close friend. Wasn't this kindness just a little bit too over the top? Was this interfaction grand tournament of the 7 profound martial houses really so important to Qin Zia? Qin Zia also said, "Before you leave, go to the Martial House registration office and register, then you will be leaving for 2 months to adventure. Make sure to keep where you are going and what you are doing confidential. Right now you have many enemies. The 7 Profound Martial House can be considered a safe zone, but once you leave the 7 Profound Martial House, you will be in danger. So do not mention to anyone that you are going to the Seraphic Pond. Also don't tell anyone that you saw me tonight. I will send a master to protect you along the way. So make sure that you maintain a low-key presence and don't stir up any trouble." This disciple understands. Lin Ming respectfully said, "If a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House had to leave for a long period of time for things such as completing a mission or going out on an adventure to experience the world, they needed to register at the Martial House's registration office. Otherwise, if a disciple disappeared for too long without an explanation, then the 7 Profound Martial House would investigate. All of this was to ensure the safety of the Martial House's disciples. In 3 days, go to Travel Peak. There will be someone waiting for you. Remember, keep your location a secret." Qin Zia said this, and then drifted away. Yes, this disciple will remember. Lin Ming bowed. Looking at it, Qin Zia had done him a very great favor today. However, Lin Ming felt that there was something off about the situation, but he wasn't able to place his finger on just what was wrong. After I get to the Hulua Nation's Seraphic Pond Mountain, will they really give me a spot just with this 7 Profound token? Would they really so kindly and obediently give out a position to others? Could there be some troubles later? Thinking this, Lin Ming returned to his cabin. As Lin Ming sat down in bed and watched the token in his hands, he couldn't seem to forget this strange lingering feeling in his heart, as if something was off about what happened tonight. Martial House Master Qin promised me the treasure and medicines of the heavy, profound, soft spear, 500-year-old blood lingji, blue miracle pill, and body spiritual ichor. Just this alone already shows how much concern he has towards me, and what he believes my worth is. Now, he also gave me the opportunity to obtain true essence holy water from the Seraphic Pond. However, this Seraphic Pond is a resource that belongs to Hulua Nation. If the Martial House Master wanted to obtain this opportunity, he must have paid a correspondingly high price. The Martial House Master is not my relative, so why is he looking after me so well? Is it just because he values my future accomplishments? This explanation also seems a bit far-fetched. Lin Ming frowned. Qin Zia's generosity towards him was just too much. He was very flattered, but at the same time, he was unable to suppress suspicions that had been aroused. When I leave the premises of the 7 Profound Martial House, I will certainly experience danger at some point. No matter what, I must be as careful as possible and keep my whereabouts a secret so that they don't leak out and I find someone chasing after my shadow to assassinate me. I'll have to take these 3 days to enhance my strength as much as I can. With strength, I will have some confidence that I can protect myself. Thinking this, Lin Ming pulled out the 500-year-old blood lingji from his spatial ring. The impurities in his body's true essence had already been tempered and melted away. The side effects from the 2 top-tier pills that he had eaten before had been completely cleared. Now, it was time to take this 500-year-old blood lingji. A 500-year-old Lingji was able to supplement the blood vitality of a martial artist and increase their strength and martial arts cultivation. Lin Ming swallowed the blood Lingji. An ordinary Lingji would taste like cork and would also take a long time to chew. However, the 500-year-old blood Lingji in his mouth was like fine meat. It was creamy, moist, and slid smoothly down his throat. As he swallowed it into his stomach, Lin Ming felt a vigorous and exuberant swell of blood energy from his stomach spread out through his meridian lines and throughout his limbs. A massive amount of vigorous and energetic blood flowed up, and Lin Ming felt dizzy. This kind of dizzy feeling was just as if he had stayed in a steam room for too long. Inside, the blood would rush to the surface, and it would cause one's mind to be dizzy. This situation was somewhat similar to that. Along with the continuous influx of vigorous blood energy, Lin Ming felt the dizziness expand, as if his brain was blowing up. His face reddened, and his mouth spat out hot steam. His body began to give off an intense heat, and his skin was becoming more and more red. It looked as if he was oozing blood from 1,000 tiny injuries. This was because the vigorous blood inside of him was simply too strong, and it had begun seeping out from all the tiny blood vessels in his body, which finally led to this phenomenon. Lin Ming began to sweat all over, and even his sweat was tinted red with the overflow of blood. Seeing this, Lin Ming immediately closed all the pores of his body to prevent blood from spilling out. The blood that was flowing out contained the power of the blood Lingji. It would be too pitiful for any to go to waste. Although Lin Ming was bleeding all over, he did not feel any pain. He only felt a slight dizziness. In comparison to the blood Lingji, the crimson gold dragon marrow pill and the golden snake scarlet pill were extremely dangerous and potent medicines. While these two medicines were extremely hot and extremely cold, this was because they were used to directly wash the muscles and purify marrow. The blood Lingji had much milder side effects, as it was only used to supplement the blood vitality. Lin Ming began to revolve the true primal chaos formula, and like this, he sat in meditation for 5 hours until the sun was bright in the sky. The red blush that covered his body had already began to slowly recede. Lin Ming had absorbed about 70 or 80% of the blood Lingji's blood vitality. As Lin Ming revolved his true essence, he discovered that there was a great deficit of true essence within his body. This deficit wasn't because his true essence had been consumed. Rather, it was because Lin Ming's body had become more powerful, so he was able to accommodate more true essence. If true essence was compared to water, then the body would be the reservoir that was able to hold the water. From strength training to flesh training to viscera training to altering muscle to bone forging, and finally to pulse condensation. As one cultivated to each stage, the reservoir would expand and deepen. Thus the amount of true essence once could hold was more. But now, although Lin Ming's current cultivation hadn't risen, the blood vitality in his body was like a robustly burning stove. Because of this, the reservoir in his body was much more broad and deep than those at the same level of cultivation, and so the amount of true essence that he could hold was also more compared to others. Not only that, but because of the exuberant energy in his blood, his vitality was also stronger, his endurance was greater, and his physical strength also increased. Although Lin Ming's cultivation hadn't yet risen, his strength had just grown by a great deal. There are only 2 days before I must set off. With so little time, it's not realistic to want to have a great enhancement in my strength unless I can complete the inscription symbol for my heavy, profound, soft spear. The reason that Lin Ming hadn't yet placed an inscription symbol on the heavy, profound, soft spear from the time he had received it until now was because he had been busy constantly cultivating, and also because the materials were difficult to find. A few days ago, I sent out a bulletin from the Inscription Association. I wonder how many of the materials have been collected so far. Lin Ming had only just put out the announcement that he was trading his personal inscription symbols for materials. Since it had only been a few days, he had no hope in expecting that they would be gathered so quickly. However, he hadn't expected that during the afternoon of that same day, Wang Yuhan would send him a sound transmitting talisman informing him that the materials he wanted were ready, and Lin Ming could come take them whenever he wanted to. This caused Lin Ming to be very surprised. As he arrived at the Inscription Association, Wang Yuhan had already organized all the materials and placed them in a case. On the side of the case was a note that had a list of names detailing where all the materials had come from. About 20% of the materials were sent by customers. They had delivered the materials in return for an inscription symbol. As for the other materials, about 40% was sent by the Crown Prince's messenger, and the last 40% were prepared by Jingyun, Sky Fortune City's Bai Jing. Bai Jingyun? Lin Ming was even more surprised than before. The materials needed to create the astral symbol were not as rare or expensive as the ones needed to draw up the body inscription symbol. However, to collect so many materials in such a short time, one would have to spend a great deal of money and also call in many favors and connections. Chapter 162, Trap. Chapter 162, Trap. Lin Ming asked Wang Yuhan, did Senior Apprentice Sister Bai leave any message when she stopped by to deliver the materials? For instance, did she ask me to create an inscription symbol for her, or something like that? Wang Yuhan said, Jingyun didn't say anything. She just left the materials here then departed. Oh, do you have Bai Jingyun's sound transmission information? I would like to use a sound transmitting talisman to ask her. Wang Yuhan said, yes, but Jingyun recently left Sky Fortune City. She's already put in a request for a 5-month leave of absence from the 7 Profound Martial House. I don't think that she'll be back any time soon. A sound transmitting talisman had a limit to the distance that it could reach. If it was a very long distance, there had to be a pre-planned relay system set up ahead of time, and multiple sound transmitting talismans had to be used in series. Leave of absence? Lin Ming thought this was quite peculiar. The time one had to practice at the 7 Profound Martial House was very valuable. What sort of reason would there be for Bai Jingyun to request a 5-month leave of absence? Lin Ming was not accustomed to owing a debt to others. As for the Crown Prince's help, it was fine since he was helping him in the struggle for the throne. But why would Bai Jingyun collect these materials and then leave for a long journey without leaving a note? It really was confusing. Then, if Senior Apprentice Sister comes back, I'll trouble you to inform me. All right. So, Miss Wang, if I could ask you to help me prepare an inscription room, I would like to draw up the customer's inscription symbols first. And I'm okay. 2 days later, in the middle of the night, outside of Sky Fortune City in a shaded area of the woods, Lin Ming was wearing all black clothes as he rode on the back of a large gray eagle. This was a top-quality mount that a common person would usually never see in their lives, a heavenly wind eagle. The heavenly wind eagle had a wingspan of 40 feet, and it could fly at a huge distance of 8,000 miles every day. It was a third-level vicious beast, and it was only tameable by those martial artists and sects that were proficient in beast mastery. This kind of eagle mount had a value of at least 200,000 taels of gold, and it wasn't something that money could easily buy. Tonight, he would ride this heavenly wind eagle and go towards the Huloan Nation's Seraphic Pond Mountain. Lin Ming had already finished drawing the astral inscription symbol, and the drawing process had proceeded very smoothly without any problems. After completion, the range of true essence within the heavy, profound soft spear had increased by 50%. The skill of inscription astral spear had also been successfully attached. As soon as he willed it, true essence would condense into a part of the spear, and theoretically, as long as a martial artist's true essence was powerful enough, the spear could extend to an infinite distance. With Lin Ming's current strength, in a situation where he was in a battle, he was able to extend the heavy, profound soft spear by a little more than 100 or so feet. At this moment, by Lin Ming's side, there was also a martial artist that looked to be around 30 years old. He was wearing very flashy clothing and carried a heavy sword on his back. There was a long scar from a knife wound that curved down his face in the shape of a snake. This person's cultivation was at the peak pulse condensation period. He might even have taken a half step into the Hodian realm. He was also riding a heavenly winged eagle. This was the martial artist that Qin Zia had sent to protect him 3 days ago. After Lin Ming had arrived at Travel Peak at the agreed time, he had already been waiting there for him. When Lin Ming saw this person, he was stunned. Qin Zia's disciple was actually a martial artist that was a half step into the Hotian realm. And not only that, but this person had very pure true essence and an extremely powerful aura. His strength was probably higher than a martial artist at the same level of cultivation. With this person here, the Allied Trade Association would definitely not dare to do anything. "Hello, senior apprentice brother," Lin Ming greeted. The man replied with a lukewarm tone. "Are you prepared? We are leaving tonight." Yes, Lin Ming had wanted to ask for the senior apprentice brother's name and gain some understanding into the reason he was going to Wuo Nation, but felt that this man didn't want to speak anymore, so he reluctantly dropped the topic. The man let out a strange whistling sound, and suddenly 2 heavenly winged eagles heard that whistling and soared down. The heavenly winged eagles flew down faster and faster, and Li Ming could only hear the howl of wind in his ears as the incoming turbulent air current sent his clothes fluttering about. Lin Ming used his true essence to condense a wind shield in front of himself to block the intense winds. His eyes stared at the back of the pulse condensation period martial artist in front of him, and he fell back into rumination. This was an absolutely unwise time to leave the 7 profound martial house. If he was able to keep his whereabouts completely hidden, then it would be fairly safe. However, if there was even the slightest leak as to where he was, then the situation might become a bit dangerous. Martial House Master Qin has credibility. He shouldn't be trying to harm me, but I should still be careful. But even if I say that if Martial House Master Qin wanted me dead, then I wouldn't be alive today either. The first time that Lin Ming had met Qin Zia, he had felt a faint aura of righteousness from him. In general, those gentlemen that were accomplished in the fine arts were usually never hypocritical or malicious. Otherwise, it would be profoundly difficult to have any attainments in the fine arts. The 2 heavenly winged eagles flew for 1 day and 1 night. After a brief 2-hour period of rest, they then departed again for another 8,000 miles. This surrounding landscape became gradually more desolate the further south they went. This was south of Sky Fortune Kingdom, and it was close to the great southern wilderness. Lin Ming found that the heavenly winged eagles didn't directly fly to Wuo Nation. Instead, they took a detour. Even with the amazing speed of the heavenly winged eagles, this detour would still take half a day. Is this because of safety concerns? Lin Ming began to doubt in his mind. Relatively speaking, it was very safe to ride a heavenly winged eagle. A heavenly winged eagle flew at an altitude of thousands of feet, and it was difficult for someone who wanted to kill him to intercept him at such a height. It would be really easy for a murderer to dump a corpse here. Lin Ming's heart began to have a faint sense of foreboding, and he secretly went on alert, his mind linked to the heretical god Seed. Feeling the terrifying compressed power of thunder and fire within, and felt slightly more at peace. At this moment, Lin Ming, who had been highly focused the entire time, suddenly felt ice cold. He felt that the pulse condensation period martial artist in front of him was emitting a faint murderous intent, and this murderous intent was directed at him. This caused all of Lin Ming's 4 limbs to immediately become cold. This was a martial artist who was a half step into the Hotian realm. He was someone that not even Thunder Fire Annihilation would be able to match up against. At this time in a valley at Zhou Mountain, it was night, and the shaded trees lent an eerily dark feeling to the valley. "Is it done?" The voice abruptly sounded. The one who spoke was Ouyang Dihua. It was only a trivial matter. Huagong should begin any time now. The feminine voice of Bai Luo said as he slowly emerged from the woods. Huagong was Ouyang Dihua's junior apprentice brother. He was a disciple of the refining faction, but had been expelled from the 7 profound valleys. He was the martial artist riding the heavenly wind eagle alongside Lin Ming that was a half-step into the Hotian realm. Ouyang Dihua cruelly smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother's illusions are truly superb. I'm afraid that not even Qinzia would be able to see through them." Bai Luo was from the Mirage faction of the 7 profound valleys, and what he was best at were illusions, particularly disguises. Not only he could transfigure appearances, but he could also mimic voices and personalities. It was to a level that not even a peak Hotian realm master would be able to see through them. 3 days ago, Bai Luo had transformed into Qinzia and had ordered Lin Ming to leave the 7 profound martial house. He used to not to be able to see through my illusions, but these years Qinzia had been roaming the world, and his zither heart has already reached the point where it is like a mirror, the stage where his heart is spotless and resolute. His cultivation is also a half-step into the Xiantian realm. It shouldn't be difficult for him to see through my illusions. Fortunately, that eyesore Qinzia left the 7 profound martial house after the grand banquet had ended. He will continue to roam around and polish his zither heart, so there won't be any problems since he won't be coming back any time soon. As long as Qinzia isn't here and we can make Lin Ming leave the 7 profound martial house, killing him would be as easy as killing a chicken. Huagong wasn't needed to begin with. As long as Lin Ming falls down from the heavenly wind eagle, he will meet a violent, crushing death, let alone a mere little boy at the altering muscle stage. Even a Hotian master would be finished. Ouyang Dihua diabolically grinned as he said this. If he tried to move against Lin Ming in the 7 profound martial house, then it would alarm many people. Even if he could successfully kill him, after he died, there would most likely be several traces of evidence that one could use to trace back to the murderer. However, if Lin Ming was to leave the 7 profound martial house and even leave Sky Fortune City, and then if he was to disappear, most others would chalk it up to him dying while on an adventure somewhere. This way, even if the 7 profound martial house wanted to investigate the situation, they would have no idea where to even begin. The great southern wilderness is a land of endless vicious beasts and poisonous insects. Once he plunges to his death, there won't even be dust left over from his bones. Once the vicious beasts are done tearing through him, that is truly the best place to kill a man and destroy his corpse without leaving any evidence. Ouyang Dihua greedily licked his lips and impatiently waited in anticipation of the good news that Huagong would send to him. Southern wilderness. As he rode on the heavenly wind eagle, Lin Ming heard the snake-scarred martial artist let out a sharp whistle. Suddenly, when the heavenly wind eagle under Lin Ming heard this whistle, it rolled over mid-flight, trying to make Lin Ming fall off its back. Beast! Lin Ming held onto the eagle's feathers. Taking advantage of his strength, he took a firm grip with one hand on the eagle's body, and with a flick of his wrist, the 1200 gene heavy profound soft spear had already jumped into his hands. Although the heavenly wind eagle was very strong in flight, how could it maintain flight with a 1200 gene weight on its back? As Lin Ming tightly gripped onto the eagle's back muscles and pulled out his spear, the heavenly wind eagle immediately let out a whining call of pain and desperately flapped its wings. Even so, the heavenly wind eagle immediately plunged downwards in a straight vertical drop before catching itself. Sorry, young boy. I have had no past injustice with you, and no present grudge. I'm only doing this because someone offered me some benefits, and they wanted you to completely disappear. I'm sorry, but don't blame me. Huagong stood on the back of the heavenly winged eagle and grinned heartlessly. The snake-like scar wound on his face looked especially ferocious as he laughed. Who asked you to kill me? Qinzia? As Lin Ming asked this, he immediately rejected it. No, something was strange, but he didn't know just what was strange. Haha, you think that it's Qinzia? Think as you like. I have no interest in meaninglessly chit-chatting with you. I will let you be a confused ghost as well. You think that it's Qinzia. These words resounded in Lin Ming's heart and made him go cold. At this point, he didn't have any time to reflect on this. There was another strange whistling sound that was sent from Huagong, and the man sat down on the heavenly winged eagle as he turned around and flew at Lin Ming to kill him. Have a peaceful journey to hell. Huagong took out a strangely shaped long saber from his back and sent that long saber careening towards Lin Ming's back to behead him. Clang! Lin Ming lifted his spear to resist Huagong's strike with everything he had. However, the strength of a martial artist at the peak pulse condensation period was simply too formidable. As they exchanged a blow, Lin Ming only felt a strong force transmit through his body as he was sent flying backwards. With a cough, Lin Ming tore off a hunk of flesh from the heavenly wind eagle's back as he was sent soaring backwards by the strength of the blow. The heavenly wind eagle issued a pitifully keening cry. From an altitude of thousands of feet in the air, Lin Ming plummeted downwards. Chapter 162, Trap. Chapter 163, The Moment of Life and Death. Chapter 163, The Moment of Life and Death. Seeing this, Huagong grinned maniacally. If one's cultivation wasn't at the Xiantian realm, then they wouldn't be able to fly, let alone Lin Ming. Even a peak Hotian realm master would die a horrible death if they fell from an altitude of thousands of feet. This murder was just too easy. Although he had already determined that Lin Ming would die, Huagong still rode the heavenly wind eagle to chase him down. Firstly, he had to receive proof of Lin Ming's death, and secondly, he would take his possessions. Lin Ming had a spatial ring and the heavy, profound, soft spear on his body. How could he miss such a great fortune? The speed at which Lin Ming was falling from the sky kept increasing. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ming had already fallen several dozens of feet. As he frenziedly descended downwards, Lin Ming locked onto Huagong with his soul force. At this moment, he was filled with an incomparable calmness. Against a martial arts master who was a half-step into the Hotian realm, even his Thunderfire annihilation would be useless to defeat him. There would only be one chance to turn this defeat into victory. This would be a mid-air battle with his life on the line. If you want to kill me, then I'll drag you down with me. Lin Ming gripped the base of the heavy, profound, soft spear. The 9-foot-long spear began to emit a cold brightness on its spear point. Its murderous intent was overflowing. The crazily fluttering wind blew against him. Lin Ming began to fiercely revolve his true essence, and he brought forth a maddening amount. Concept of wind. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming spread his arms wide. It was like an invisible and gentle force had been born underneath him, cradling Lin Ming in its grasp. His falling speed began to slow down. When Lin Ming had first comprehended the concept of wind within the violent wind tunnel, it was possible for him to let his body pause in the air for a moment. Now, as he sailed amidst the wind, and his strength had sharply risen, he was even more like a fish in water. Lin Ming clenched his teeth, and his body suddenly rose up, flying directly towards Huagong. Huagong experienced a frightening shock as he rode the heavenly wind eagle. He had never even imagined that Lin Ming could use his own power to stay in the air. How was this possible? Even if it was Ouyang Dihua who had personally tasted the speed of Lin Ming's movements, he wouldn't have thought this was possible. Lin Ming's skill at movement had already reached the point of sailing in the wind. In the minds of most, only a Xiantian realm martial artist with incomparably thick true essence could fly. This was common sense. Has this boy reached the Xiantian realm? As soon as this thought flashed in Huagong's mind, he instantly rejected it. It was impossible. As Huagong remained dumbfounded by what was happening, Lin Ming had already rushed 100 feet towards him. He gripped the heavy, profound, soft spear with both arms, and his body's complete momentum came roaring out. Flood dragon goes to sea. His spear shot out perpendicular to his arm. The keenly sharp true essence whistled as it tore through the air. The silver-white spear point was just like a blazing silver meteor that was rushing out. Huagong suddenly recovered his composure. He pulled out his long saber and gave a fierce shout. His saber slashed out at Lin Ming's heavy, profound, soft spear. But at this moment, Lin Ming's hand that was holding the spear lowered, and the spear point thrust past the saber and straight into the heavenly winged eagle. This is bad. Huagong was taken aback. This was truly a rude awakening. Lin Ming's target was not him, but his mount. If he didn't have his mount, he would fall almost 1,000 feet and hit the ground before shattering into pieces. Just die. Huagong angrily shouted, and his saber cut out at Lin Ming. The saber had been kindled with a pyroclastic flame. If Lin Ming kept stabbing out, then his flame essence would absolutely severely injure or even kill Lin Ming. This was a fighting style that placed one's life on the line. Let's just see who is more willing to die. At this moment, Lin Ming's body flew backwards. Huagong's saber only cut air, but he was forced to draw back due to Lin Ming's attack. As long as the heavenly winged eagle was unharmed, and they both reached the ground, then he would hold an overwhelming advantage. But at this moment, another unthinkable scene took place. Although Lin Ming had retreated, the heavy, profound, soft spear in his hands suddenly stretched out. This was the skill of inscription, astral spear. The several dozen feet long astral spear was like a snow-colored bolt of lightning that shot out. The supplementary skill of inscription of the astral inscription symbol was the astral spear. This ability was able to condense true essence into a part of the spear itself. As long as one's true essence was powerful enough, the spear could infinitely extend it. Puff! The astral spear pierced through the heavenly winged eagle's body with no resistance, and cut through its heart and lungs. Screech! The heavenly winged eagle issued a wailing scream, and its body suddenly lost balance as it tumbled downwards. True essence manifestation. Flow like silk. Lin Ming did not give Huagong even the slightest chance to retaliate. The heavy, profound, soft spear in his hands began to violently shake, and vibrating true essence erupted from his spear as it began to realize into reality. More than 5,000 true essence filaments formed into 5,000 devilish flood dragons that broke into the heavenly winged eagle's body and tore apart all of its organs. Puff! The entire body of the heavenly winged eagle sprayed blood, and its entire body exploded in a sea of crimson as it died. You are courting death. Huagong's eyes turned red with rage. He jumped up using the broken body of the heavenly winged eagle, and with the rebounding strength, he let out a scream and called another heavenly winged eagle towards him. How could Lin Ming not see through his intentions? He retracted his arms, raised another mass of true essence, and while pointing his long spear straight out, he thrust it at the second heavenly winged eagle. Stop! Hualong cried out in increasing panic. If this heavenly winged eagle were to die, then he would be finished. Red Lotus Purgatory. Huagong gave a loud shout, and his body erupted in a raging inferno. As he wielded his saber, the red lotus began to bloom, and the sky darkened. It was as if this red lotus was swallowing all the light of the sun. When Lin Ming had fought Zhu Yan had overdrawn his true essence in that final moment in order to use this move. But compared to Huagong now, whether it was his aura or deadliness of the flames, Zhu Yan's move was far weaker in all aspects, seeing the burning hot red lotus fly straight at him. Lin Ming unfolded his arms as if here were a golden rock himself. Both feet moved in a straight manner, and his body was like a kite that flew off to the side. This was an airborne step of golden rock shattering the void, imperial wind rock art. When Lin Ming had defeated Zhang Guanyu, he had combined the concept of wind with the foundation movement technique. Although he hadn't used any top-tier movement martial skill steps to win, that didn't mean that golden rock shattering the void did not have its own unique steps. Ha! The red lotus purgatory slid past Lin Ming's body. However, the energy contained within Huagong's move was simply too excessive and formidable. Even though Lin Ming had evaded the red lotus purgatory, he still felt the searing wind that was carried from the red lotus purgatory. At that time, blood painfully surged within his body, and his body was sent tumbling around. Huagong took this opportunity to swing a whip, and the whip entangled itself around the last heavenly wind eagle's claws. Like this, his speed of descent slowed down. As he tumbled around, Lin Ming saw this and felt anxious. He didn't have much time left. They were now only a few hundred feet from the ground. Lin Ming flicked his hand, and the heavy, profound soft spear was withdrawn back into the spatial ring. Now that he was 1,200 genes lighter, Lin Ming's body felt light like a swallow. He raised his true essence again. Lin Ming stepped on air and moved straight towards the heavenly wind eagle. F***CK off. Huagong gripped the whip, and with a tug of his strength, he swung up from it. His body flew up at an angle towards Lin Ming, and he chopped out with a sizzling saber to cut Lin Ming in half. Huagong was truly a martial artist who was a half-step into the Hotian realm. Even if he was restricted in the air, he could still attack Lin Ming. Clang! As Huagong struck out with his saber, it still contained an immensely powerful force to it. Lin Ming had already pulled out the heavy, profound soft spear to block the attack, with Huagong's body upside down. The billowing hot fire true essence burned off his beard and all his hair. Lin Ming flew backwards in the air again. He raised his true essence to push down the roiling blood within his chest. His eyes locked onto the heavenly wind eagle. This distance was already past the limit that the astral spear could reach. His attack range was too low. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and drew out another weapon from his spatial ring. This weapon was another long spear. This spear was 8 feet 8 inches long. The shaft was a dark purple, and the tip was a deep red. This spear was one he hadn't used in a long time. Penetrating rainbow. Die! Lin Ming bellowed. His strength of 8,000 genes erupted, and vibrating true essence rushed into the penetrating rainbow spear. He aimed at the heavenly wind eagle and shot out his spear. Whiz! The penetrating rainbow spear shattered the ear, sending out a screeching howl, as if a sharp knife were scratching against ice. Listening to the horrifying sound, one could imagine the terrifying strength behind that spear. At this point, Huagong had already used his saber, and his momentum had dried up in the air. He simply had nowhere he could leverage. He could only helplessly watch as the spear was fired out dozens of feet towards the heavenly wind eagle. Although the heavenly wind eagle was a third-level vicious beast, Lin Ming's strength had recently arrived at an exceedingly potent level. Having just swallowed the 500-year-old blood Lingji, his vitality was like a burning stove. The penetrating rainbow spear that he threw out was nearly faster than the speed of sound. How could one possibly dodge it? Puff! The heavenly wind eagle was pierced like tofu by the penetrating rainbow spear. Blood spewed forth a dozen feet into the air. The speed of the penetrating rainbow didn't slow down. It passed through the heavenly wind eagle and kept soaring out into the sky. Ah, 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 ah. Huagong issued a furious scream of anger. He seized the whip and wanted to leverage it to cut towards Lin Ming again with his saber, but the heavenly wind eagle had already died. Huagong had no strength to initiate an attack. How could he catch Lin Ming, who had already comprehended the concept of wind? Huagong's saber uselessly cut air as he rapidly plummeted downwards. He was still 800 feet from the ground. "Boy, I'll remember you." Huagong gave off an angry roar as he fell faster and faster. Lin Ming lifted his spear and pursued him. Although they were far from the ground, he didn't know if this height was enough to kill a man who was a half step into the Hotian realm. "Since it's like this, let me add to the fire." Lin Ming shook his heavy, profound, soft spear. Skill of inscription, astral spear. The 100-foot astral spear formed. Lin Ming raised his arms and mercilessly thrust towards Huagong. Pung! This level of attack could not injure Huagong. He lifted his saber to fend off the spear. However, the moment he fended off the attack, Huagong's body was like a ball which had been struck. His falling speed exploded. "Ah, ah, ah, I will tear you into a million pieces," Huagong called out in anger. Lin Ming simply ignored him. He crazily poured true essence into the heretical god seed's flame essence and thunder soul, brewing up and readying his own unique martial skill, Thunderbolt Annihilation. Take advantage of the moment and take his life. He had already made up his mind. Even if Huagong were to die from this fall, he would not give a single inch of mercy. He would use his strongest move. This Huagong was probably not much weaker than an ordinary Hotian realm martial artist. Facing such a powerful enemy, Lin Ming didn't dare to hesitate at all. However, just as Huagong was about to hit the ground, Lin Ming's complexion changed. They were above a forest of the southern wilderness. In the moment that they fell into the forest, Huagong had flicked his whip and wrapped it around a branch of a thick tree. Damn it! Chapter 164, Red Lotus, Demonic Inflammation. Chapter 164, Red Lotus, Demonic Inflammation. Chapter 164, Red Lotus, Demonic Inflammation. Lin Ming cursed. He hadn't thought that the forest terrain would ruin everything that he had planned. Gotcha! Although Huagong had wrapped his whip around the branch of a tree, his falling speed was simply too fast. The branch broke under the strain of the pole, and Huagong fell to the ground with a very loud explosion, creating a human-shaped hole in the ground. Huagong had been badly injured. His internal organs were crushed, and he had broken several ribs. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cruel light. He had been ready to run for his life, but now seeing that Huagong had been so miserably injured in the fall, he changed his mind. Destroy him while he's down, and eliminate the root before any more problems emerged. If he didn't, then Huagong would simply eat several top-quality pills and restore his true essence. Once that happened, he would still chase him down and murder him. Although Lin Ming had the advantage of being able to fly in the air, once his true essence was exhausted, he would inevitably fall down. If Huagong followed him on ground, he would catch up sooner or later. Die. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and put forth 120% of his strength. He dove down like a falcon from a height of several dozen feet in the air. He thrust his spear out in front of him. The thunder soul and flame essence within began to violently tremble. The calamitous forces of fire and thunder were like an unforgiving flow that were about to burst out. Heretical god force. Open. The long spear aimed down, and the spear point was aimed straight. The horrifying sound of thunder and fire fusing began to echo in the air. The heavy, profound, soft spear was just like a meteor that was intertwining with thunder and fire blazing down. At this moment, the severely wounded Huagong suddenly flipped up. Seeing Lin Ming's spear coming at him, his expression was incomparably ugly. Although his internal organs were crushed and his ribs were broken, he still had the true essence protection of a half-step Hotian realm master flowing through his innards, skeleton, and muscles. With this durable true essence protection, he was able to barely staunch the severe wounds. He had wanted to play dead, as if he had been severely wounded to lure Lin Ming down, but hadn't expected that Lin Ming would be so decisive with his attack. Not only did he not investigate his wounds, but he had immediately used his finishing blow. Of course, to Huagong, who specialized in the art of fire, Lin Ming's so-called finishing blow that seemed to flow with some sort of flame simply looked like some second-rate skill. Humph, you are just some altering muscle stage junior, and your cultivation is mediocre. You still dare to fight me with flame? Huagong sneered, and his entire body combusted in a tornado of flames. Although he had truly been severely wounded, his cultivation was still a half-step into the Hotian realm. How could he fear a little junior at the altering muscle stage? Red lotus demonic inflammation. Huagong gave a loud shout as a red lotus flower appeared out of thin air in front of him. Tongues of flame flowed along the flower petals like crimson snakes, pouring a massive amount of fire true essence into his saber until it turned a blazing red, as if it were about to melt. Poof! Just as he had used the red lotus demonic inflammation, Huagong spat out a mouthful of blood. With the severe wounds on his injured body, he was just barely able to support such a strong martial skill. Damn kid, he actually made me suffer such a heavy injury. I will kill him first before I find a place to heal myself. Thinking this, Huagong forcefully revolved his true essence and wielded his saber. Above the saber, a vast swirl of rolling flames spread through the air. The land underneath his feet was instantly burned black, and a crimson heat wave spread out in all directions. In every place this heat wave touched, the vegetation would all wither and finally combust into fiery flames, turning into nothing but ash. Compared to the flames on Lin Ming's spear, whether it was horrifically scorching aura or the intensity of flames that spread out in a terrifying heat wave, the red lotus demonic inflammation was far superior. However, even facing the formidable red lotus demonic inflammation, the flames in Lin Ming's spear seemed to contain their own strange aura, as if it were boiling. Lin Ming was able to clearly feel the fluctuating flames and bursts of rolling heat transmitting from his heart. It was as if the flame essence was dancing in excitement. Ha! When the spear and saber crossed each other, the twin energies of thunder and fire suddenly interwove. Thunder-fire annihilation. As the seemingly weak flame met the seemingly weak lightning, a dominant power suddenly erupted. For a time, it was as if all sound in the surroundings had been swallowed by some mystical force. The heavy, profound, soft spear was like a bolt of silver light that roared out, tearing through the atmosphere. The interweaving energies of thunder and fire coalesced into a mysterious ball of light that shot out from the spear and directly clashed head-on against the red lotus demonic inflammation. Bang! There was a deafening explosion, as if a raging bolt of thunder had struck. Raging true essence scattered in all directions like a tsunami of water, crashing out from the epicenter of the explosion. Lin Ming was sent flying, tumbling backwards like a rag doll. Even though Huagong was severely wounded, his moves still had such power. As he tumbled back in the air, Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. The heavy, profound, soft spear desperately swept out and mercilessly broke apart a large tree. Lin Ming gathered his strength after slowing his momentum and firmly managed to hold his body straight. He looked up to see Huagong standing where he had been. The land around him had become a scorched, sunken pit. Huagong's entire body was slick with blood, and he was kneeling on the ground and supporting himself with his long saber. This caused Lin Ming's heart to contract. A martial artist that was a half-step into the Hotian realm was actually formidable to this degree. Huagong had been severely injured, and not only that, but Lin Ming had opened the heretical god force and also used Thunderfire Annihilation. Still, he had failed to kill him. Lin Ming had consumed too much true essence, so he did not continue his attack. Instead, he took out a pure true essence stone and began to revolve the true primal chaos formula as he rapidly absorbed the true essence to restore his strength. But at this moment, Huagong suddenly grinned. Under his blackened lips, he revealed a row of glowing white teeth. To Lin Ming, that gruesome smile caused his heart to go cold. This fellow actually still had strength. You really gave me a pleasant surprise. Is this really a martial skill that an altering muscle stage martial artist can release? It seems that I was the one who was not familiar with how the world has already changed. Good, very good. Today, even if I have to ruin my cultivation, I will kill you. Otherwise, if I let you live, there will be no end of my future troubles. Huagong let out another shout. His body began to burn once again with the red lotus demonic inflammation. But this time, the red lotus demonic inflammation was much weaker. As the fiery snakes twisted around his body, Huagong spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already gone past his limit. I don't believe that you have the true essence to use that move again. Huagong tread both feet on the ground, and the charred land began to rupture. He rushed forwards, his blazing saber cutting forwards to take Lin Ming's head. At this moment of life or death, Lin Ming's mind was calm like ice. His right hand held out the heavy, profound, soft spear, and his left hand's thumb traced the spatial ring. He couldn't use Thunderfire Annihilation again, and it was also impossible for him to fend off Huagong's saber. Die for me! Huagong's saber chopped down. The hot air from the saber circled up into a violent tornado as it stirred up a scalding air current. Meanwhile, Lin Ming also thrust out his spear, flow like silk. 5,000 strands of fierce, true essence gushed out like a tide towards Huagong, and in the midst of this torrent was mixed in a small blue bead. Thunderbolt Devilfire Bead. Bang! True essence detonated the Thunderbolt Devilfire Bead. At the same time, Lin Ming immediately launched the golden rock, shattering the void movement ability, and flew backwards. In that flash, even the sun seemed to have lost all color. The countless, dazzlingly bright rays were like golden swords that stabbed out in all directions. Lin Ming was struck by the shock wave of the Thunderbolt Devilfire Bead in addition to the heat wave from Huagong's saber. Even though his physical body had been strengthened and he had the medium-grade human step, purple, gold, flexible armor bestowed by the Crown Prince, his internal organs were still impacted by the terrifying backlash, and he vomited blood. However, Huagong was even more miserable. He had almost run into the Thunderbolt Devilfire Bead. The endless torrents of wanton explosive energy had recklessly fallen on Huagong's body. Under the previous severe wounds he had taken, the true essence that protected his body was already weakened to the point that it couldn't take a normal strike. So how could he possibly defend against such a violent explosion? Huagong's chest had been completely blown open into stringy pulp. His blood, mixed with meat bits, had been sent scattering about. Huagong was sent flying backwards until he struck a large tree, and with a harsh, crashing sound, the thick trunk of the large tree was cracked in half by the force of the collision. Huagong was like a dead dog as he tumbled several dozen feet on the ground before coming to a slow stop. His long saber spun in a few circles before it sunk into the ground. How could I like this? Huagong was unwilling to admit this situation, and he tried to crawl up. However, his heart and lungs had already exploded within his chest. His blood stained the land, and his life was slowly leaking away. I am actually going to die at an altering muscle martial artist's hands. I refuse. Huagong reached out a hand, as if he wanted to grasp the saber that had sunk into the ground, but then he spat one last mouthful of blood, and his body went limp. He had died. It was a pity that he didn't know that Lin Ming still possessed the Thunderbolt Devilfire Bead. In addition to the severe wounds he had, his perception had also been dulled. Otherwise, he would have found the trap that had been hidden within Lin Ming's true essence. Alas, this was simply fate. Ouyang Dihua would never have dreamed that Lin Ming was able to comprehend his own unique martial skill that was almost the exact same as the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. The result was that Ouyang Dihua had thought that Lin Ming had used the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead, as if he were enjoying it for fireworks. Kacha! The sky flashed with blood-red lightning. Soon after, it began to rain. The southern wilderness had a humid climate, and there were often thunderstorms. The torrential downpour of rain washed away the remaining vestiges of blood. Lin Ming dragged the heavy, profound, soft spear and limped over, wounded, to Huagong's side. After taking some healing pills, Lin Ming sat down in the middle of a mud puddle and let the pattering rain wash over his wounded body. This rain actually helped me, Lin Ming quietly muttered to himself. After he was caught in the shock waves from the explosions, his injuries were simply too heavy. In the southern wilderness, there were countless roaming, vicious beasts. If blood drifted out, then it would certainly attract many vicious beasts here. With Lin Ming's current condition, if he had to face many vicious beasts, the outcome could be imagined. A life and death battle. That was too close. This was the first time that Lin Ming had ever killed another man. However, he didn't have any particular feelings towards this. He had chosen to travel down the path of martial artists. Sooner or later, he would have encountered situations where he would have to kill others. Lin Ming had long since come to terms with this reality. Not only that, but in the 10,000 killing array, when he had killed the phantom martial artist inside, that feeling had been completely real. There was no difference between that and actually killing someone. Lin Ming was very thankful that he had obtained the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead from his duel with Zhang Guanyu. In terms of power, the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead was slightly weaker than his own Thunder Fire Annihilation. However, this time, Huagong's true essence protection had already been reduced to being no more defensive than paper, and thus was unable to block the fatal explosion from the Thunderbolt Devil Fire bead. After a martial artist reached the pulse condensation period, their physical strength would not change too much. If they didn't have true essence protecting them, then a Hotian Realm Master and a pulse condensation period martial artist's defensive capabilities would be the same. Why did this person want to kill me? Who ordered him? Ouyang Dihua? Or was it the Allied Trade Association? Lin Ming recalled his meeting with Qin Zia. Bai Luo's illusion had simply been too profound, and his voice, appearance, temperament, and even body odor were all consistent with Qin Zia's. Even though Lin Ming's perception was much higher than a martial artist at the same level, he too was unable to see through it. But now that Lin Ming recalled the time he had faced Qin Zia, he remembered he had felt there was something off. This was just an intuition of his. As Huagong mentioned this a moment ago, Lin Ming suddenly realized what he had neglected. That was Zither Heart. Chapter 165. Hollow Flame Essence. Chapter 165. Hollow Flame Essence. Qin Zia's Zither Heart was similar to a martial artist's heart of martial arts. It was an unshakable embodiment of his will. The first time that Lin Ming had seen Qin Zia, he had felt a faint aura of righteousness from him, as if there was some vast wave that lay in the depths of his heart. This was Qin Zia's Zither Heart. But the second time that he had seen Qin Zia, it was different. Although his appearance, voice, temperament, and even scent were the same, he was actually missing that Zither Heart. I see. So it was like that. There was someone masquerading as Qin Zia. What kind of camouflage technique could be realistic to this point? And they actually dared to pose as Qin Zia. This person must have known that Qin Zia had already left the Seven Profound Martial House. Otherwise, he would never have even an ounce of courage to pretend to be him. Qinzia moves around from place to place so much that not even the Allied Trade Association has the ability to find out where he is. It can only be someone high up within the seven profound martial house, like Ouyang Dihua. That fake Qinzia might have even been Ouyang Dihua himself. He could have learned some profound and mysterious transfiguration technique from the seven profound valleys to fool me. It seems that the seven profound decree is also fake, and the whole mess with Wulon Nation and the Seraphic Pond and the quota of people were also fabricated by him. Lin Ming took the seven profound decree from his spatial ring and ruefully smiled. He had only just glanced at the seven profound decree one time, so he hadn't been able to figure out if this one was real or fake. As Lin Ming was figuring out everything that happened, he felt a sudden shaking in his chest. His heart began to rapidly beat, and heat flowed through his blood to all his limbs. Flame essence? Lin Ming searched inside his body and discovered that the heretical god seed's flame essence was very excited, as if it had just encountered something new. It was like a happy puppy that kept jumping up and down without being able to calm down. This little fellow, what's he doing? Lin Ming, though, that was peculiar. Originally, the Thunder Soul was the more lively and active one, and the Flame Essence was usually sitting calmly around. So, why was it so jumpy today? Thinking back on this, when he had used Thunderfire Annihilation a moment ago, the Flame Essence had been exceptionally excited, and the fires that it had produced were much more formidable than in the past. Could it be Red Lotus demonic inflammation? Lin Ming's memories flashed before his eyes. Of course, he was so silly. Since the flame essence was able to absorb lava fire, then it could absorb other types of fires. He hadn't thought that the Red Lotus demonic inflammation technique that Huagong had released a moment ago was a type of energy that he could have absorbed. But now that Huagong had died, how could he absorb it? The flame essence shouldn't be so excited without a good reason. It must have found something interesting. Aware of this, Lin Ming began to probe Huagong's corpse with his soul force. Since Huagong had died, his soul had dissipated. So Lin Ming was able to drive his soul force straight into the body and investigate. Here it is. Lin Ming drew a dagger and picked at a part of Huagong's right hand. A red bead of burning flames immediately jumped out. Although this bead had been buried within Huagong's flesh, there wasn't the slightest bit of blood staining it. As the fire bead appeared, it suddenly flew up, trying to escape. However, Lin Ming had already trapped it with his true essence. Once he obtained the fire bead, the flame essence within Lin Ming's heretical god seed became even more agitated, as if it couldn't wait to devour it. Is this also a flame essence? Lin Ming looked at the fire bead and found that there was an exquisitely beautiful lotus flower carved upon it. Obviously, this was the so-called red lotus. No, this isn't a flame essence. This should be a hollow flame essence. A flame essence was not easy to form. The only reason that the flame essence within Lin Ming's body had formed was because he had the mystical secret skill, heretical god force, which was powerful to the extent of going against heaven's will. It was easier said than done to find a flame essence that had naturally formed in nature. There were many refiners and alchemists who had searched their entire lives for a flame essence and had only ended up empty-handed. Huagong's cultivation had also just barely brushed against the Hodian realm. With his cultivation, the only way that he could obtain a flame essence was by having a fortuitous event. However, since he was a refiner, Huagong must have had a way to control fire. Huagong had managed to obtain a wisp of Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame. Although the Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame was a high-grade flame, in the end a mere flame was still a flame. It was impossible for it to be eternal like a true flame essence. It would slowly wither and fade away with time. However, a true flame essence would never be extinguished. If one didn't want it to fade away, then one could only constantly refine it. Huagong had paid a great price to collect various fire attribute materials in order to refine and stabilize the wisp of Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame. During this period, he even had to steal a material from his sect and thus broke sect rules and was expelled, then was forced to flee the 7 profound valleys. After endlessly refining all sorts of precious materials into a high-grade flame, it would eventually become a hollow flame essence, otherwise known as an artificial flame essence. A hollow flame essence could exist for hundreds of years. During this time, in order to maintain its great power, one had to constantly refine materials into it. A hollow flame essence was far inferior to a true flame essence. A true Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame essence could casually release Red Lotus demonic inflammation flames. Just by taking one of these wisps of flames and adding many fire attribute materials, one could create a hollow flame essence. But the flames that a Red Lotus demonic inflammation hollow flame essence released were not Red Lotus demonic inflammation flames. Rather, they were just flames that were slightly superior to ordinary flames. Otherwise, with Lin Ming's cultivation, how could he possibly resist it? Although this is a hollow flame essence, there are countless flame attribute exotic materials and treasures refined within it. It is an absolutely nourishing flame attribute material. Who knew what sort of great price that dead man paid in order to create this hollow flame essence? And yet I obtained it at such a cheap price. Then I shall help myself to it. Ooh. Lin Ming was blunt. He directly absorbed the Red Lotus hollow flame essence within him. The hollow flame essence was sucked into Lin Ming's heart, where it was immediately overpowered by the brutal force of the heretical god seed. Shortly thereafter, the little flame essence that was in the heretical god seed became like a greedy little kitten as it madly rushed forwards, already eagerly impatient. Puff! The tiny flame essence submerged itself into the Red Lotus fire bead that was several thousands of times larger than itself. The hollow flame essence began to violently tremble in a dramatic last stand of resistance as it continually flickered like a candle wick in wind. The hollow flame essence fiercely struggled, but no matter how it fought, its efforts were ultimately futile. This process lasted for half an incense stick of time. The hollow flame essence began to gradually shrink, becoming smaller and smaller, until it was eventually all sucked into that little flame essence. The little flame essence had grown up just a bit. It was originally the size of a spark, but now it had become as large as a sesame seed. This left Lin Ming completely speechless. The Red Lotus fire bead may not have been large, but the fire attribute energy within was much purer than the lava fire inside the lava cave, and also much more powerful. After all, it had come from a martial artist that was a half step into the Hotian realm, and was also the result of decades of grueling accumulation of all sorts of materials and other rare items. Still, even after it was absorbed by the little flame essence, that flame essence had only grown a bit. It seemed that in order to foster its growth, he would have to spend a great deal of effort. If that little flame essence one day grew up, its power would inevitably be on an extremely terrifying level. For instance, a high-grade flame essence like the Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame essence was a dream that not even legendary Sciention masters would dare to hope for. Once this sort of flame essence appeared in the world, it would set off an apocalyptic storm of bloody terror. Lin Ming could not help but think of the future fascinating possibilities. What if he was able to obtain the Red Lotus demonic inflammation flame essence and let his tiny fire essence absorb it? What would happen then? Or what if he was able to obtain some sort of strange exotic thunder soul, for instance, some kind of divine lightning or evil expelling purple lightning, and then let his tiny thunder soul absorb it? What sort of effect would there be then? If he used thunder fire annihilation after that, what sort of effect would he be able to achieve? Lin Ming couldn't help but be inspired. Perhaps even a mighty Sciention master would immediately be destroyed in the resulting blast. As Lin Ming was thinking of all these fantastic scenarios, he caught a glimpse of a long saber sticking out of the ground. This long saber was Huagong's weapon. Lin Ming pulled the saber out of the ground to take a look. The saber was white like snow and had an iridescent shimmer. Good saber. Lin Ming couldn't help but admire such a weapon. This was a high-grade human steppe treasure. It was something that originated from a large sect. Its power was simply terrifying. That fellow was simply using money. Lin Ming helped himself to the saber and placed it within his spatial ring. Then his gaze shifted to Huagong's spatial ring that had dropped. If he killed someone and didn't take their goods, that would simply be wasting everyone's time. Medium grade, human steppe spatial ring? Lin Ming was overjoyed. This space within this ring was at least 5 or 6 times larger than his own low-grade human steppe spatial ring. Not only that, but it was also more stable and would last for 7,000 or 8,000 more years. This sort of treasure was very practical for Lin Ming's use. As he gathered more and more items, Lin Ming found that he was beginning to lack space within his own spatial ring. Because small dimensions were not compatible with each other, he couldn't place a spatial ring within another spatial ring. Therefore, he had a number of spatial rings that he could only keep in his hand. But this wasn't very convenient. Lin Ming sank his soul force into the spatial ring. As he took a sweep around, he suddenly gasped, "Heavens!" There were actually several dozens of treasures inside. The majority of these were low-grade human steppe treasures. However, there were also 2 medium-grade human steppe treasures. These low-grade human steppe treasures were new and didn't have any inscriptions on them. But the 2 medium-grade treasures had seen some use. Yes, it seems this fellow was a refiner. Only a refiner or alchemist would spend so much time and effort in order to breed their own hollow flame essence. There are about 30 low-grade human steppe treasures here that are brand new. Obviously, they are something that he refined himself. As for the medium-grade treasures, they shouldn't have been something that he was able to make. Normally, one would need to be a Hotian realm martial artist in order to create medium-grade human steppe treasures. As for high-grade human steppe treasures, those were things that could only be created by a Xiantian realm master, and that was why the corresponding price was so exorbitantly high. Lin Ming continued to probe the spatial ring. Besides the treasures, there were also several 10,000 gold tail banknotes, and also a heavy bag of true essence stones. He took the bag out. There were actually over 100 pure true essence stones that were worth 1,000 gold taels each inside. This refiner was really rich. Lin Ming said with happiness. These true essence stones were enough for him to use for a very long while. I should sell the treasures that this fellow made for money and exchange them for true essence stones and other things. Although a refiner would have a lot of money, they also spent money quickly because they had to purchase various materials to refine. This fellow had also bought up various flame attribute materials in order to refine his hollow flame essence. These were not small expenses. Besides these treasures and true essence stones, there was nothing more of value. There was a jade slip with a cultivation method inside, and there were also some fire attribute materials that were apparently to be used to raise the hollow flame essence. Lin Ming absorbed these materials into the heretical god seed and turned them all into the flame essence's nutrients. As for the jade slip, he glanced at it once and wasn't too interested. It was a medium-grade human steppe cultivation method. Of course, if he were to sell it, he could obtain a great deal of money. After Lin Ming had inventoried everything, the most precious things that he had found were the high-grade human steppe treasure saber and the spatial ring itself. Lin Ming put away the spatial ring and poured some true essence into his flame essence to cremate Huagong. However, at this moment, a flash of flame blazed out from Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming was shocked. Oh. Chapter 166, Witch Sisters. Chapter 166, Witch Sisters. Lin Ming put away the spatial ring and poured some true essence into his flame essence to cremate Huagong. However, at this moment, a flash of flame blazed out from Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming was shocked. Oh, he saw that the flame had taken on a deep garnet color, and snakes of flames seemed as if they were the petals of a blooming lotus flower. Obviously, his flames had taken on some of the characteristics of the red lotus demonic inflammation. Even with such a tiny surge of flames, it still created a whistling heat wave that flooded the area like a soaring tide of fire. Lin Ming was stirred. He took a sharp steel dagger from his spatial ring and passed it through the flames. In only a few breaths of time, the edge of the knife had actually turned red as it softened, and finally melted into a lump of liquid steel. Lin Ming was elated. The new flames that he conjured were on a much higher level than those of the lava fire flames. Although the burning lava was hot, it still wasn't enough to melt steel. Lin Ming waved his hand, and a wisp of flame fell onto Huagong's corpse. With a shishi sound, Huagong's corpse was quickly enveloped by this dark red flame. Since this flame was easily able to melt steel, its effects on a human body could be imagined. In a mere moment, Huagong had turned into ashes without even a bone remaining. Lin Ming casually shook his sleeve, and a cool breeze blew away the ashes. The corpse was gone without a single trace. After all this, Lin Ming began to search for the penetrating rainbow spear that he had thrown. This spear had been at Lin Ming's side through thick and thin. Although he didn't have much use for it these days, he still wasn't willing to discard it just like that. However, to search for a spear in the vast forest was easier said than done. Fortunately, Lin Ming had already used the penetrating rainbow spear for some time, and his true essence had been repeatedly poured into it, so there should still have been a residual trace of true essence within the spear. Lin Ming was able to follow this small trace of true essence. Finally, amidst a pile of weeds, he found the penetrating rainbow spear nearly completely submerged in mud. After taking back the penetrating rainbow spear, Lin Ming began to formulate a plan on how to deal with Ouyang Dihua. Regardless of whether it was power or influence, Ouyang Dihua had the advantage in all fields. If he returned to the Seven Profound martial house like this, he would easily lose and might even be killed by Ouyang Dihua. Strength. I have to grasp more strength and then return to the Seven Profound martial house to get revenge for what happened on this day. Lin Ming simply decided to stay in the southern wilderness. Here was a good land to gain experiences and grow. The southern wilderness was 100,000 miles long and 100,000 miles wide. It was located southwest of Sky Fortune Kingdom. The land here was not in the sphere of influence of the Seven Profound Valleys. There were no countries in the southern wilderness. Rather, there were individual tribes that were scattered around. The mainland referred to these tribes as groups of barbarians and thought that they lacked ethics and ate birds and animals raw. It was true they had different moral principles. However, it was false that they ate birds and animals raw. The people of the southern wilderness would often marry close relatives. To those that lived in the mainland, this was an outrageous and sacrilegious affront to their sensibilities. The girls of the southern wilderness were extremely bold in their choice of clothing. They often only wore animal skins or thin linens to cover their most vital parts. With such simple dress, there wasn't much that was hidden, and it often caused those watching to fall into daydreams. The girls of the southern wilderness were the healthy color of wheat. They were mostly tall and slim, with slender and fit legs. Daggers were tied to their legs by animal skins, and they wore ivory jewelry fashioned from the bones of vicious beasts on their neck and wrists. There was a certain exotic charm to this. Lin Ming had already been in the southern wilderness for 5 days. He had walked south from the forest for the entire time and had finally seen his first southern tribe. In those past 5 days, Lin Ming had killed almost 100 vicious beasts on his way there. Where he was now was only at the southern edge of a great mountain range. The vicious beasts here were not ranked too highly. The strongest vicious beast he had encountered along the way was only equal to a bone-forging stage martial artist. This sort of vicious beast posed no threat at all to Lin Ming. After walking through the wild forests for such a long time, Lin Ming finally saw the telltale smoke signs of human civilization. Lin Ming let out a breath in relief and didn't say anything else. He was simply tired of the diet that he had been eating these days. Except for the vicious beast meat, there were only wild fruits. The most notable problem was that there was no salt, so everything he tasted was bland. This tribe probably had little more than 1,000 people. As Lin Ming walked into the tribe, he suddenly felt a wave of exotic and adventurous wind. Here, there were huts and tents, large and small. All the pointy tents were embroidered with fascinating designs, such as vicious beasts, totems, mythical demon lords, and phoenixes. Between the tents on the road, there were traders wearing southern clothing and carrying bamboo poles. They sold a wide variety of products such as fine bone jewelry, handmade knives, bows and arrows, rare animal skins, bird-feathered hats, and so on. Of the southern people that Lin Ming encountered on the way, most of them had training in martial arts. In the southern wilderness, the forests were thick with vegetation and thorns, and vicious beasts eternally haunted the lands. The people of the southern wilderness often had to fight with vicious beasts, and gradually over time, this caused the physical strength and martial arts cultivation talent of the southern people to generally be better than those of the mainland. As Lin Ming was looking for a vendor to buy a few jeans of salt, he saw a young, slim girl about 16 or 17 years old with a smiling face as radiant as a flower beckoned to him. She pointed to herself and then pointed to inside of her tent. Lin Ming was momentarily stunned before he snapped back to reality. The social customs of the southern wilderness were very open and lax. Regarding marriages, besides important people of clans and tribes, it was simply not fixed for ordinary people. They would often implement a sort of walking marriage, matriarchal system society. When a man and woman met in a situation that they were attracted to each other, then the man would spend a pleasurable night at the woman's sleeping place, and then he would leave at dawn the next day. If there was a child, then the bride's family would raise it. This was the first time that Lin Ming had encountered such a thing. He awkwardly waved his hands with some embarrassment. He did not plan to leave a child in the southern wilderness and then wash his hands of any responsibility. The young girl's face was colored with disappointed, and she bitterly pulled down the tent's curtain. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, Lin Ming felt something. He noted that not too far away were 2 girls and 2 men. The 2 men looked to be 30 or 40 years old. One was bald and had very hard and ferocious features. He was big and tall and carried a 10-foot-long mace on his back. The other man was just the opposite. He was thin and small of build, and he wore leather armor. There was a small axe on his back. His face was lean and sunken, not unlike a monkey. What caused Lin Ming to be surprised was that these 2 homely men both had an impressive cultivation at the peak bone forging stage. It was quite unusual for 2 bone forging stage martial artists to suddenly appear in a small tribe with only 1,000 people. Lin Ming's gaze shifted to the 2 girls. Although these 2 girls were only around 14 or 15 years old, their cultivation was already at the viscera training stage. To Lin Ming, this was even more startling. For a 14 or 15-year-old to reach the viscera training stage, this degree of success could only be achieved by a junior of an aristocratic family in the Sky Fortune Kingdom with at least a superior 4th-grade talent. For 2 girls with at least a superior 4th-grade talent and 2 men at the bone forging stage to appear in a small tribe with 1,000 people was just too irrational. Perhaps these 2 are also outsiders, Lin Ming guessed. While Lin Ming noticed these 2 bone forging stage men, they also noticed Lin Ming. The bald guy sent a true essence sound transmission to the monkey-faced man. Big brother, this boy is at the altering muscle stage. He meets our requirements." The monkey-faced man nodded and replied with a true essence sound transmission. "How lucky. It seems that this boy is also only 15 or 16 years old, with such a cultivation at his young age. He is probably the son of some large aristocratic family. This little boy is inexperienced and arrogant. It will be easy to make him swallow the bait. Hee. I'll go up and call him. Once the matter is finished, we'll kill him. There are definitely many good things on his body. After we steal all of them, then us brothers will have all the benefit. Wait until he's out of here before we talk to him. If we are seen by others, then it will be bad. This boy surely has some sort of powerful background. If we are discovered by them, then it will be the end for us." "All right, I know." The bald man licked his lips, a bit impatient. The monkey-faced man also licked his laps. He turned to the two girls behind them. Speaking to the older girl in front, he smiled and said, "Miss Na-E, we will rest for tonight in this tribe. I'll have to trouble you to guide us again tomorrow. Rest assured, as long as we find the sorcerer's holy land, I shall release you and your little sister. Of course, if you plan on playing some dirty trick on us, then, don't blame us for being rude. You may or may not know, but a pair of witch sisters will sell for a very high price in Holua Nation." The monkey-faced man smiled deviantly, and the young girl, named Na-E, could only stare at him. Her eyes were cold like the 9th layer of the abyss, and her little sister, Na-Shue's face whitened. If it were just Na-E, then she would have no fear to fight to the death. However, now she had her little sister with her, so she had no recourse but to submit to these two wicked men. Of these two girls, one was the elder sister, Na-E, who was 15 years old. The younger sister was named Na-Shue and was 14 years old. These two girls were originally the tribal witches of the southern wilderness. Most southern tribes were matriarchal societies. The supreme power of these tribes was a woman, known as the Witch Queen. Most of the clans and tribes of the southern wilderness believed in the faith of the sorcerer. The Witch Queen was considered the messenger of the sorcerer, and thus was also the tribe's greatest leader. A witch was a candidate for the next Witch Queen. A Witch Queen was not a hereditary position. For witches to be chosen, there was a very complex set of rules. Two girls were identified as witches at birth. If no accident happened, then they would enter into the sorcerer holy land when they were 16 years old and inherit the sacred inheritance of the sorcerer's mysterious power. Then, according to the sorcerer's decision, one of the two witches would be chosen as the successor and become the next Witch Queen. However, when Na-E was only 14 years old, her tribe had been wiped out by a rare great flood of vicious beasts. In the southern wilderness, there were countless vicious beasts. Occasionally, there would be massive riots of these vicious beasts that would form into a vicious beast flood. In a large-scale beast flood, there might possibly be as many as tens of millions of vicious beasts. It was enough to completely annihilate a tribe that was even millions of people strong. After Na tribe had been decimated by the beast flood, there was simply nothing left of the tribe, and not even 10% had survived. At that time, the nearby fireworm tribe had taken advantage of the fact that they were ruined to launch an attack. The fireworm tribe believed in shamanism, so they had different tribal beliefs. Not only that, but they also had many conflicts of interest, and there was always friction between the two. Since the beast flood had already weakened Na tribe, they were unable to resist the advancement of the fireworm tribe. As a result, Na tribe experienced a complete genocide. However, the two sisters Na-E and Na-Shue were the hope of Na tribe. Before the outbreak of war, they had already been sent off, but they had left the wolves just to enter the tiger's den. The two sisters had been kidnapped by the bald man and the monkey-faced man. Their goal was simple: It was Na tribe's sorcerer holy land. Chapter 167 Sending Sheep into the Tigers, Denver. Chapter 167 Sending Sheep into the Tigers, Denver. Chapter 167 Sending Sheep into the Tigers, Denver. The Na tribe's sorcerer holy land was a hallowed ground that only the current witch queen and her successors knew the location of. This land was the tribe's ultimate legacy. Inside was contained the mysterious power of the sorcerer. Foreigners were absolutely not allowed to enter. Otherwise, that would desecrate the land of the sorcerer and blaspheme his name. Although her tribe had already perished, Na-e would rather die in order to maintain the long-gone glory of her people. But now her younger sister had fallen into the hands of these two beasts, and thinking of the tragically pitiful fate that would befall her little sister was like a sizzling knife that pierced Na-e's heart. She could do naught but repeatedly delay her compromise in order to protect her. The monkey-faced man had found out that Na-e was intentionally delaying, so he had given her a warning earlier. Hee, big brother, if I don't give these two little girls a taste of what we can do, then they won't know just how fierce us double demons of the southern wilderness are. Tonight, I will bring the younger girl into a room to train well and show her what it means to be a woman. As the bald man said this, he leered at Na Shui with an obscene smile. Pitiful Na Shui paled, hiding behind Na-e as she shivered. If you dare to touch her, I will immediately cut off my meridians and die, Na-e said as she stepped back, one hand protecting her little sister and the other clenched against her chest. She gritted her teeth and began to revolve the true essence within her body. Her angry eyes were the same as a small leopard as she glared at the bald man. There was no doubt about it. She was someone who could follow up on her words. The bald man's aura was weakened as Na-e stared him down. He bitterly stepped back. Although his strength far surpassed Na-e, if they compared their aura, then he had not been able to suppress her. Number 2, don't mess with the sisters. Only the elder sister knows the way to open the path to the sorcerer holy land. If she commits suicide, then we won't be able to get anything at all. When we succeed in obtaining the power of the sorcerer, then your strength will rise to the pulse condensation period. At that time, you can have any woman you desire. You have to look forward to the goal ahead. The monkey-faced man said with a true essence voice transmission. I was just thinking that, the bald man muttered as he lasciviously licked his lips. I don't really care about the younger one, but that Na-e, which is someone I don't usually see. I like her strong temper. If I could bring her to bed, then she would be surely full of flavor. In the evening, Lin Ming spent the night at an inn within the small tribe. The next day, he bought a tent, rope, a variety of antidotes, and deworming wine before he once again entered into the forest of the wilderness. The wild forest was not dense. Rather, it was often dotted with large tracts of grasslands and marshes. Lin Ming left the tribe and walked for about a quarter of an hour. Gradually, the surroundings became increasingly desolate. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of hoofbeats behind him. After a little time, 4 people on deep red mountain horses rode up in Lin Ming's sight. They were the 2 men and 2 young girls that he had seen yesterday. These 4 people were probably deliberately following me. Lin Ming had a very strong perception. When he was buying things on the street, he had noticed 2 men hiding in the inn and occasionally peeking out to observe him. As they caught up with Lin Ming, the 2 men reined in their horses and heartily laughed as they dismounted. The waxy, monkey-faced man warmly asked, Little brother, are you out for an adventure? Lin Ming cupped his hands together in greeting and said, Yes, I heard that the southern wilderness had a rich wealth of hidden treasures, so I came here to test my own luck. I wanted to see if I can obtain any medicinal grasses that I can use for elixirs while gaining some experience. The bald man laughed as he heard this, and then growled, Little brother, you've come to the right place. The southern wilderness is incomparably vast. There are countless rare birds and beasts here, and endless amounts of precious materials and treasures. However, there are also many dangers, and the terrain is complex. It's very easy to get lost here. Little brother, if this is your first time coming to the southern wilderness, then how about traveling with us? We are very familiar with the surrounding areas, and our strength is also decent. How about it? As the two men spoke, Lin Ming noticed that the little girl behind the man was anxiously biting her lip. She was looking at him with wide eyes, and there seemed to be a hint of distress, confusion, and fear within them. Lin Ming's mind stirred. It seems as if this little girl has something to say, but she can't say it. Is it because she fears these two men? It looks like the relationship between the two girls and these two men isn't friendly. As Lin Ming thought this, he secretly scanned the two men. These two men had a very fierce air around them. They seemed to be in a hurry to have Lin Ming go along with them. Their motivations were extremely suspicious. Otherwise, why would two peak bone forging martial artists try to pull in a boy that was only at the altering muscle stage? That was purely looking for trouble. Interesting. What do these people want? To kill me and take my possessions? Lin Ming maintained a composed expression. He neither agreed nor refused. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem to simply kill these two peak bone forging martial artists, so he wasn't afraid that they might have some diabolical plan they wanted to hatch. The monkey-faced man saw Lin Ming hesitate and hurriedly said, "Doesn't little brother wish to go deep within the southern wilderness to explore? There are many centuries-old herbs there, such as ginseng, lingji, and other plants. We brothers are going on a treasure hunt at an ancient site, but that site has an array formation that takes at least 3 martial artists whose cultivation is at the altering muscle stage or above to open. If you go with us, then when we obtain the treasure, we will give 20% to you. How about it?" The monkey-faced man quickly gave a half-explanation as he found that Lin Ming seemed suspicious of them. But as he faced the monkey-faced man, Lin Ming had actually already used true essence sound transmission to speak to the two little girls behind him. He asked, "Are these two men your companions?" Seeing the two girls not respond, Lin Ming guessed that they weren't able to return a message through true essence sound transmission. He asked a different question. If yes, then blink one eye. If no, then blink both eyes. As Lin Ming said this, the older girl didn't have any expression, but the slightly more childish-looking one blinked both eyes. Seeing this, Lin Ming was suddenly aware of the situation. These two men were not good people. Are they holding you by force? If yes, then blink one eye. If no, then blink 2 eyes. The little girl blinked 1 eye. They really were being forcefully held by these two men. Lin Ming thought that things were finally becoming interesting. What reason was there for these two men to kidnap these two young girls? Were they planning on selling them to martial artists to use for some nefarious reason? Was it true that they are going to some ancient site to look for treasures? This time, the little girl immediately blinked 1 eye. It seemed that there was indeed some ancient site. He said that he needed 3 martial artists, at least at the altering muscle stage, to open the array formation of that ancient site. Is this also true? The little girl blinked her eye again. This time, the older girl glared at the younger one, and the little girl suddenly acted as if there was a child that had done something wrong and timidly lowered her head. Lin Ming was a bit puzzled. What was the matter between these 4 people? At this moment, a girl's voice sounded in his mind. Although this voice was young, it was very chilling. If you don't want to die, then hurry up and leave. If you go now, then it might not be too late. Lin Ming looked at the older girl with incredulity. Unbelievable. She obviously could use true essence sound transmission, so why didn't she speak to him before? He hadn't thought that this harmless-looking girl would speak a few words in such an icy tone the first time she opened her mouth. At this time, The two men suddenly realized that Lin Ming was speaking to Na-E through true essence sound transmission. The monkey-faced man cunningly smiled. With a half-step, he and the bald man had already assumed a pincer-like position around Lin Ming and had sealed his path. He still asked, in an agreeable manner, "Little brother, how about it? Would you like to go with us?" The bald man also smiled and said, "Little brother, you should seriously consider this, otherwise you might regret it." Although these two men were smiling, their fake expressions contained a faint hint of murderous intent. They had never considered Lin Ming a threat in their minds. To them, he was only a little boy at the altering muscle stage, while they were two peak-bone forging martial artists. To deal with him was a simple task. However, these two men didn't know that Lin Ming also had a similar plan. With his Thunderfire Annihilation, he could kill a pulse condensation martial artist. And these two men were only at the peak bone forging stage. He probably wouldn't even need to use Thunderfire Annihilation in order to kill them. What he was interested in was the ancient site. If he killed these two fellows now, then he wouldn't have anyone to bring him there. Listening to these two, it seemed that it was true that there needed to be 3 martial artists, at least at the altering muscle stage, working together. If he eliminated them both, then he wouldn't have any method to enter. Lin Ming decided to use their own plan against them. He would pretend that he was some useless rich junior of some large family that had never seen the world, and then let these two men relax their guard. If these two men still dared to do anything once they reached the ancient site, then Lin Ming didn't mind lending them a hand and sending them on their way to hell. Of course, he would also take the treasure there while he was at it. Now, the girl's icy-sounding true essence sound transmission echoed in his mind again. "I asked you to leave, and yet you didn't, and still talked so much nonsense. Now, they suspect that you know something. It's already impossible for them to let you go. You can only hope for the best from here on out." After this, the older girl no longer spoke. Her cute and pretty face had gone as cold as ice. Lin Ming thought this was quite funny. He hadn't denied anything or said he was going to do anything. In fact, he was prepared to take a nice trip with these two men. What treasures would there be at the end of this ancient site? What was the risk factor, and just what dangers were there? Lin Ming had many doubts, but it appeared that the older girl wasn't willing to answer him. The little girl seemed more agreeable, but she could only blink. If he asked these questions, then it would be impossible for him to get a clear answer just from her blinking eyes. Thinking this, Lin Ming suddenly acted bashful and gratefully smiled as he said, "Two big brothers are very gracious. This is truly the first time that I've come to the southern wilderness, and I am unfamiliar with the land and the people. Also, my cultivation isn't high, and the road is surrounded with danger. If two big brothers are willing to take me, then that would really be too good." Hearing Lin Ming say this, the monkey-faced man was a bit taken aback. Was this fellow stupid, or just fake stupid? Chapter 168, Playing the Role of the Fool. Chapter 168, Playing the Role of the Fool. Chapter 168, Playing the Role of the Fool. It doesn't matter if he's truly stupid, or just acting stupid. He's still only a little boy at the altering muscle stage. There are no tricks that he can play. I'll have to keep watch over him, so he doesn't have any chance to use a sound transmitting talisman. After another day of going through the wild forest, we'll be far past the range of any common sound transmitting talisman. When that happens, he'll be nothing more than a slab of meat. I'll cut him, however. I want to cut him. The monkey-faced man thought this and said, "Little brother, my last name is Zhou. This fellow here is my brother. It's fine if you call him Baldy." "Great. My last name is Mo. I am called Mo Lin." Lin Ming casually quoted a random name. The southern wilderness was incomparably vast, and there were countless tribes. Even Ouyang Dihua would have difficulty finding him even if he knew he was down here. Still, Lin Ming didn't want to provoke any unnecessary troubles. Little brother, Mo, let's go. Miss Na-E, I'll have to trouble you to ride the same horse as your younger sister. Na-E maintained her calm as she switched horses. For Lin Ming, she could only sigh. Was this young man an idiot? Or was he just clueless and blindly optimistic to this extent? Did he really think that the double devils of the southern wilderness would actually let him off afterwards? However, the fate of Na-E and her sister was also unclear. How could she worry about others? In the group of 5, Lin Ming rode a short-legged mountain horse all the way up. Although the horse was slow, it had very good endurance, and it was able to go over hills and crags just like they were flat land. Slowly, the surrounding plant life became increasingly lush and vibrant. When he had first entered the southern wilderness, the trees had been sparse, and the terrain was mostly marshes and grasslands. But now, the forest was so thick that even the sunlight couldn't reach the ground. The entire forest was dark as dusk, and the grass was as high as a human. In this high grass, there were often lurking vicious pythons. If a martial artist of insufficient cultivation walked inside, it would be very easy for them to be killed. The bald man was the vanguard, leading the way with his saber. The monkey face brought up the rear, and Lin Ming and the 2 sisters were protected in the middle. Before they found the sorcerer Holy Land, the security of the 3 with lower cultivations was very important. Little brother, lend a hand. We should get out of this high grass before night falls. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous. With just me leading the way, it is very slow. The bald guy said to Lin Ming as he waved his saber around. This sort of grass was very dense and lush. It intertwined together again and again, and was also extremely tough. If one didn't cut it open, then it would be impossible for the horses to pass. Oh, all right. Lin Ming responded, and slowly took out a medium-grade human step treasure saber from his spatial ring. This saber was a weapon that Huagong had left behind in his spatial ring when he died. The design of the saber was very simple, and the scabbard was a finely designed sheath of snakeskin. It had obviously seen some use over the years. About 5 inches from the saber point was a crimson-colored inscription symbol. This inscription symbol was a fire attribute symbol that increased the true essence flow by 40%. Just the cost of the inscription symbol must surpass 10,000 gold taels. Obviously, this was a treasure saber that had gone through a very arduous crafting process. Unsurprisingly, Huagong should have used this weapon. However, he had later replaced it with a different one but was unwilling to sell it, so he had kept it within his spatial ring. As Lin Ming pulled out this saber, the bald man's eyes went perfectly round. Hot damn, this guy could just casually take out a medium-grade human step treasure. And it also seems like this is a top-tier medium-grade human step treasure. This father has lived for so many years, and yet has only seen 3 different medium-grade human step treasures. As the monkey-faced man saw Lin Ming's weapon, his pair of monkey eyes also began to greedily shine. He noticed the common-looking ring that Lin Ming had on his finger. Without a doubt, that was a spatial ring. Spatial ring. Even the most inferior of spatial rings was worth several tens of thousands of gold taels. He had already been envious and wanted one, but with his wealth, how could he possibly afford it? The monkey-faced man immediately blossomed with delight, his whole face smiling. He really couldn't wait to kill Lin Ming and steal his spatial ring and see what other treasures there were inside. Who knows what other goodies this kid has on him? Damn, we caught the big one this time. This father has such luck. This boy looks so clueless. He doesn't even seem to understand what this wealth means. He just so casually took out such a good saber like a silly boy. If I do not kill him and take that saber, then it will be really unfair. Just hold it a bit more. Once we reach the Sorcerer Holy Land, we will immediately kill him. Lin Ming seemed as if he did not notice the greedy eyes of the bald man and monkey-faced man at all. He single-mindedly chopped the grass with his treasure saber, the medium-grade human step treasure saber with a fire attribute inscription. Symbol was easily able to chop the grass as if it were a soldier cutting tofu. There were only the slicing sounds as large swathes of wild grass were mowed down. The bald man's throat dried as he saw this. If he had this saber, who knew how much his battle prowess would increase? The weapon that this bald man used was a mace. This kind of weapon was extremely uncommon. There wasn't a high enough demand, so not many refiners would create a treasure mace. Because of this, the bald man only used a normal mace. But the monkey-faced man actually used a low-grade human step treasure short axe. However, it was of the worst quality, and the inscription symbol on that short axe was a common one worth no more than 2,000 gold taels. To most martial artists, a treasure worth several thousands of gold taels was prohibitively expensive. They were often things that only the juniors of aristocratic families could have. For instance, Taifeng, who had first purchased Lin Ming's overwhelming rune, was also a peak-bone forging martial artist. But because of his background, he was poor, and thus could not afford a treasure. Otherwise, he would have never bought Lin Ming's overwhelming rune. Although a martial artist could make money, they still had to buy medicines in order to cultivate. Normally, this was a money-losing proposition. It was only after reaching the pulse condensation period and receiving a title and a salary that their economic condition would slowly improve. That was why a poor person could usually not afford to practice martial arts. Little brother, the monkey-faced man called out to Lin Ming in front of him, who was cutting grass. What's the matter? Lin Ming blankly turned his head around with a vapid expression. Let me take a look at the saber. This brother has never seen a medium-grade human step treasure before. Oh, this... Lin Ming's face had a difficult expression. He was playing the fool, but still, there was a limit. He wasn't stupid enough to give this weapon to others. Thinking this, Lin Ming said, "This saber is my family's inheritance. My father told me not to show it to people. Still, I have several other sabers that I may lend to you two big brothers to have a look." As Lin Ming said this, he slowly pulled out two treasure sabers from his spatial ring. These were low-grade human step treasures. These two sabers were brand-new sabers that Huagong had made, and they also didn't have an inscription symbol. These two sabers were slender. The sabers were 3 feet long and 1 inch wide. The back was narrow, and the hilt was short. It was a weapon that was built to utilize speed. Good saber. The monkey-faced man and bald man's eyes began to turn red with greed. This naive little boy had so many good things on his body. He had so indifferently taken out 2 low-grade human step treasures. So stupid. I have never seen someone so stupid. This altering muscle child was so silly to actually bring out so many treasures on front of us 2 peak-bone forging martial artists. The bald man licked his lips as he sent a true essence sound transmission to the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man said, "This boy is only 15 years old. I thought that he was from a large family, but he must have never left home, and so he doesn't know just how cruel and dangerous the human world is. We will endure for now, and once we reach the Sorcerer Holy Land, we will immediately kill him." "Good plan, big brother. I can't wait. Hee, once we kill this kid, us brothers will make a fortune. We will be able to buy rare pills, and coupled with the inherited power from the Sorcerer Holy Land, it will be simple to break into the pulse condensation period. When that time comes, us brothers will rise. Ha ha, I'm drooling here. That is equal to an extra 100 years of life. I will buy piles of women and live every day like an emperor." As the monkey-faced man and bald man signaled with their eyes, He could not help but inwardly sigh as she took this all in. How could there possibly be an aristocratic young master who was so ignorant of worldly and human matters? How could he have possibly survived long enough to come here? The monkey-faced man turned to Lin Ming and said, "Little brother, M.O., could you possibly lend these 2 sabers to us brothers? You know, there are countless vicious beasts within this lush border forest. The deeper we go, the more we will encounter higher rank vicious beasts. If our strength isn't enough, then I'm afraid that we might be injured when we battle the vicious beasts, and that will simply put us in a very dangerous position." Thinking this, Lin Ming said, "2 elder brothers are very logical. Then I will lend these 2 sabers to the 2 elder brothers." Lin Ming said this and handed the 2 sabers to the men without any reservations. When the bald man took the saber in his hand, he had to make an effort not to gulp. This was a low-grade human steppe treasure, and not only that, but it seemed to be of an extremely high quality. Such a good thing had been so easily obtained by him. How come he had never encountered such an idiot like this in the past? The bald man weighed the saber in his hand and casually took a few swings. The only problem was that the saber was a bit light, so it was awkward for him. The truth was, Lin Ming had taken out these 2 sabers for a reason. These 2 men used a mace and an axe, both of which were heavy weapons. But Lin Ming had taken out 2 slender sabers. These sabers used speed to win. Even if he gave them out, the 2 wouldn't be able to display their full potential. Although Lin Ming didn't think much of these 2 martial artists, he still didn't want to needlessly cause trouble for himself by increasing their strength. After all, if these 2 peak-bone forging martial artists wanted to escape from him, Lin Ming could at most block one. Lin Ming intended to lull them into a false sense of security and then suddenly make a killing move. Once he eliminated one, it would be much easier to deal with the other. By now, Lin Ming's mind suddenly resounded with a true essence sound transmission. It was Na Yi's voice. She said, "I thought you were just playing dumb to wait for a chance to escape, but you were actually so stupid as to give them treasure sabers. You are simply digging your own grave. How an idiot like you could survive up to now is simply a miracle. Really." This icy tone was laced with a touch of irony. Na Yi and her childish face were both completely inconsistent with each other. Chapter 169, Fatebound, Heartcrush Bug. Chapter 169, Fatebound, Heartcrush Bug. Chapter 169, Fatebound, Heartcrush Bug. Lin Ming lightly smiled and said as he cut the tall grass, "Do you think that if I hadn't given them the sabers that I would be able to run away?" Na Yi paused. Indeed, Lin Ming was only a young boy at the altering muscle stage. Even if the bald man and monkey-faced man were unarmed, Lin Ming would still not be a match for those 2 deviants. However, since Lin Ming was aware enough of the situation to remark in such a way that proved that at least he wasn't too stupid, Na Yi was silent for a moment, and then said, "Then what are you planning on doing? Drug them? Do you think that will have any meaning?" Lin Ming responded, "I'm not sure if it will, but I still have to try. In the end, aren't you the same as me?" I thought that the bald man and the monkey-faced man knew the way to this so-called ancient site, but it seems that you are the one guiding them. If you help them, do you actually believe that they will let you and your sister go after taking the treasures?" Na Yi's lips twitched. Of course she had thought of these things that Lin Ming had said. She coldly replied, "You do not have to worry about that." "Of course I'm worried. I'm afraid that you will have a sudden change of heart and bring us to some trap in the middle of nowhere, where we will all perish together. If that happens, then I'll really have died unjustly." Na Yi coldly said, "When my parents died, I swore 2 absolute oaths. The first was that I would thoroughly protect my little sister and keep her safe no matter what happens. So you don't need to worry, I won't let my sister die." Na Yi finished speaking here and no longer uttered another word. These 2 oaths she had made were the secret of her heart. She would never have spoken about them to a stranger, But now, at the edge of death, how could she ever carry out these two oaths? Lin Ming's heart was stirred. He looked back at Na-E with a bit of surprise and saw that innocent-looking girl quietly turning her head to gaze into the distance. Her body hadn't fully developed, and even when riding a horse, her line of sight was just above the tip of the grass. Just by looking at her youthful appearance, it was hard to imagine that she already carried such heavy burdens on her tender shoulders. Since she had made two oaths, then was the other to avenge her parents. Lin Ming was quiet as he silently chopped the grass. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He felt that a few dozen feet away was a giant snake. Its darkly patterned, scaled body was as thick as a water basin, and it was over 50 feet long. In the southern wilderness, the venomous serpents were of the most deadly variety. For such a huge fellow to also be so toxic, it was creepy just thinking about it. Lin Ming maintained his composure, but secretly stayed on high alert. After the group walked forward another 100 feet, the bald man suddenly raised the hand which held the saber. Apparently, he too had discovered this large snake. Although the bald man and the monkey-faced man were scum, they did have a very rich knowledge of the jungle and the land. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to wander the wide southern wilderness for so many years. A patterned anaconda. *T. What bad luck. Looking at how thick this fellow is, I think his strength should be equal to a pulse condensation period martial artist. The bald man frowned, and then pulled out a strange-looking musical instrument from his knapsack. It looked like a reed pipe, but it also had additional strange holes that weren't found on a normal reed pipe. The bald man jumped down from his horse, raised a bit of true essence, and began to play the strange reed pipe. A hoarse and scratchy sound passed along with the notes, and a faint hint of true essence fluctuated within the melody. As the bald man blew on the reed pipe, he began to march to a bizarre beat, legs swaying from side to side. His entire face had an extremely ugly look as he shivered with the effort of this display. To Lin Ming, seeing the bald man with his dancing movements was a bit funny, but to his surprise, just a moment later, the big snake seemed to fall under a strange hypnosis as it swayed from side to side before eventually writhing away. Interesting, Lin Ming had seen and experienced many different methods that the people of the southern wilderness had used to handle the vicious beasts and poisonous creatures. He had been anticipating that they would have a fierce battle, but in truth, the majority of vicious beasts were repelled by these two fellows using fascinating and unusual methods. Only when they were against a much weaker foe would they attack and kill. So along the way, there was no surprise, nor was there danger. With these two people leading the way, Lin Ming had truly saved a great deal of effort. The bald man seemed to have consumed a lot of energy from playing that reed pip. He was very haggard looking. The bald man pulled out some medicinal herbs from his backpack and began to chew and swallow them. This type of medicinal herb was able to restore true essence, though it didn't have much of an effect. However, it was cheap. As for true essence stones, those were dozens of times more expensive, so those were something that these two men would never be able to use. "Let's go," the bald man said proudly as he licked his lips. He was quite satisfied with his success. The group safely passed all the way to the evening. At that time, the group of 5 finally came to the foot of a cliff. Lin Ming looked up and was surprised to it was over 1,000 feet high. If one fell down from there, they would really experience a tragic death. At this moment, Na-E, who had been silent up until now, spoke up. "It's here. We can enter the Sorcerer Holy Land from here." The monkey-faced man smiled in happiness. "Where is the entrance? How do we go in?" However, Na-E did not respond. The monkey-faced man frowned and said in an icy voice, "Little girl, don't you dare think about playing tricks on me. Tell me, where do we go?" "Release my little sister, and I will tell you," Na-E said. "Impossible. I already said that I would only do so once I obtained the power of the sorcerer, and I safely leave the sorcerer hold land. Otherwise, I cannot release your little sister. Don't think I'm some idiot for you to play games with. Since only the chosen are allowed to enter the sorcerer holy land, who knows what sorts of traps and mazes could be in there. If I release your little sister, and you lead us into a death trap, who knows how we will die. I'll say it again. If you release my sister, I will swear an oath upon the sorcerer to lead you to obtain the power of the sorcerer. Otherwise, you get nothing at all. Hee, what can I get? The bald man smiled lewdly. No, even if us brothers cannot take the power of the sorcerer, we will still be merry. You little bitch, do you really want your sister to be? Ha ha ha. As the bald man said this, Na Shui paled and cowered behind Na Yi. Lin Ming frowned. He couldn't move against these men yet. He still needed them to fulfill their purpose. Na Yi didn't speak. She merely stood there in a cold standoff. She had no intention of backing down. At this moment, the monkey-faced man said to the baldy, "Old second, stop saying so much. Once you have fame and power, what sort of woman can you not have?" He turned to Na Yi and said, "Since you led us to the sorcerer holy land, then you have already betrayed the sorcerer, and yet you still wish to swear an oath upon his name. How can I believe you?" Na Yi was silent for a moment. Finally, she tore up her sleeve and revealed her healthy and smooth arm. On her upper arm, there was a red. This was a purity mark, and beneath the purity mark, there was a pair of golden dots. Na Yi gently swiped her finger, and the 2 golden dots came off. Lin Ming was able to clearly see that these 2 small dots were actually a pair of small gold-colored beetles. Before, they had rolled up, so it had looked as though they were a pair of golden beads. Fate-bound heart-crushed bug. As the monkey-faced man saw the pair of golden beetles, his complexion changed, and he whispered this name. The people of the southern wilderness specialized in the art of witchcraft. There were many different types of poisonous bugs, and there were also those who were capable of raising them. What is the fate-bound heart-crushed bug? The bald man asked. He had never heard of such a thing. The monkey-faced man said, "The fate-bound heart-crushed bugs are monogamous and only form a pair. They must be attached to a human body and drink live human blood in order to live. If they drink the blood of a dead man, they will wither and die. In the life of a fate-bound heart-crushed bug, it will only have one companion. Once this companion dies, the other will quickly accompany it in death. After dying, their bodies will rot and unleash an immense amount of poisons." What's that supposed to mean? The bald man didn't understand the implications of this. The monkey-faced man said, "She is thinking of placing a fate-bound, heart-crushed bug inside the body of her little sister, and in one of us. The fate-bound, heart-crushed bug must drink live blood too in order to live. If the little sister dies, then the fate-bound, heart-crushed bug will also die with her, and afterwards the other fate-bound, heart-crushed bug in one of us will die and release a deadly poison that will kill us. It's that ruthless." The bald man turned white. He felt a bit apprehensive as he looked at the 2 small golden bugs. "Nah," he said, "a human may make promises, but in the end they are unpredictable. However, poison is poison and is unwavering in loyalty. With this fate-bound, heart-crushed bug, it will be impossible for me to kill you. If you die, then my little sister also dies. If you agree to the terms, I will place a fate-bound, heart-crushed bug in one of you and continue leading you. If you don't agree, then I will kill myself here and now." The monkey-faced man looked at the golden beetles with a cloudy expression. He hesitated for a moment before finally clenching his teeth and saying, "You can use the bugs, but first you must place it in your little sister." Na Yi nodded. "Na Shui, give me your arm." Na Shui bit her lips and stretched out her arm. Na Yi placed the fate-bound, heart-crushed bug on top of Na Shui's arm. Then the fate-bound, heart-crushed bug chewed through Na Shui's skin and drilled its way in. Ah! Na Shui quietly cried out in pain. A small bump appeared on Na Shui's arm. This bump traveled along her arm and upwards until it entered into Na Shui's blood vessels. Then it followed the bloodstream to the heart. Na Shui's lips trembled and her small face was pale. To a little girl, this scene was frightening. The pain and tingling of the fate-bound, heart-crushed bug drilling through her bloodstream to her heart was unbearable. A moment later, Na Shui tightly clutched her chest, her face blue. Obviously, the taste of having a beetle bore into her heart was not pleasant. Na Yi comforted her and said, "Ah Shui, it's all right. After 3 years, the fate-bound heart-crushed bug will emerge from your heart through your blood flow. It won't hurt you." Na Shui reluctantly nodded. Lin Ming had been keenly watching from the sidelines. Although he had never heard of the fate-bound heart-crushed bug before, he was able to understand from their conversation that it was a contract of some sort. However, from the sound of it, this contract wasn't necessarily binding or strong. Even Lin Ming had means to avoid the contract of the fate-bound heart-crushed bug and scrap it. Chapter 170 Sorcerer Pagoda. Chapter 170 Sorcerer Pagoda. Chapter 170 Sorcerer Pagoda. Your turn, Na Yi said as she turned to the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man said, "Since you will place the fate-bound heart-crushed bug in your little sister and me, your little sister should come along with us. Otherwise she will be all alone. With her mere 3rd stage of body transformation cultivation, it won't be easy for her to return from the jungle. I don't want her to be eaten by some vicious beast and then lose my life for no reason." Na Yi was silent for a moment. The monkey-faced man was right. If her little sister left here, then she would easily encounter some great danger. But if she kept her sister here by her side, then she was afraid that these 2 men would play some dirty tricks. "How about it? There will already be a poisonous bug in my body. You don't have to worry over it. If you think that we will take advantage of you, then your little sister will commit suicide, and I'll have to die with her." "All right," Na Yi agreed. She placed the fate-bound heart-crushed bug on the monkey-faced man. The monkey-faced man didn't seem to be very scared. He appeared quite happy to let the fate-bound heart-crushed bug bite through his skin and enter his heart through his blood vessels. "Well, how do we get in?" Na Yi said, "When the moon comes out, I will open the doors to the Holy Land." It was already dusk when they had arrived at the cliff. The sun quickly set, and the round, bright moon appeared in the night sky. The moonlight scattered along the rock walls, causing the walls to shimmer with a faint, dreamy light. Na Yi stopped near the cliff, prostrated herself on both knees, crossed her arms against her chest, and seemed to be praying. Following this, an unimaginably incredible sight occurred. The moonlight itself seemed to have turned into real, tangible substance, and a huge silver-white door slowly emerged along the cliff wall. Sparkling lights swirled around the door. It was just like a miracle in the legends. The monkey-faced man and the bald man only stared dumbfounded, while Na Shui also knelt down and reverently prayed in supplication. Lin Ming was watching from the side, but he was able to understand just what this was. The truth was, this gate of light was actually a transmission array. There was a strange transmission array that was located under this cliff. A normal transmission array was driven by true essence stones, but this transmission array was actually driven by moonlight. It was simply incomparably marvelous. But presently, he didn't have any interest in studying the witch's array formation. He was curious about what sort of ancient power was within the Sorcerer Holy Land, and just what it was. Although this approach to doing things could be considered a bit callous, once he rescued the 2 sisters, that would count as decent compensation. The door of light opened, and a flashing blue hole appeared out of thin air. The monkey-faced man waved his hand in a gesture for Na-E to enter first. Na-E directly walked into the light door, followed by the bald man, Na-Shui, Lin-Ming, and finally the monkey-faced man. The scenery around them suddenly changed. Lin-Ming found himself in a dim corridor. All around the corridors were walls made from stone bricks. The walls were entirely covered in exquisitely beautiful frescoes and murals that depicted all sorts of things related to gods and demons, witchcraft, hideously demonic faces with long fangs, odd instruments, unknown ceremonies, and mythical beasts of all sort. There was an ancient and mystical atmosphere that blew towards them. Every 10 feet on the wall, there was a lit lamp, and the light source of these lamps were impressively huge, luminous pearls that emitted a radiant light. Treasure! The bald man's eyes lit up with greed. He moved his hand to pick these glowing pearls. "Do not move," the monkey-faced man thundered. "Second brother, you are stupid to the point of idiocy. This is the Sorcerer Holy Land. There is no doubt that there are countless mazes and traps within. If you recklessly do anything from now on, then this father is finished with you. From now on, every footstep we take will follow that Na girl, no more and no less." The monkey-faced man turned to Na-E and said, "I advise you not to play any tricks on us here, and be honest in avoiding the traps. If us brothers have any accident, then you two sisters will be following us to hell." Na-E didn't respond. She only kept moving forwards. The bald man and the monkey-faced man followed every step she took, with Na-Shui between them. If there was an accident, then Na-Shui would definitely not be able to escape. Lin-Ming finally followed, each step following Na-Yi's pace. At the same time, he also sent out his soul force, carefully probing the surroundings to see if there were any possible dangers. The monkey-faced man coated the soles of his shoes with a special tree sap. This tree sap was a natural dye. Every time he took a step, the dye would leave a visible footprint. Once the dye wore off, he would patiently reapply it. So as the group walked, the monkey-faced man left behind a series of footprints. Seeing this scene, Lin-Ming's heart stirred. This fellow is leaving a way back, so he knows where he came from. He really is a 40-year-old man that's managed to survive in the southern wilderness for so many years. He is quite careful and meticulous about his actions. If it wasn't for my age and cultivation being so deceptive, then this monkey-faced man would not have so easily brought me along and determined that I was someone he could manage. Lin-Ming's cultivation was a stage and half lower than the monkey-faced man, and there were also 2 of them. In the monkey-faced man's mind, even a formidable genius would have no choice but to die. As they continued walking, they didn't encounter any dangers. This corridor was surprisingly long. The group of 5 people had already traveled for half an hour before a heavy-looking stone gate appeared in front of them. The stone gate was 50 feet high and densely covered in countless Sanskrit writings. In the center of all the text was the image of a giant eye. The shape of the eye was very simple, but for some unknown reason, looking at this eye caused one to momentarily feel as if they were losing their grip on reality, as if their soul was being swallowed by the eye. When this happened, the dense Sanskrit writings around the edges would appear like countless earthworms that wriggled around. Yet if one carefully looked, these writings had moved. This feeling was absolutely strange. It was also absolutely uncomfortable. The bald man was staring with wide eyes, as if his soul had been stolen. The monkey-faced man's forehead was covered in sweat, and he hurriedly turned his vision away. Na-E knelt before the stone gate and prayed. She finally stood up and said, "This is the gate. In order to open its array formation, there needs to be 3 martial artists, at least at the altering muscle stage, pouring their true essence into it for it to activate. The array formation is there." Na-E pointed. The place where she pointed was a triangular altar. In the center of the altar was a black sphere, and the sphere was also shaped like a giant eye. After the door opens, you will be able to enter the Sorcerer Pagoda. The Sorcerer Pagoda has 7 levels. The first level is hell, the second is hungry ghosts, the third is animals, the fourth is the witch slave, the fifth is mortals, the sixth is the celestial envoy, and the seventh is the world of the sorcerer. The higher the level you can reach, the stronger the power of the sorcerer you will be able to obtain. As to what level you can reach, that is at the will of the sorcerer. Listening to Na Yi's words, the monkey-faced man was excited. Sorcerer Pagoda. This was the holy land where the sorcerer bestowed strength upon those chosen. When every witch reached 16 years old, they were allowed to come to the Sorcerer Pagoda to inherit the power of the sorcerer's legacy. As for the strength of these 7 levels, it became more terrifying the higher one went. Just attaining the power of the 3rd or the 4th was enough for a man to enter the Dragon's Gate and become a hero of the southern wilderness. If one was able to obtain the power of the 5th or 6th by luck or strength, then that would be enough to one to look down upon the entire southern wilderness. As for the legendary 7th level, it was still a mystery. Of the countless large and small tribes within the southern wilderness, 100,000 mountains, there had never been one who was able to obtain the power of the sorcerer from the 7th level. Big brother, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and open the door. The bald man was greedily rubbing his calloused hands together. He was already unable to wait. In his mind, the Sorcerer Pagoda was filled with countless beauties. With every level that he could rise, the more women he would be able to obtain, and the more noble and tasty they would be. Little brother M.O., we'll have to trouble you to lend us a hand, the monkey-faced man said, as he smiled at Lin Ming. Oh, sounds good, Lin Ming said, and then moved towards the altar. Seeing Lin Ming stand in a spot, the monkey-faced man revealed a grimly rapacious smile. In his eyes, Lin Ming was merely a fat sheep that he was about to slaughter. Once he killed him, a great wealth would fall into his hands. In addition to the strength that he could obtain from the Sorcerer Holy Land, he would be able to quickly rise in the future with limitless fame. His dreams were just around the corner. He could even start a small witch tribe and become one of the legendary witch queens. Beautiful women, authority, wealth, power, all of these would be at his fingertips. Thinking this, the monkey-faced man glowed with joy. However, now that things had come to this point, he had to be careful. With just one wrong step, he would lose everything. He turned his smile towards Na Yi and said, "You and your little sister make a few laps around this room. Since he would kill Lin Ming after this, he might need to stretch his hands and feet in order to do it." The monkey-faced man didn't want to step on any unknown traps while he was chasing Lin Ming around. Na Yi said, "The sorcerer's room does not have any traps. I will not use my little sister's life to play around." "Good, then I'll believe you. Second brother, little brother, M.O., let's start." As the monkey-faced man said that, he began to infuse his true essence into the giant black eye-shaped sphere within the center of the altar. The bald man followed next, and Lin Ming also slowly revolved the true primal chaos formula as he poured in his own true essence. Then Lin Ming's mind resounded with Na Yi's true essence sound transmission. She said, "Once the door opens, they will not let you live. 20 feet behind you, there is a thin stone wall that you can break through. There is a secret passage there that will lead you outside of the Sorcerer Holy Land. After the door opens, take advantage of the time that they are distracted looking at the Sorcerer Pagoda and immediately break the stone wall. If your speed is fast enough, you'll have just enough time to escape. They don't know if the secret passage has any traps or not, so they most likely won't pursue you." Lin Ming was a bit stunned. He looked with surprise at Na Yi. He hadn't thought that she would point out an exit for him. This Na Yi may seem indifferent, but the truth was her heart was very good and kind. If he didn't rescue her after coming into the Sorcerer Holy Land, then he would truly be a contemptible man. Lin Ming said, "Thank you. I also feel that Miss Na Yi is worth worrying about. Even with the fate-bound heart crush bug, they will still have some way of suppressing it. The fate-bound heart crush big was a good contract. However, there were still ways to get around it. For instance, as long as one caught the other party and didn't let them commit suicide or stun them or use drugs or even lock them up and seal their true essence before looking for other methods. After all, no one was willing to place their life in someone else's hands, not to mention that the secret of the sorcerer Holy Land would easily arouse jealousy. How could the bald man and monkey-faced man willingly let the two witch sisters leave? Na Yi's voice suddenly turned cold. You don't need to care about these matters. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.